Introduction. From the mid to 16th to the late to 17th century, one of the most important metaphysical concepts in Western Europe was that of the divinity and generative power of light. At the heart of the counter to Reformation, the Jesuits located the Eucharistic monstrance whose blazing aura of gold displayed the sacramental authority of the Church to reunite the repentant sinner with God. Subsequently, this vision of the divine light of the Holy Spirit as the instrument of union with God was expressed less doctrinally in the moderated pietism of the 17th century Cambridge Platonists. Such historical currents evolving a personalized interpretation of Scripture, in which God and human were united through the indwelling light of the Spirit rather than through the rites of the Church, were strengthened. In Hermetic and Neoplatonic circles by the Christian Kabbalah, this theosophical system envisaged God creating the world out of his own divine luminosity. Hence, for Kabbalists, the universe was not only pervaded by the divine light of God, it was united monesty, Kali, to him. Although there has been much dispute among historians concerning the specific role of Hermetic theosophy in the development of Lutheran pietism, scholars such as Puckert and Stoffler have acknowledged that an important contribution was made by radical theologians of the late 16th century, such as Valentin Weigel and Johannes Arndt, who were influenced by Paracelsian Kabbalism. Weigel and his followers began to produce their own interpretations of Scripture in which the sacramental rituals of the Lutheran Church and its demands for political authority increasingly appeared superfluous and objectionable. Most historians have neglected the contribution of the alchemists to these distinctive and revolutionary theological movements, at best mentioning in passing figures such as Heinrich Konrad, 1560 to 1605, Michael Meyer, 1568 to 1622, and Robert Flood, 1574 to 1637. Yet, their Paracelsian, Kabbalistic metaphysics of light revolutionized contemporary alchemical theory, even prompting its adepts to deploy the rays of the sun and the stars in their practical work. In turn, their alchemized theology was a widely publicized and controversial contribution to the debates between the established Lutheran Church in Germany and the reformist movements inspired by Melanchthon and sponsored by Calvinist preachers in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. Historians of alchemy have almost ignored the central role of the imagery of light in late 16th century Paracelsian alchemy, regarding this as being a poetic expression of some vague mystical experience or a flowery literary convention. Debus is one of the few to have discussed this Paracelsian metaphysics of light in his extensive studies of Flood's alchemy. More recently, Cluley has examined the natural philosophy of the Elizabethan theurgist John Dee, 1527 to 1609, noting, in particular, Dee's use of scholastic optical theory in the astronomical magic of his Propediomata Aphoristica, 1558. Cluley, however, did not relate Dee's astral theurgy to alchemy nor to theosophy, since he did not consider Dee to be a Paracelsian, although he acknowledged the innovatory significance of Dee's Kabbalism in his later alchemical treatise, the Monas Hieroglyphica, 1564. Few other scholars have examined critically the references to celestial light in late Renaissance alchemical texts, and illustrations and major alchemists of the period, such as Konrad and Meyer, still await a definitive study. In view of the fact that scholarly research into the alchemical discourse of light is relatively little developed, the present study will attempt to redress this absence by focusing on Renaissance ideas of the generative power of the light of the sun, stars, and planets. Renaissance alchemists, such as Konrad and Flood, conceptualized the astral rays of light as being the agents of the anima mundi, the cosmic soul or anthropos, out of whose primeval substance, the quintessence or azoth, the universe was generated. Kabbalistic alchemists, moreover, identified the cosmic anthropos with Christ, whose sacred presence within. The alchemical process transformed it into a sacramental act paralleling that of the Lutheran Eucharist. Alchemists, since Hellenistic times, had relied on the effects of the stars, but a coherent theory of the astral virtues began to develop only in the late 14th century, appearing in its full expression in the work of Paracelsus, 1493 to 1541. In addition, John Dee added his own distinctive contribution to the 16th century theory of the generative stellar rays. These alchemists provided the basic foundation for Konrad's alchemy. Introduction. 13th. Cal deployment of light, rays, and astral virtues, but Konrad went beyond his original sources in uniting Paracelsian Kabbalism with Weigel's pietistic Christology, producing thereby an alchemical polemic expressing the concept of Christ as the philosopher's stone who transmuted the soul through the light of eternal wisdom. Thus, by the early 17th century, the alchemical use of celestial rays and natural sun, light, involved more than chemistry, since this practice was, in effect, a religious and theurgical ritual. Indeed, late Renaissance alchemists developed a conceptual structure which could be called an alchemy of light, a syncretic philosophy integrating the discrete intellectual and mystical currents of Pythagorean geometry, Neoplatonism, medieval optics, Paracelsian alchemy, and Kabbalism. The concept of the divinity of light had been transmitted from the most ancient times to the late Hellenistic philosopher Plotinus, as well as to various Gnostic and Hermetic groups, such as those connected with the Theosophical, writings known to the Renaissance as the Pymander of Hermes Trismegistus. In origins, the term Hermeticism referred to the late Hellenistic teachings of Trismegistus and his followers, such as Asclepius. This theosophical system had emerged by the 2nd century BC in Egypt, but at first it did not include alchemy, which developed only during the first Christian centuries, alchemical literature being added to the earlier Hermetic corpus by the 2nd century AD. According to Copenhaver, these alchemical texts, as well as other magical treatises, are integrally related to the 17 purely theological Hermetic writings. He argues that 18th century scholars, prejudiced against occultism, had made a false distinction between the various components of the corpus which would have been meaningless to the contemporary followers of the original school of thought. Consequently, Hermeticism is not only a theosophical system, but also a practical theurgy. The development of Hermeticism was historically distinct from that of Neoplatonism, and it had been ruthlessly criticized by Plotinus for its superstitious practices and inconsistent theological structures. Nevertheless, Renaissance philosophers such as Ficino disregarded Plotinus' animosity towards the Hermeticists, and they accommodated both systems within their vision of a Prisca theologia, anticipating the Christian religion. Plotinus' sophisticated theogony of light was received by medieval Western philosophers in the moderated Christian versions of Pseudo-Dionysius and St. Augustine in the 15th century as a result of the recovery. And 14. Introduction. 15th. Translation of the Neoplatonic and Hermetic Greek texts the Florentine humanist Marsilio. Ficino began to promote the use of astral rituals in a medical and psychological context. His younger contemporary Pico della Mirandola, like Ficino, integrated these practices with Christianity, but in addition, he introduced the Kabbalah into Renaissance Hermeticism. The German natural philosopher and Magus Cornelius Agrippa, 1486 to 1533, popularized astral magic through his treatise De Occulta Philosophia, 1533, justifying such practices by claiming the existence of a natural sympathy between the human being and the universe, an idea already well known to the Middle Ages. On the model of Agrippa, this venerable notion of the harmony between celestial and human realms was systematized for medical use by Paracelsus, who created an analogical structure known as the doctrine of signatures. He taught that in all material entities there existed hidden virtues whose qualities corresponded to those of the planetary bodies in the heavens. These occult virtues he called astra to designate the signatures, the impressions of the stars on matter. Paracelsus argued that, due to the intimate unity between heaven and earth, alchemical processes had to be correlated with the movements of the planetary bodies in the fixed stars. Through Ficino, Agrippa, and Paracelsus, John Dee encountered the theory of astral influences which provided him with the foundation for his own natural philosophy, medicine, and practical magic. In fact, it was Dee's ambition to devise a more efficient way of exploiting stellar and solar radiations in all aspects of human endeavor, but most especially in medicine and alchemy. In addition to his interest in astrological sympathetic magic, there was another, very unusual influence on Dee's alchemy, which was of equal importance to his Hermetic sources, namely optics, the medieval scholastic science of light. In his Propedumata Aphoristica, 1558, Dee used this pragmatic body of knowledge for more esoteric purposes. Specifically, by means of catoptrics, the reflection and refraction of light, rays by mirrors and lenses, Dee thought that celestial rays could be manipulated more reliably to enhance all aspects of human affairs. The metaphysical rationale for Dee's astronomical and optical magic was provided by Kabbalah, which he integrated into his alchemy in the 1560s. His fully developed system of natural philosophy was published in the Monas Hieroglyphica, 1564, which combined optics, geometry, magic, alchemy, medicine, and Kabbalism. Dee's last published treatise was the mathematical preface to Henry Billingsley. His translation of Euclid's Principles of Geometry, 1570, although this essay has not been related to alchemy by Dee's scholars, nonetheless, it may have been an additional influence on Meyer, Conrath, and Flood. In the mathematical preface, Dee examined Pythagorean geometry in its practical and mystical aspects, although he did not relate his text to alchemy at any length, mentioning only briefly a practice called archimastry, which comprised alchemy and other magical arts, math, pref, f, ager. In addition, another of his concepts in this treatise, that of zoography, could have had a special effect on alchemical illustration, math, pref, f, dij. Zoography was a Pythagorean-based method of graphic depiction which Dee regarded as a conceptual art, form with a high philosophical status, since the zoographer drew only the forms of the eternal ideas in the mind of God, rather than their base natural copies. Most significant for the present argument was Dee's inclusion of the single-point perspective system within the scope of zoography. It should be noted that in 1595, there appeared in Hunroth's Amphitheatrum Sapientiae, Adorne, frontispiece, an illustration which employed exaggerated spatial effects. The peculiarly deep vista of this engraving of an alchemist's oratory. Laboratory involved far more than naturalistic illusionism, since the spatial geometry functioned as a semiotic system in its own right, discoursing on the alchemical significance of light, rays. According to Goldberg, 15th century Florentine painters such as Masaccio and Domenico Veneziano had used geometrical infrastructures, such as the one in Hunroth's treatise, both as an organizational device and as a signifying discourse, figure 3610. These graphic scaffoldings underlay the painted scene, operating as a conceptual text which drew the viewer into a parallel metaphysical world. In order to clarify this interpretation of Hunroth's image of the laboratory, Goldberg's model can be amplified by taking additional recourse to Peirce's semiotic taxonomy of three types of sign, namely those of symbol, icon, and index. First, however, it is necessary to understand the original intentions behind the development of the single-point perspective system during the Carli Renaissance. The geometrical theory of this spatial system was first expressed by Leone Battista Alberti in his treatise on painting De Pictura, Florence, 1435-12. He had explained that the orthogonal lines of any architecture illustrated by the artist should be drawn, as if they were running into the picture to meet in a single vanishing point. In accordance with this new pictorial convention, in many 15th century Florentine paintings of an interior scene, the floor would be drawn in a checker board pattern to reinforce the same illusion of space receding to a vanishing point. The technical term for this pictorial effect was the pavimentum diminutionis, figure 1. Alberti had based his perspective system on the model of medieval optical diagrams which depicted the operation of light, rays in relation to the human eye, figs 2:11. Hence, in the semiotic functioning of the single-point system, its genealogy in medieval optics continues to operate as a sub-text. To use Derrida's terms, the original optical geometry which had provided the structure for single-point space continued to exist with in it as signifying trace. 14. Derrida's trace, la trail, is the transcendental signifier unifying the disparate and conflicting elements of a discourse. Hence, the generic signifier of the single-point perspective system would be the eye of the viewer and its discourse that of the struggle between the rhetorical devices of the picture and the objective judgment of the interpretant. The visual strategy of perspective space acquired a deeper spiritual significance in the context of Hunroth's alchemical illustration in which the generic signifier was transposed from the viewer's eye to that of God, who regarded the scene from a viewing point transcending the space of both the physical world and of its pictorial copy. Hunroth's spatial construction thereby acquired a second level signification in Barthes terms, although the spatial geometry continued to function with its original significatory purpose, that is, producing the visual illusion of space. It had additionally accumulated other levels of meaning from a network of pre-existing symbols. In fact, the function of optical geometry in alchemy may have been related to that of religious Christian imagery as a sympathetic magic drawing the viewer into the presence of God, frontispiece. Alberti, in De Pictura, had been interested in the use of rhetorical devices in painting, and he had modeled his pictorial system on the persuasive techniques of Cicero and Quintilian. Hence, Alberti's perspectival construction aimed to promote such an effective illusion of reality that the viewer, automatically convinced by the visual text, would surrender his resistance to its implications. Taking the present analysis still deeper into the field of semiotics, the significatory mode of single-point perspective can be defined as that of the metonym, or index, in Peirce's terms. As a signifying mode, this type of space was intended to persuade the viewer that physical reality continued into the picture, progressing, in the case of Hunroth's engraving, to its culmination in the eye of God, frontispiece. In alchemical illustration, this discursive visual mode provided a demonstrative proof of alchemical claims that matter could be united with its opposite, spirit, in the philosopher's stone. In Hunroth's image, however, there was more at stake, as will be discussed, for he employed this spatial rhetoric of the divine presence in order to authenticate his pietistic alchemical theosophhy. It was Hunroth, in fact, who produced a fully developed Kabbalistic alchemy of light in 3 of his works, published as the Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae, 1595-1609, Chaos, circa 1598, and De Igne Magorum, circa 1602-1604. For his Kabbalistic ideas, Hunroth relied on Johannes Reuchlin in De Verbo Mirifico, 1490. For and De Arte Cabalistica, 1517, as well as on Paracelsian theosophy. The central Jewish Kabbalistic text, the Zohar, had derived its metaphysical concepts from Neoplatonism, specifically from Plotinus' account of the manner in which the divine light of the first principle had emanated the world from its own being. Kunrath's Kabbalistic alchemy was centered on the theme of divine light, as the Paracelsian Azoth, which in turn was Christ himself. He was not the first to apply Kabbalism to alchemy, since Joannes Panthius of Venice had devised a comparable system in his Vorkadumia, 1530, and Dee had also produced a Kabbalistic alchemy in the Monas Hieroglyphica, 1564. Kunrath, however, places Kabbalism within a Christological framework, so much so that his main concern from 1595 was not alchemical theory, but pietistic Christian theology, anticipating perhaps the alchemical mysticism of Jacob Boehme. Kunrath may have developed his Christological alchemy in the mid-1590s, both as a response to anti-Christian tendencies within German Hermetic circles and also as an expression of a Pictistic Lutheranism, which was critical of the doctrinaire, institutionalized creed of the time. His work, thus, belongs to the diverse ideological currents of the late 16th and early 17th centuries, which subsequently manifested as the Rosicrucian movement. The supporters of the Rosicrucian manifestos, 1614-1615, were a heterogeneous mix of reformist Lutherans, Hermeticists, Neoplatonists, and practitioners of Agrippan and Paracelsian theurgy, although many devoted Protestants, such as Meyer and Flood, polemicized on behalf of the Rosicrucians. There were also pagan and non-Christian influences within the movement related to the Chiliasm of Simon Steudian, Julius Sperber, Christoph Bezold, and Tobias Hess in the late 16th century 19. According to Yates, it was Dee's travels in Central Europe in the 1580s, which had stimulated the reformist currents that later emerged as the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, the Protestant version of the Jesuit order. 20. Yates was not altogether accurate in her assessment of Dee's conceptual influences on Central Europe, for not only did Kabbalistic, Hermeticist, and Paracelsian ideas pre-exist Dee's presence in that region, but, moreover, the so-called Protestant front itself was deeply riven by the disputes between Lutherans and Calvinists, and further complicated by the antagonism of the doctrinaire theologians towards the Pietists and Theosophists. One, in fact, Yates' account of the origins and influence of John Dee on the development of Renaissance science, philosophy, and theurgy has been questioned by various scholars such as Westman, Vickers, and Sherman. Introduction. Zix. Most especially, historians of the scientific revolution have attempted to disconnect its origins from those of Yates' proto-Rosicrucian circles. Furthermore, Yates' alignment of the Protestant cause with Hermeticism was countered by scholars eager to distance Lutheranism from such objectionable associates. In particular, Montgomery, adopting a conservative Lutheran perspective, argued for the negative effects of Hermeticism on the Reformed Church in Germany. He refuted Yates' interpretation of the Rosicrucians as being the esoteric outpost of the Protestant Reformed Church, especially removing the theologian Johann Valentin Andreae, 1586-1654, from that context. Montgomery, in fact, developed the contrary argument to Yates, considering that Neoplatonic and Hermetic literature had inspired the educated German elite to devise a paganistic system, dissentering Christ from his redemptive role in human salvation. In this line of thinking, he concurred with Frick, though from a different ideological standpoint, who had demonstrated the inherited links between Paracelsian theology and pagan Hellenistic esotericism. Frick had also emphasized the continuation of medieval Chiliasm in Weigel's theology, and in that of the Rosicrucians, particularly that of Joachim of Fiore, who in the 13th century had predicted the coming of the third age of the creation, that of the Holy Spirit replacing the second age of the Son, in which the institutionalized church had controlled Christian doctrine. In the third age, Fiore had taught, each person would be guided by the inner word of God written on their soul instead of by external creeds. This brief period of time would be followed immediately by the end of the world and the last judgment. Disregarding Montgomery's denial of Andrea's participation in these movements, Dixon, in his recent study of the secret societies of the early 17th century, has returned to Yates' original contention that the Rosicrucian manifestos known as the Fama, 1614, and Confessio, 1615, emerged from Andrea's circle at the University of Tübingen. Andrea's subsequent negativity towards the Rosicrucians in his later years had been cited by Montgomery as proof that he had always been averse to the Hermeticists. Dixon, in contrast, favors a different view, which is that Andrea was eventually compelled by the need to distinguish between his youthful goals of a socially and politically responsible Christian brotherhood and the materialistic drive for power of those who had submitted to the delirium of Kabbalism, alchemy, and Chiliastic prophecy. In this aim, Andrea's position was similar to that of Hunrath, since both had been influenced by Weigel as well as by Arndt. Nonetheless, Conrath was also finally rejected by André due to his Kabbalistic, alchemical terminology, which André found absurd. There may, in fact, have been another, more paradoxical reason for André's animosity towards him, which was that Conrath could have been in dispute with Tobias Hess. Yates, Gilly, and Dixon are in agreement concerning André's earlier connections with Hermeticists, Magi in particular, with Hess, with whom he maintained contact throughout his life. André even justified Hess' probity in the Mythologiae Christianae 1619, although in this work he castigated most of the other proto-Rosicrucians. Conrath, on the other hand, for all his Kabbalistic paraphernalia, may have conflicted with Hess over the latter. His promotion of Studian's Chiliastic Naometria, a text whose Christian content was slim, leading Conrath to suspect him of paganistic magical practices. In view of such evidence concerning disputes between members of Hermetic circles in the 1590s to 1620s, a more specific account is required of their ideologies and affiliations. Scholars, for example, have neglected to analyze Conrath's specific involvement with these esoteric groups, being content to follow uncritically Yates' view of him as one of the most significant influences on the evolution of Rosicrucian ideas, despite the fact that Montgomery had denied this, the most valid assessment of Introduction. Kexi. Conrath's career probably lies midway between these two scholarly assessments. Certainly, after his death, Conrath's work was opted by others into the Rosicrucian canon, but this does not automatically demonstrate his ideological kinship with all of the Rosicrucians. For, although Conrath in his writings and visual imagery, like other Hermeticists, expresses a critical attitude towards scholastic Lutherans, nevertheless, he did not reformulate Lutheran theology into an esoteric sub-species, in the manner of Studian and Hess, for whom Paracelsus and Kabbalism seem to hold as much authority as Christian doctrine. Instead, Conrath used these esoteric systems to develop a pietistic Lutheranism, based on Weigel, in which the historical figure of Christ and the Lutheran Eucharist were retained both in their conventional doctrinal forms, as well as being used as emblems of individual spiritual experience. Although his interpretation of the sacraments may have ran counter to the dogmatic claims of the Church as the sole administrator of God's grace, nonetheless, he was adopting a relatively mediatory position, like Weigel and Arndt, rather than rejecting the Church altogether. In the second half of the 16th century, alongside the deregulating forces of Philippism and Calvinism which threatened Orthodox hegemonies, the esoteric philosophies promoted at the University of Tübingen were an assisting factor. There is no doubt that Agrippa, Paracelsus, and the Kabbalah offered their followers an increasingly self-determined spiritual and political authority. Hence, Conrath's writings present a broad picture both of these extremist spiritual factions who found their expression outside the doors of the Lutheran Church, as well as of the pressures on the pietists within its communion exerted by dogmatic Lutherans who condemned as heresy any deviation from institutionalized beliefs. There remains little original documentation on Conrath which could prove conclusively the exact nature of his political affiliations, but his writings provide strong evidence that he was engaged in a two-pronged resistance against both the paganistic theurgists and the scholastic churchmen, thereby opening himself to attacks on all fronts. When the Rosicrucian movement emerged publicly in 1614 and 1615, Conrath's alchemy was appropriated into the Rosicrucian canon by some of its most earnest supporters, such as Michelspacher and Flood. But there is evidence that not all of the Rosicrucians regarded Conrath so favorably. Moreover, few of the later alchemists related the figure of Christ integrally to their alchemical discourse in the manner of Conrath, whose writing was aimed primarily at a pietistic German community rather than at a general European audience. The present study will concentrate on the intellectual and spiritual concerns of the 1590s to 1620s, using Conrath's Amphitheatrum Sapientiae, Aterne, 1595-1609, as a focal point in analyzing the rhetorical practices of Paracelsian theosophists, specifically their use of certain types of visual illustration. Since it is not possible to examine all the major alchemists of the late Renaissance, the discussion will be confined to the Kabbalistic metaphysics and optical alchemy of four central figures, those of Dee, Conrath, Meyer, and Flood. Chapter 1. The Semiotic Structures of Renaissance Alchemical Imagery. Previous studies of Renaissance alchemical imagery have rarely involved a discussion of its semiotic aspects, yet, without such an analysis, it is difficult to establish the exact role of visual illustration within a particular context. In the present case, studies, a variety of analytical tools is used drawn from linguistics, structuralism, and post-structuralism, such an eclectic approach being justified in the current state of research. For the immediate objective, the most effective model has proved to be Peirce's taxonomy of three fundamental types of sign, namely those of symbol, icon, and index. In addition, other types of analysis have been sampled, such as Piaget's structuralism, as well as the post structuralist critiques of Barthes, Foucault, and Derrida, although this selection by no means exhausts the possible critical methods for the study of alchemical imagery. Chauny is one of the very few scholars who at this time has provided a structuralist analysis of alchemical illustration in his investigation of mandalic structures in alchemical engravings of the 17th century, as well as in his semantic study of John Dee's theurgy. In the case of late 16th century imagery involving optical diagrams, perspectival, geometry, and architectural designs, there are some particularly difficult problems of interpretation, frontispiece, and figs. For, as Goldberg has demonstrated, the stylistic conflict between naturalism and abstraction in an image produces an ambiguous space. Renaissance imagery, whose discursive program relates alchemy to optical theory, may have been an attempt to produce a visual metonym, or, in Peirce's terms, an indexical affinity between reality and the illusionistic world of the picture. In Peirce's semiotic system, he has distinguished an indexical sign from a symbol, which has an arbitrary visual appearance unrelated to its conceptual content and therefore can only convey a meaning within a specific context for a particular interpretant. Peirce also differentiated an indexical sign from an icon, which, he stated, would possess the character which renders it significant even, though its object had no existence. According to this definition, it would initially appear that most alchemical visual signs should be termed iconic, since they signify irrational concepts such as the union of opposites, for example, of fire with water. While this identification may be correct in the case of pre-to-Renaissance alchemical visual signs which are not particularly realistic in their style of drawing, figs, 9, 10, this is not applicable to alchemical illustration from the late 16th century onwards, when an irrational idea may be represented by naturalistic human figures, as in examples from Mayer's Atalanta fusions, figs, 40.4, 1. In this case, the realistic aesthetic of the Renaissance artist has started to transform an iconic signifier into an index. This issue has never been remarked by the few iconologists who have studied alchemical imagery. Nonetheless, it is extremely important, since stylistic differences in the appearance of any visual sign change both its meaning and function. In fact, Peirce devised a taxonomy of hybrid signs to describe the vacillations of such unstable significatory orders. Following his general approach, the present author would make only one proposition, which is that many late Renaissance alchemical signs incline towards the indexical mode. In other words, alchemical visual semiosis from the late 16th century is deliberately contaminated not, as Jung believed, by the collective unconscious of a society, but by the viewer's immanent physical reality. Thus, the alchemical imagery under present consideration does not merely copy, it also restructures the physical world by forcing a continuum between the viewer's space and that of the picture. Peirce defined the index as a sign or representation, which refers to its object not so much because of any similarity or analogy with it, nor because it is associated with general characters which that object happens to possess, as because it is in dynamical. The semiotic structures of Renaissance alchemical imagery. 3. Including spatial connection both with the individual object and with the senses or memory of the person for whom it serves as a sign. Thus, an index is not a simulacrum more real than real, for it is intended to be an uninterrupted continuation of the real, a deliberately decomposed ambiguity concealing the distinction between reality and artifice. Another unsatisfactory aspect of current alchemical research is that scholars use the same type of analysis for both visual imagery and written text, with more historical research being directed at the literary texts in preference to the visual imagery. Perhaps it would yield more profitable results to regard visual and verbal signs as autonomous dialects of the same language, thus requiring different critical approaches. It was Panofsky who first argued for a new type of analytical tool for the study of visual imagery which would be distinct from that of literary scholarship. His iconological method involved an examination of the historical context in which a visual sign had appeared, for it was this which had determined the style of its depiction. As Chauny has demonstrated in his study of Agrippa's and Dee's esoteric emblems, Panofsky's method is one of the few able to accommodate the complexity of a visual signing system. Chauny also continues to favor the historiographical approach of Gombrich, which has the added advantage of taking into account the psychological effects of the rhetoric deployed by a visual sign. From a semiotic point of view, the visual sign operates as a field whereby it delivers all of its information to the interpretant synchronically. Hence, it requires a broader range of semiotic strategies to correlate the various paradigmatic levels of meaning. The written text, in contrast, is deciphered by the reader in a diachronic sequence and, hence, it is far more dictatorial towards its interpretant than the visual artifact. Consequently, alchemical illustrators, like other Renaissance artists, capitalized on the fact that the synchronic reading of a visual text caused ambiguities to arise in the reception of its meaning. An additional semiotic difference between visual and literary texts is that visual imagery may be symbolic, iconic, or indexical, but most literary texts can only be symbolic. It is rare, in fact, to encounter a linguistic metonymic or indexical structure, although the compilers of Renaissance grimoire struggled to produce such signs on the model of the Hebrew alphabet as an essential part of their magical rituals. These experiments with cryptography yielded few convincing results, since the linguistic signs of European languages are arbitrary phonetic symbols and, hence, cannot mirror their conceptual representant in the manner of visual signs. Consequently, it is essential that scholars of alchemical imagery distinguish between the literary and the visual components of an alchemical treatise. Moreover, certain types of alchemical illustration are capable of functioning almost entirely as a visual text, that is, as metonymic or indexical structures, as in the case of one of Kunrath's illustrations, frontispiece. In such metonymic visual images, there is an implied physical continuity between the world of the viewer and that of the picture. In these instances, the reception of the picture's message does not need to be deferred until it can be decoded in a linguistic form. In such sophisticated metonymic, indexical images, the visual structure is the essence of the meaning communicated to the viewer. This indexical quality of an image is not necessarily dependent on the artist's use of naturalistic motifs, as Pierce had pointed out, since diagrammatic structures may also be indexical. It is more a question of the practical function of specific visual image. Hence, pseudo Lullian diagrams as mobile computers are indexical, figs 4-7, whereas Pantheus, static, neo, Lullian structure is merely symbolic, figure 8. In this sense, John Dee's mobile cipher of the Monas is the epitome of the visual index, figs 17-18, perhaps influencing Conrad's artist, Jan Vredeman de Vries, to create a more complex version of its metonymic structure, frontispiece. Some of Flood's cosmological depictions also have indexical qualities, although his illustrations are difficult to categorize, since an image may involve several different types of semiotic mode, figs 44-50. At first glance, Flood's diagrams appear to be symbolic, merely illustrating his text, but, in fact, they also have an iconic aspect since they can be isolated from their textual context while retaining most of their meaning. In addition, as indexical generators of a contemplative type of alchemy, some of Flood's pictures were meant to integrate the viewer into their imaginary world, causing a spiritual and intellectual alchemy to occur in the moment of viewing the image, figure 50. There was a similar intention underlying many other 17th century alchemical illustrations, whose ever-increasing complexity of structure was designed for lengthy perusal, eventually eliminating the physical. The semiotic structures of Renaissance alchemical imagery. 5. Aspects of alchemy altogether. Mittelsbacher's Kabbalah, Augsburg, 16,151,006. 116 is one of the earliest of these imaginative alchemies, luring the viewer through the glass of his four fiery and jewel-like mirrors into the higher, intellectual and spiritual realms of the alchemical discourse, figure 23, when the viewer emerged from the trance-like state induced by participation in Mittelsbacher's visions, he was perhaps transformed, like base matter, into spiritual gold. Effectively, alchemical illustration in the 17th century was usurping the transmutatory function of the philosopher's stone. The sophisticated graphic repertoire of Renaissance artists enabled them to manipulate the semantics of their pictorial elements, producing imagery which could induce meditative or visionary states in their viewers, uniting them with the depicted visions. At least, this seems to have been the general aim. From this point of view, most late Renaissance alchemical illustrations could be interpreted as being indexical in their intention. The origins of this persuasive illustrative enterprise can be found in the late 14th century, as will be discussed in the next chapter, but the immediate inspiration for the 17th century artist would have been the engravings, made for Conrad's Amphitheatrum in 1595 and 1602, figs 29-35. These may have been circulated publicly in isolation from the treatise itself, although the images do incorporate their own texts. Apart from their iconic function as polemical discourses, they could also have been used for contemplative exercises. In the first version of the Amphitheatrum of 1595, the circular form of the engravings may signify that they are intended to be mirrors, evoking a meditative state of mind. It seems probable that de Vries' engraving, frontispiece, was even meant to be reflected in a glass mirror and examined by the viewer primarily in this reflection. The mental state produced by extended contemplation of such an image would be similar to that of the trance, induced by the magical practice of scrying, or looking into the astral realms with the aid of mirrors and crystals, as in John Dee's seances with Edward Kelly. It is not coincidental that the philosophical context of these very elaborate late Renaissance illustrations is that of Paracelsian theosophy. They began to appear soon after the publication of Paracelsus Collected. Writings in 1589-90 in the editions of Peter Barna in Basel and in those of John Huser in Cologne, 1589-91, 1603-1605. The first Paracelsian illustrative cycle was produced by Hunroth between 1595 and 1602, and the next, in order of production, may have been Flood's cosmological diagrams, since he claimed to have written most of his macrocosm before. 6. Chapter 1, 1598, and his rich series of illustrations may also have been designed at the same time. The prototype for these Paracelsian eidexical images was John Dee's Monas Hieroglyphica, which appears to be considerably simpler in its form than Conrath's or Flood's pictorial devices. Nevertheless, it was even more complex in the manner of its operation. Dee stated that his Monas had been devised in circa 1558, for it is discussed in aphorism LXC of the Propaedumata Aphoristica, and its image certainly appears on the title page of that treatise. The Monas may be a Paracelsian conceptual construct, since it has not been established by scholars that Dee was interested in occultist ideas prior to the 1560s, although there are traces of Paracelsian pyromancy and Kabbalism in the Propaedumata Aphoristica. Illustrated sequences of alchemical imagery had first appeared in the late 14th century, taking an increasingly sophisticated graphic form towards the end of the 15th. The most beautiful cycle of pictures is that of the early 16th century Splendor Solis by Salomon Trismosin in Venice. Nonetheless, the Paracelsian illustrative cycles of the late 16th and early 17th centuries were substantially different from the earlier examples in both composition and conceptual content. The most obvious contrast is the developed graphic repertoire of the late 16th century with its heightened degree of naturalism. In addition, the increased sensitivity of the late Renaissance artist to the topography of the picture plane enabled him to weave together naturalistic and geometrical elements into a visually and conceptually coherent field. Mikkelspacher's artist, for example, splits the two-dimensional surface of the picture plane into layers of realistic and abstract form, uniting them by means of perspectival geometry. This meant that the picture could be read simultaneously at both the representational and the abstract level, as if the viewer was being presented with a vision of the numinous being implicated within the gross fabric of the natural world. In the Paracelsian context of Conrath's and Flood's alchemical imagery, this compositional structure expressed the essence of their theosophy, in which the physical world was the emanation of the celestial spheres. The second major difference between early and late 16th century alchemical illustrations was that the later imagery could stand independently of the text of the treatise, as seems to have been the case with Conrath's pictures. In other words, imagery of this type was able to. The semiotic structures of Renaissance alchemical imagery, 7, communicate in either an iconic or an indexical form. In both Conrath's and Flood's pictures, however, there was some textual content within the image, helping it to stand freely from the rest of the book. On the other hand, other Paracelsian imagery often has little or no text, such as Mikkelspacher's engravings in his Kabbalah. Whether they contained literary signifiers or not, Paracelsian alchemical engravings were intended to be theosophies. That is, they were meant to promote prolonged contemplation, leading to gnosis, a wisdom inspired by the heavens. The pictures are dense and involved in their iconographical programs, since they are designed to hold the viewer's attention for a prolonged period of time. Earlier alchemical imagery, even that of Salomon Trismosin, is basically a short-hand symbolic system, illustrating, abbreviating and decorating the accompanying text. It is designed to clarify and to deliver information as quickly and pleasurably as possible. Paracelsus had awarded the human imagination a structural role in his theurgy and thereby in his cosmology. He had taught that the human being, as a mirror of the cosmic order, had two bodies, one of which was physical and the other astral. He considered that the imagination was a faculty of the astral body, whose function was related to intellectual and spiritual cognition. It was only due to the existence of the celestial spheres within the human body as its innate astra that the human being could understand the stars. Moreover, since the stars generated all earthly phenomena, therefore, through the astra, it was possible for humans to comprehend all phenomena, both natural and supernatural. Paracelsus conceived of human intelligence as merging with its object of study so that it gained knowledge, not by rational logic, but through an empathetic union with the world, that is, through gnosis. According to Hegel, the Paracelsian universe was a monistic construct in which the world and the human being formed a single identity. Paracelsus had drawn some of his ideas from the Neoplatonic and Kabbalistic myth of Anthropos, the primeval cosmic being who is both the exemplar and the constituent material of the physical universe. This Kabbalistic idea had originated in the Neoplatonic concept of the demi-urge, or anthropos, out of whose macrocosmic body the lesser material world was made, remaining dependent on the stellar arcana, astral virtues in the celestial sphere. 8. Chapter 1. The The semiotic structures of Renaissance alchemical imagery. 9. By means of the imaginative faculty residing in a human's astral body, the supersuelestis corpus, an empathetic union could be attained with cosmic anthropos, a state of being which provided humans with true wisdom. Paracelsus found no contradiction between his concept of a knowledge, intuited with the aid of the heavens, and his parallel assertion that it was necessary to undertake an empirical investigation of natural phenomena in das Licht der Natur. Modernist science would find a degree of conflict between these two modes of gaining knowledge, those of revelation and empirical deduction. Pagel, however, has defended the integrity of Paracelsus' theoretical program, arguing that in the Paracelsian system, the outward manifestations of the light of nature were reflected in the light of human understanding. Paracelsus believed the same celestial light illuminated, created, and sustained nature, as well as the human being at the core of his being. The concept of the light of nature is one of the foundations of Conrad's alchemy, in which he describes an unbroken continuum of illuminated wisdom, incorporating both the practical experience of the natural world as well as the spiritual vision of the mystic. In Paracelsian theosophy, empathetic imagination was not a subjective and therefore negligible factor in human affairs, but a powerful astral force which provided the basis for theurgy and prognostication, as well as for prophecy and mystical inspiration. Consequently, the Paracelsian theosophical system eliminated or diminished the role of the institutionalized Christian church as the interpreter of God's will by means of the canonical scriptures. Replacing external authority, the individual intuition became a more immediate and truer guide to divine knowledge. Even more radically, Paracelsus stated that through the imaginative faculties of the astral body, a human could attain beatific union with God. The influence of Paracelsian theosophy on German pietists such as Valentin Weigel and Johannes Arndt and their subsequent effects on alchemical ideas will be discussed in a later chapter. In the immediate context, it is evident that Paracelsus' concept of the role of the imagination in both magical and spiritual practices would encourage the use of visual imagery. For example, Conrad's Theater of 1595 and 1609 provides a public spectacle for an audience, displaying the actions of eternal wisdom on the physical chemistry of the manifested creation. In Paracelsian terms, Conrad shows how the physical world is united to the divine principle by means of the quintessence or azoth. The Paracelsian azoth was a concept adopted from the late medieval theory of the coelom, a medium between matter and soul, world, and God. In other words, an astral substance, both physical and spiritual in nature. Therefore, it had exactly the same character and the same function as the human imagination in the astral body. Paracelsus had, in fact, stated that the imagination was the coelom in homin. Hence, in Paracelsian chemical theosophy, the quintessence was not only a chemical substance, but also a psychic faculty, that of the imagination, or fantasy. Conrad reiterates precisely the same theosophical concepts in his writings from December 21st, 1595, providing not only instructions for practical and spiritual chemistry, but also, in the amphitheatrum, giving tangible demonstrations of the astral and spiritual faculties. His engravings are intended to excite the imagination of the viewer so that a mystic alchemy can take place through the act of visual contemplation. Conrad's amphitheatrum is a spectaculum, a word related linguistically to that of speculum, a secondary meaning which the reader was undoubtedly intended to retrieve from the original title of the treatise. Hence, Conrad's theater of images, like a mirror, catoptrically reflects the celestial spheres to the human mind, awakening the empathetic faculty of the human spirit which unites through the imagination with the heavenly realms. Thus, the visual imagery of Conrad's treatises has become the alchemical quintessence, the spiritualized matter of the philosophers, stone, transmuting both the human soul and the physical world into gold. It is evident that late Renaissance alchemists were involved in a radical semiotic enterprise, intuiting the possibility of devising a visual signing system which would resolve the dualistic conflict of the European linguistic sign, in which signifier and signified were arbitrarily related. Accordingly, John Dee regarded his Monas Hieroglyphica as a graphic system which was also practical chemistry, Figs. 1718, a metonymic continuum of physical and conceptual alchemy. Alchemy has always been a type of gnosis, a non-rational esoteric philosophy, fully explicable only by its initiates. Fundamentally, an oral system of knowledge, the epistemic changes in alchemical theory cannot be recovered in their entirety by contemporary historians, even from the considerable amount of physical evidence available to them. Problems of interpretation are exacerbated by the fact that there are few immutable meanings for the various symbols, since they have become amplified in the course of their historical use. In Barth's terms, they should be considered as mythic secondary level signifiers, each alchemical sign bearing with it the history of its use. Thus, although dictionaries of alchemical terms, such as Dompernites, are numerous, they have more value as historical artifacts in their own right, rather than as aids to the contemporary historian. The absence of the objective markers provided by oral witness has occasionally produced strange results in contemporary alchemical research, in which scholars may find themselves producing a parallel alchemical treatise to the original text rather than an empirical commentary on it. This happened in the case of Jung, who produced a new school of alchemy, which was as much a continuation of the Paracelsian theosophical tradition as a critique of it. In the psychological approach of the Jungians and Freudians, alchemy is presented as a pernus philosophia of symbolic archetypes and ideas repressed by the rational mind. The misconception in these psychological studies is that it is possible to explain alchemy while disregarding the epistemology of a particular concept. A more cautious iconographic approach may yield at least a partially verifiable rationale for the historical development of alchemical theory. For example, studies such as those of Barbara Obrist and Pamela Smith have demonstrated that alchemy is not a transhistorical myth, but a construct which is culturally produced. Obrist's research is of particular importance to the present argument, since she has explained the reasons for the appearance of elaborate cycles of visual illustration in the late 14th century. It is debatable whether alchemy is an ageless prisca theologia, although important. Elements have remained constant throughout its 2,000 years of history. Perhaps it is more useful to view alchemy as the semiotic structures of Renaissance alchemical imagery. Second, evolving language, which is both a self-contained structure, yet which changes according to the dictates of its own chronological period. In Piaget's definition, a structure has an innate organic integrity and coherence, with a set of intrinsic laws, regulating its dynamic transformations. The present study aims to demonstrate the operation of some of the geometric and optical signifiers, which facilitated communication between the Renaissance alchemist and his audience. Chapter 2. Geometry and Astrology in Late Medieval and Early Renaissance Alchemy. Alchemical geometry in the Renaissance can be described as passive or operative, either using geometrical structures to organize information into tabulations, circular formats or tree-like structures, or, as in the case of pseudo-Lulian alchemy, employing a mobile computational system. Another, more complex type of alchemical geometry emerged in the late 16th century, based on optical and perspectival diagrams which interrelated Pythagorean geometry, optical science, Paracelsian alchemy, and Kabbalism. By the 15th century, European alchemists had several goals, namely chemical work on matter to remove its impurities, spiritual work to redeem their own souls, and finally, a practical medical purpose. From the late 14th century, they were also attempting to develop a visual signing system which could express paradox, specifically the concept of the union of opposites. Their semiotic quest was based on a pantheistic intuition which had accompanied alchemy from its origins in late Hellenistic culture. The pagan alchemists had believed that matter was pervaded by spirit, since the world was God's emanation in a perpetual cycle of creation, dissolution, and re-to-creation. Matter and spirit thus formed one essential identity. In the 14th century, Arnauld of Villanova and John of Rupescissa had also introduced a new medical purpose into the traditional alchemical theories of transmutation. Subsequently, alchemists sought not only to create the philosopher's stone, they also ventured on another equally urgent quest, which was to produce the universal panacea, said to be composed of the quintessence, which had been described by Aristotle as a mean between matter and spirit, out of which the heavenly spheres were formed. The introduction of a medical purpose into alchemy also necessitated a more refined use of astrological data in order to correlate the laboratory work with the influences of the stars, on the model, thus, of the circulating heavens governing the seasons of nature. The alchemical process was conceptualized as being a circular process. Pagan alchemists of the Christian era, such as Zosimos, subscribed to Gnostic and Hermetic beliefs that the human soul could rise to a higher level through meditative practices and esoteric rituals. The alchemists transposed this mystical idea into chemistry, whereby, in the course of refining his materials, the operator simultaneously purified his own being and united with God. A related Orphic and Pythagorean concept was that of the soul's reincarnation and immortality. In a similar manner, alchemists conceptualized matter as being reborn during the chemical work in a higher incarnation of its former corrupted self. Hence, the Hellenistic alchemists adopted the Gnostic symbol of the Ouroboros, a snake holding its tail in its mouth, to represent the infinite circle of time. By the late Hellenistic period, alchemy was conceived as being a circular process which began with perfection, the origins of matter in God, and ended in perfection, the spiritualized matter produced by the alchemist. Hence, the geometric form of the circle was the fundamental signifier of alchemy, another basic tenet of Hellenistic Hermeticism and alchemy in the first Christian centuries was that of the unity and dynamic interaction between God and human, spirit and matter, heaven and earth, body and soul. It was believed that God enacted his will on the earth through the agency of the stellar spheres and planets. In alchemy, the interrelationship of spirit and matter was represented by the marriage of the sun and the moon, spirit with matter, whose offspring was the philosopher's stone of the medieval alchemists. Its essential form was the perfect circle, insusceptible to the corrupting effects of natural transmutation. Astrology was an essential component of alchemical practice since alchemy, as a mirror of nature, was similarly affected by stellar influences. The medieval Jewish Kabbalistic text, the Zohar, also stressed the necessity of watching the activity of the heavens in order to understand the course of human affairs. The medieval alchemists, especially the pseudo-Lullians of the 15th century, emphasized the need to correlate their chemical work with the motions of the planets and the signs of the zodiac. By the early 16th century, Paracelsus was teaching that the efficacy of alchemical medications was totally dependent on their concordance with the healing virtues emanating from the stars. The interdependency and unity between macrocosm and microcosm had been summarized in the late Alexandrian text of the Emerald Table, attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, circa 2nd century AD, which became the iconic statement of the alchemists: that which is above is like to that which is below. The subject of this verse is an unidentified entity, stated to be the child of the moon, which is carried in the womb of the wind. It rises to the heavens above and sinks down again to the earth repeatedly. The Emerald Table became an appropriate description of the alchemical process with the subsequent invention of the chemical still. Zosimos had discovered distillation in circa 300 AD, but it was the Arabs who developed the full procedure in the 7th century. 14. In Arabic and medieval European alchemy, the Emerald Table came to be regarded as a metaphor of the circular process of distillation in which the volatile spirits were repeatedly separated by heat from the material dregs and reunited with them. When the spirits were deemed to be sufficiently purified, they were conducted into a separate container, while the materials left in the flask were calcinated and purified, eventually being reunited with the spirits. Hence, the volatile spirits left the dregs of dead matter, in the same manner as the human soul left the body at death. So too, they were returned to the matter, just as in Christian belief, the soul rejoined the body at the last judgment. The process of distillation thus symbolized both death and resurrection, as well as the union of macro and microcosm. A pantheistic current, promoting the concept of a union between spirit and matter, entered medieval alchemy from the mystical system of divine numbers invented by Pythagoras. He believed that the original ideal numbers existed eternally in the mind of God who created the world by means of their emanation from the monad to the decad. Therefore, mathematical knowledge provided a direct link with God, since the human soul was constituted from pure number. The sacred numbers were the skeletal structure of manifestation, and they could be interpreted as taking a corresponding geometrical form: 1 equal to point, 2 equal to line, 3 triangle, plane, 4 cube, third dimension. Pythagoras considered that the ideal numbers realize themselves in a material form by means of a trinitarian dialectic. In this process, the monad produced the dyad, their opposition being resolved in the ternary, which produced the quaternary, the sequence continuing through the rest of the numbers to the decad. Pythagoras also developed a system of mathematical ratios to explain the order of creation, obtaining these from a musical model that of the monochord, which he believed to be generated by the motions of the stellar spheres and planets. Arabian scholars translated many of the late Hellenistic, Neoplatonic, Neo-Pythagorean, and Hermetic treatises, and through Latin translations from the Arabic in the late 12th century, some ideas were transmitted to the West. In the early medieval period, the Christian philosopher, geometry and astrology, 17. Boethius produced an influential doctrine based on Pythagorean geometry and arithmetic, which he expounded in his De Institutione Musica and De Institutione Arithmetica. These works laid the foundation of medieval scholarship, and his ideas supplied the parameters for the world view of the medieval period. Due to Boethius, Pythagorean mathematics, geometry, and music were introduced into the medieval universities, becoming the lingua franca of European science and art. This mystical ideology was a major constituent of the liberal arts curriculum, lying uneasily alongside Aristotelian natural philosophy. However, it was not until the late 14th and early 15th centuries that the conceptual influence of Pythagorean geometry could be discerned in an alchemical context. It made its first appearance in a novel type of alchemical imagery in the late 14th century, far more complex than earlier Hellenistic and Arabic graphic ciphers, since the new illustrations involved the whole sequence of pictorial imagery. In addition to figurative and narrative elements, the visual forms also involved geometrical schemes, though they lacked finesse in design and graphic skill. Such crude geometries, accompanying equally rough symbolic figures, are first encountered in the untitled alchemical treatise of Gryphius and in another work by alchemist Constantinus, Le Livre des Secrets de Madame Alchemy, but in these two treatises. The geometrical structures are little more than frames for the figurative imagery. In her investigation of the origins of alchemical illustration, Obrist argued that the function of these visual forms was rhetorical. They were a strategy devised to counter the arguments of the scholastics who concurred with Aristotle in maintaining that a substance could not change species. In the Aristotelian definition, species constituted distinct orders which could not interchange their formal qualities. Therefore, since the different metals belonged to different species, lead could not turn into gold. This scholastic argument completely invalidated the whole alchemical enterprise. In response, alchemists produced a rhetorical device, permitting them to ignore such pedestrian objections. They proved the truth of alchemy by means of pictures which aimed to confuse reality with its painted simulacrum. In addition, alchemical illustrators appropriated Christian iconography, deliberately conflating alchemical imagery with the sacred visions of the saints. In this manner, the alchemists moved their theories from the ground of scholastic debate to that of the unquestionable truths of the Christian faith. Another major development in alchemical visual imagery took place in the early 15th century, when a complex geometry intended as a practical device was created by pseudo-Lullian alchemists. These were a group of anonymous writers working under the name of the Catalan mystic Ramon Lull, although he had not accepted the claims of alchemy and had never discussed the subject. Regardless of this fact, in the late 14th century, the first unillustrated text appeared under his name in Catalonia. Transported to northern Italy, the older texts were translated from the vernacular into Latin, and new ones were produced, with the first alchemical Lullian geometries appearing in the 1430s to 1440s, Figs 4-7. The original Lullian art, invented in circa 1272, had been designed as a system of logic using visual computational figures. The diagrams were intended to be cut from paper and constructed into a mobile calculator, fastened in the middle with string. The pseudo-Lullians, similarly, appropriated the Lullian tabulations, which had recorded the computations of the letters of the alphabet, and they also employed Lullian tree diagrams. The alphabet performed a symbolic function representing the various objects of discourse, a device which Lull had encountered in the Kabbalistic alphabets of Abraham Abulafia in 13th century Spain. There are three main ideas in pseudo-Lullian theory, those of circularity, motion, and of the medium between opposites, all of which originate in Aristotle's theory of the four elements. In his text on coming, to, be, and passing away, Aristotle had demonstrated that the changing nature of the world was the result of the constant transmutation of the elements into one another. Since each element had two qualities, fire had heat, and dryness, therefore, opposites united by moving through their common quality, for example, fire turning into water by passing through the quality of dryness shared with earth, and then through the quality of coldness, which earth shared with water. In the medieval period, Aristotle's theory was pictured as a square with the elements placed at the four corners, the Geometry and Astrology 19th. Opposites being laid out across the diagonals, figure 3, around the edges of the square, the mutations took place in a circular motion. Hence, the symbolic picture of the alchemical process was not only that of a circle, but also that of the squaring of the circle. The same idea is subsequently encountered in George Ripley's compound of alchemy as well, as in Michael Meyer's emblem XLVEI in the Atalanta Fusions, figure 39. Since this geometrical feat cannot be accomplished in Euclidean geometry, therefore, the concept of the squaring of the circle came to signify any process which could be accomplished only by means of divine intervention. In fact, it became a generic sign for the alchemical process itself, and Meyer produced a treatise based on this idea, De Circulo Physico, Quadrato, Oppenheim, Luca Genis, 1616, which was an account of the role of the sun in the making of potable gold. In alchemical theory, the squaring of the circle was a monistic concept since it implied that nature, signified by the square of the four elements, was God, signified by the perfect circle. Perhaps unwittingly, the pseudo-Lullian alchemists introduced a material pantheism into their conceptual structures, thereby transgressing Catholic dogma which abhorred any identification of nature with God. Lull himself had encountered the same heresy in the design of his original geometry in the 1270s based on the number 4, causing him to produce another model in the 1290s based on a Trinitarian structure. Whichever numerology was employed in the Lallian art, it radically altered the metaphysical universe conceptualized by the system. Lull's numerology of 3 represented the conventional Christian image of the triune God, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, in his alchemical mirror as soul, matter, spirit, while the numerology based on 4 represented matter, the 4 elements. In the Ars Compendiosa of the 1270s, the first Lullian scheme consisted of a series of diagrams based on the figura animae A, representing the soul. They took the form of a number of concentric circles, around whose circumference Lull placed the names of the dignities of God such as Magnitudo or Bonitas, as established by Neoplatonic Christian doctrine, figure 4. In the middle of each circle, there were located 4 overlapping squares signifying the physical elements. God was then allocated 16 dignities, 4 times 4, at the edges of the circle to accord with the inner squares. The conceptual outcome was that God was given the form of matter, figure 5, pseudo-Lullian version. It seems probable that in order to conform to Catholic orthodoxy, Lull changed his geometrical system to one corresponding with the Augustinian theory of exemplarism. In this Neoplatonic system, nature is a mirror of God and, thus, displays his Trinitarian form without being any part of God himself. In his Ars Inventiva Veritatis, 1289-90, Lull produced a new circular diagram of the figura animae, computed this time by 3 triangles, 3 times 3, with God being awarded 9 dignities. This symbolically expressed the nature of God as pure spirit in the 3 persons of the Holy Trinity, figure 6, pseudo-Lullian version, 26. The second fundamental figure of the art was the circle of the figura T, which correlated the figura A by means of a set of qualifying categories. It was always provided with triangles in order to perform its computing function, figure 7. On the inner circles were written the names of various aspects of the subject of investigation, and a formulated set of questions addressed the various issues. The overlapping quadrangles in the first version of the art in the 1270s, or triangles in the second version of the 1290s, computed the answers. The pseudo-Lullian alchemists were little affected by Lull's theological problems, since they used both of his numerological systems interchangeably, applying whichever geometry best suited their immediate purpose, figs 5, 6. In fact, pseudo-Lullian alchemy, for all its heretical connotations, flourished above all other types throughout the 15th and into the early 16th century. Its attraction undoubtedly lay in the possibility of building the diagrams as conceptual play, things. Pseudo-Lullian diagrams appeared to rationalize alchemy, laying open to human sight a map, or vademecum, of the necessary procedures. Lullian geometries influenced some of the engravings in Conrad's Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Athenae, figure 33, as well as illustrations produced for Oswald Kroll, Johann Melius, Jacob Boehme, and other alchemists. Agrippa, in his De Occulta Philosophia, 1533, was an influential force in the further dispersal and development of Lullian ideas in the early 16th century, 27, and in the same years, Pantheus of Venice introduced Kabbalism into the Lullian geometry of his Vorkadumia, 1530, using complicated Latin alphabetical systems, magical ciphers, and Kabbalistic Hebrew letters and names. Pantheus made a significant amendment to the basic Lullian figura A by turning it into a static diagram, more like a geometry and astrology. 21. Map with 4 compass points, then a computational device, figure 8, 28. John Dee obtained a large number of Lullian and pseudo-Lullian treatises, as well as the Vorkadumia, but he rejected this system in favor of Kabbalism and Catoptrics for his own Monas Hieroglyphica. Although, according to Clucas, Dee employed Lullian geometry for his angelic magic. Dee's alchemical collaborator, Edward Kelly, was strongly influenced by the pseudo-Lullians and by their English follower George Ripley, whose works also appear in Dee's library. In the late 15th century, George Ripley, Canon of Bridlington, active 1450 to 1490, introduced pseudo-Lullian alchemy into England, dispersing these ideas through his Cantilena, De Lapide Philosophorum, Seu de Finis, 32. In his later treatise, the Duodecim Portae, first published in England as the Compound of Alchemy in 1590. 1. Ripley devised an alchemical topography which translated the original Lullian computational circles into a geographical map. He described a castle with 12 doors, which had to be negotiated by a circular sea to voyage. Both the castle and the circular journey represented the pseudo-Lullian alchemical circles. Ripley speaks of turning the wheel to take a course into the 4 corners of the earth, visualizing the alchemist as a helmsman on a ship and the alchemical process as an expedition across the oceans. His wheel signified the Aristotelian square of the 4 elements, figure 3, 33. Ripley obtained his idea of the rotation of the elements from the pseudo-Lullians, making statements such as, "But first of these elements make thou rotation, and to water thy earth turn first of all. Altitude, latitude, and profundite. By Wyke Algate's turn we must our wheel, knowing. Thy entrance in the west shall be, thy passage forth into the north, if thou do well." On the model of Ripley's Duodecim Portae, Michael Meyer described similar alchemical voyages around a Lullian alchemical circle in the Cantilenae Intellectualis, 1617, Viatorium, 1618, and Tripus Aureus, 1618, 36. Ripley's probable disciple Thomas Norton was similarly influenced by pseudo-Lullian alchemy, producing one of the most important Renaissance alchemical treatises, the Ordinal of Alchemy, begun in 1470. 7. Dee transcribed a copy of this text in his own hand in 1577 and had it bound in purple velvet, Bodleian. Library, Miss Ashmole, 57. According to Ashmole, Meyer came to England in 1611 specifically to learn English so that he could translate Norton's treatise into Latin for his compendium of alchemical texts, the Tripus Aureus, Frankfurt, 1618. Norton also referred to the importance of geometry in his alchemical theory, but he developed this idea much further than either the pseudo, Lullians, or Ripley. In fact, although Norton's ordinal is related conceptually to the work of Ripley, it is very different in tone and structure from any of Ripley's texts. Norton carries the authority of a learned university scholar, and his alchemical claims are supported by discursive comments which evidence a much wider philosophical background. He was not the first English alchemist to advocate the use of geometry in alchemy since in the 13th century. Roger Bacon, in his Mirror of Alchemy, had noted the applicability of geometry and mathematics to alchemy. Norton, however, was the first to recommend taking recourse to all 7 liberal arts. In this, his direct influence was Boethius, and he mentions Pythagorean musicology, specifically the tonal structures of the diapason, diapente, and diatessaron. Most important in the context of the present study, Norton advised the alchemist to use science perspective. When Boethius sighed, tu numeris elementa ligas, loin your elementus musically, for ij causes, one is for melody, wish ther accordis will make, to your minda the true effect when that ye shalafinde and al, so for like diapason with diapente and with diatessaron, with ipate paton and lekanos muse d, with accordis which in musica de used with ther proportions cos and harmonie, much like proportions be in alchemy, with astrology eoin elementis also, to fortune ther washingis as thigh go, and science perspective, gevith gret uidens to al the ministers of this science. British Library MS ad. 10, 302/12. Norton also emphasized the importance of astrology in alchemical work. A copy of his ordinal in British Library MS 10, 302, circa 1490, includes a diagram of astrological calculations, F67 V. In the late 14th century, another important theoretical interrelation between astrology and alchemy was developed in the work of John of Rupasisa. In his De Consideratione Quintessenti, circa 1370, Rupasisa described the properties of an elixir of life, a fiery water, which he called the coelum, or quintessence, a union of 2 antagonistic principles. He adapted Aristotelian physical theory to a medical purpose, regarding his coelum as being the universal panacea. While modern chemists would identify the substance as alcoholic spirits, earlier alchemists preferred to award Rupasisa's panacea a spiritual significance far greater than that of a chophoric beverage. Consequently, his life-giving elixir was appropriated by the pseudo-Lullians to become the foundation of their own alchemical practice. By the late 16th century, the concept of the coelum was merging with that of the Paracelsian flamma vitalis, the fiery virtue in the air produced by the sun's rays. Drawing on the work of Rupasisa, Paracelsus described the 5th essence as the vital spirit of life in his De Natura Rerum, Archidoxis, and De Vita Longa, among other texts. In the volume In Medicinae Paramirum, circa 1520, he defined the fiery virtue as an in astrale, originating in the celestial bodies, while in the Liber Azoth he spoke of the astral virtue as a fire, or a vital saltpeter, or nitre. Through pseudo-Lullian texts, the followers of Paracelsus related the Paracelsian stellar fire to that of Rupasisa's coelum, specifically Blaise Vigenere, 1520. 3 to 1596, in his Discourse of Fire and Salt, 1608, Vigenere described the life, giving property in air as a vital sulfur, or fire and salt, stating that these were the basic components of saltpeter. Peter Severinus, 15,421,602, physician to the Danish court, related the properties of the thunder to that of saltpeter. Another Paracelsian, Gerhard Dorn, borrowed directly from Rupasisa's original text for his description of the vital properties of air in his Chymisticum Artificii, 1569. John Dee owned copies of Rupasisa's original treatise, in one instance bound together with Paracelsus, Wunder Arznei, and he also acquired various works by Dorn, including the Chymisticum Artificii. According to Debus, it was the Paracelsian chemists of the early 17th century who developed the specific theory of the vital saltpeter in air, with Joseph Duchesne, Quercetinus, producing the full theory. By the year 1600, it had become a basic part of the Paracelsian tradition to speak of the vital air, or more specifically, the flamma vitalis, or the vital aerial sulfur. Kunrath integrated Rupasisa's quintessence into his own theoretical program as the Paracelsian Azoth. This ethereal fire increased in significance from its first mention in his Amphitryon of 1595, becoming the main subject of De Igne Magorum, circa 1602 to 1604. Kunrath also commented extensively on the azoth in his second Amphitetrum of 1609, identifying it with the magnesia and with Christ. He also employed Rupasis's term for the quintessence, calling it the kalim, stating that it corresponded to the Kabbalistic Shamaim, the original substance used by the Ruah, Elohim, Christ as creator God, in the formation of the world. Indeed, Kunrath expanded Rupasis's astrological medicine into a Christocentric alchemical cosmogenesis. 15th and early 16th alchemical manuscripts and printed books had pictured the celestial virtue as the fall of a heavenly dew, or ros coeli, onto the earth. An illustration of this process, transformed geometry and astrology, 25, into a Kabbalistic symbol, is also encountered in the engraving of the archetypos. In Kunrath's Amphitetrum, 1595, figure 33. At the top of the illustration, God appears in the form of his Hebrew name, the Tetragrammaton, showering his divine virtues onto the flames of aspiring souls. The original concept of the dew of heaven had been developed and dispersed by an influential alchemical text of the late 14th century, the Rosarium Philosophorum. This was composed of quotations from the master alchemists of the Middle Ages, organized into a sequential account of the alchemical process with additional commentaries. Illustrations had been added to the text by circa 1400, although it also continued to be issued without the pictures, the pictorial versions being known as the Rosarium cum figuris. The iconographic sequence remained constant between manuscript and printed versions, of which the first appeared in Lyons in 1504. The Rosarium did not refer to Rupasis's coelum, since it was based on the medieval Aristotelian tradition. In the Rosarium, the picture of the dew of heaven illustrates the final stages of the alchemical work, that of the Ablutio vel Mundificatio, a series of purifications, figure 9. The image depicts a dead hermaphrodite, signifying the incomplete philosopher's stone being washed by a heavenly efflux. The text cites the Arabian alchemist Senior, who explains that the gross residues require purification on the departure of the volatile spirits. Later on, an anonymous philosopher is made to comment on the alchemical axiom, wash Latona and burn your books. Latona was the mother of Apollo and Diana, gods of the sun and moon. Some of the aphorisms in the last section of the Rosarium became the subject of Meyer's emblems in the Atalanta Fusions, 1618, including the washing of Latona in emblem 11. This provides evidence of Meyer's interest in the subject of the celestial virtue, and it should be noted that he also refers to catoptrics in the same treatise. The text of the Rosarium states that the black ashes should be supplied with humiditas to remove their impurities. The author identifies humiditas with the azoth. The washing of the stone is followed by another picture, depicting the soul returning from heaven to the inert body of the hermaphrodite. This alchemical process is described as anime jubilatio seo orto seo sublimatio. At this stage, the reader is informed, the fire should be stoked up and the chemicals heated, calcinated, albified, whitened, and otherwise processed. Most notably, the Rosarium connects these events with Aristotle's theory of the rotation of the elements, which is interpreted as being a process of chemical refinement. But the text also relates this work to the account in Genesis 1, where the Spirit of God is described as moving over the waters in the first days of creation. Hence, the idea being expressed in this section of text is that the celestial dew contains the vivifying quality required to animate and perfect the philosopher's stone. The alchemist Alanus is cited on the livid, metallic, viscous qualities of this celestial fluid, which surprisingly resembles gross chemical mercury. 5. In the next section of the Rosarium, Aristotle is made to state that nullum tingens venenum generator absque sole eis umbra, id destuxor, which became the subject of Meyer's emblem XLV in the Atalanta Fusions, figure 39. The commentary in the Rosarium explains that the process of sublimation consists of removing the purest parts from the feces of impure matter so that they may attain the quintessential virtue. The accompanying illustration pictures the soul departing once again from the body to allow the ashes to undergo further purification. Geometry and astrology, 27. The most important illustration in the Rosarium appears near the end of the treatise in a section concerning illuminatio, which could provide evidence for the use of solar rays in late medieval alchemy. The picture shows a blazing sun, either rising out of a grave or falling into it, figure 10, although the accompanying text makes no clear reference to the use of sun, light, yet in its discussion of the perfect nature of gold, there may be a hidden allusion to this process. The reader is required to undertake a geometrical exercise involving the form of the circle, which is also said to be that of the sun, the dominating astral body. Plus, the sun is described as giving his light to the stars, planets, and moon. This solar theme continues into the next stage of the process, that of multiplicatio, which is the augmentation of the powers of the stone. The illustration of dew falling onto the dead hermaphrodite ray appears, figure 9, and Geber is quoted on the multiplication of the Solaris Medicinae, potable gold. The reader is instructed to project the elixir of gold, or of the sun's rays perhaps, repeatedly over the ashes. The final process in the Rosarium is that of revificatio, which completes the making of the philosopher, is stone, and is signified by a picture of the soul returning to the body from heaven. A common factor in all these alchemical theories, those of Pseudo-Lull, Ripley, Norton, and the Rosarium, is that the celestial virtue, occasionally related to the sun's rays, is often conceptualized by geometrical paradigms. It may be concluded that the geometry of these alchemical treatises signifies the use of astrology, which is wholly dependent on mathematics and geometry. Out of this general historical context, John Dee was to devise a more specific deployment of the astral virtues in alchemy by means of scholastic optical theory and astronomy, and subsequently by the Kabbalah. Chapter 3. The influence of medieval optics on Renaissance alchemy. The science of optics involves the study of light, rays, both in their effects on the human eye and also in their reflective and refractive behavior on objects such as glass, crystal prisms, mirrors, water, the atmosphere, and the effects of distance. This scientific study had been initiated by Greek pre-Socratic philosophers such as Empedocles, and it was substantially extended by Arabian opticians, most especially Avicenna, Alhazen, and Al-Kindi. In the Middle Ages, optics was also given the name perspective, but from the late Renaissance, this term was also used to describe the geometrical construction of an illusionistic three-dimensional space on a two-dimensional surface. In the West, optics was developed by 14th century scholastics such as Bacon, Whitlow, Occam, and Peckham, following Arabian models, in particular those of Alhazen's optics and Al-Kindi's De Radiis Stellarum. Medieval optical theories provided the foundation for John Dee's natural philosophy, specifically for his ideas concerning the radiation of light, rays, and the effects of the stellar and planetary influences on the Earth. He devised a practical application for the occult powers of the celestial bodies by means of catoptrics, which are described in his Propedeuomata Aphoristica 1558 and Monas Hieroglyphica 1564. The main historical influence on both pragmatic and theurgic optical theories had been Plato, who had attributed the role of sight with a spiritual and practical function, basing his ideas on Empedocles' concept of the inner fire of the eye. Plato, in the Theaetetus 153e, 156ae, stated that the fire within the eye produces a light which unites with the sun's rays to form a single body of light. In contrast, an empirical interpretation of human vision was produced by Euclid in his treatise on optics, but he continued to believe, like Plato, that there existed a visual ray in the form of a cone of light, rays emanating directly from the eye to illuminate its object. The ancient Greek extramissionist theory of light, rays, was the model, used at the schools of Chartres and Paris until the 12th century. Galenic medicine similarly encouraged this particular explanation of Sion. In the early medieval Arab world, a quite different concept of the relationship between light and vision was developed in Baghdad by the mathematician, astronomer, and optician Ibn al-Haytham, known as Alhazen, born circa 965. His optical ideas replaced the older extramissionist theories and became the most important influence on post-Chartrean Western optics. Alhazen, following Avicenna, rejected Euclid's notion of a light, ray produced by the eye, devising instead a model of vision as being the result of light entering the eye from the natural world. These light, rays manifested in a geometrical form as cones of light, figure 11. John Dee procured several copies of Alhazen's optics, but, according to Cluley, he was more influenced by an earlier Arabian philosopher, Al-Kindi, whose treatise De Radiis Stellarum was the source of his ideas concerning astral emanation in the Propedeuomata Aphoristica. Like the other Arabian opticians, Al-Kindi related optical theory with astrology. Meanwhile, in the parallel context of metaphysics, there existed an explanation of natural light as a divine emanation of God's own self. Plotinus in the Enneads, 2nd century AD, related the two formally distinct theories of the light emanating from the eye and the rays produced by the sun. In his philosophical system, light became the creative power of God, an act of seeing which generated the physical world as his own reflection. Mostly due to his influence, the Jewish Zohar explained in optical terms the statement from Genesis 1:3, and God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. The Zohar commented, the influence of medieval optics on Renaissance alchemy 31. This is the primal light which God made. It is the light of the eye. This light God showed to Adam, and by means of it, he was enabled to see from end to end of this world. On these Neoplatonic and Kabbalistic models, Flood devised his own Christianized image of the creative eye, of God in the microcosm, Utrius Cosmi, Historia, 1619-1621. From the internal evidence of his writings, it is probable that Flood was influenced by Hunrath, who had earlier evolved an alchemical cosmos of light in his Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae. Conrath's own source of inspiration was the image of eternal wisdom in the form of light in the Old Testament Book of Wisdom 11:2-1. In his last treatise, De Ignimagorum, circa 1602 to 1604, he also reviewed the ancient religions, such as Zoroastrianism, which had venerated God in the form of light and fire. In reality, these historical beliefs had been more complex than Conrath supposed, since, for the Zoroastrians, light was only one principle coexistent eternally with that of darkness. A similar dualistic position was held by the medieval Manichaeans and Cathars, who believed in a luminous deity trapped in an evil material world, causing them to reject natural phenomena as irredeemable enemies of the spirit. Variant accounts of these two eternal principles of light and darkness pervaded the symbols of medieval alchemy, but it was left to Robert Fludd to admit the full logic of the ontological anxieties concerning the nature of the divine. In a bold, but not altogether heretical, gesture, he produced a unique alchemical image in the Medicina Catholica, Frankfurt, William Pfizer, 1629-31, which promoted the idea that light and darkness were two dispositions of the same God, figure 50. In response to Gnostic qualms concerning the nature of absolute being, Christianity produced a symbol of Christ as the one pure light, an image which was developed into a Christian tenet by St. Augustine, a former Manichaean. Influenced by Neoplatonism, Augustine also created an aesthetic in which divine light manifested in the natural world as absolute beauty. Another image incorporated into early Christian iconography was adapted from the late Roman cult of Mithras, a dualistic cosmogony of light and darkness. Christ was occasionally given the Mithraic title of Sol Invictus. Similarly, contemporary late Alexandrian Neoplatonists and Hermeticists identified the sun with the divine first principle. Thus, Asclepius had regarded the sun as the transmitter of God's beneficence to the earth, nullifying the effects of the negative demonic powers. Subsequently, the Neoplatonist Dionysios the Areopagite propagated a Christian image of the sun as representing the quality of God's divine intelligence. In the 7th century, Isidore of Seville integrated Christian and Neoplatonic conceptions of the sun with those of natural philosophy in his treatise on nature. Other sources for Isidore's imagery of the sun were late Hellenistic texts, which had interpreted the ancient gods as signifying different aspects of the one divine being, such as Cornutus in De Natura Deorum or Hyginus on the stellar constellations in his Fabulae. The most important source, however, for the development of the subsequent identity of Sun and Christ was Macrobius in the Saturnalia, who ventured to prove that all gods were subsumed by the sun as the sole absolute deity. Isidore Christianized Macrobius' analogical interpretations and developed them into a cosmogenesis. The sun became Christ's modus operandi, whereby he conferred life and health on the world. 15:3-19. Thereby, Isidore inspired a lineage of medieval texts which implicated the sun into Christ's role as creator. The lines of Isidore's account of the sun are found in the French Ovid Moralici of the early 14th century and in the 15th century Latin commentary, the Reductorium Morale by Petrus Barcorius on chapter 15 of Ovid's De Natura Deorum. These texts provided an analogical commentary on Ovid's poem concerning the nature of the pagan gods, regarding them as being various attributes of Christ. Another significant influence on this medieval exegetical tradition was the late antique Fulgentius, whose Fables of the Gods became a popular secular work in the 15th century, frequently illustrated. During the Florentine revival of classical learning in the 15th century, the Neoplatonic philosophers Ficino, Pico della Mirandola, and, later, Campanella in the early 16th century engaged with Hermetic ideas of the sacred and magical attributes of the physical sun, influenced by the theurgic Hermeticism of Iamblichus, Psellus, Porphyry, as well as by the earlier Orphic poems. Ficino in De Triplici Vitae, 1489, developed talismanic and magical rituals invoking the beneficial attributes of the sun, stars, and planets. The recent research of Michael Allen into Ficino's Pythagorean numerology has revealed his interest in optical geometry as a theurgic device, enabling the spirit of the magus to act as a mirror of the idola flowing from animate and inanimate objects. Effectively, the mental planes of the magus, like mirror surfaces, were programmed by geometrical formulae corresponding to the various astral forces. Sogni, in his study of John Dee's Monas Hieroglyphica, has concluded that Ficino's theurgy was as significant in its influence on Dee's magical practices as were medieval scholastic sources. Since the ancient imagery of the sun had already acquired a Christian meaning by this period, therefore, Ficino's magical operations involving the solar rays had a particularly numinous potency. His method, however, was a misapplied semiotic system. That is, he reified immaterial metaphors by means of false analogies between the abstract sign and its supposedly physical referent. In other words, the conceptual contents of a sign were regarded as being a physical reality. In the same way, Fludd's Kabbalistic alchemy and medicine in his Philosophia Sacra, 1626, relied for its effect on the reification of a metaphorical sequence in which the sun was personified as the demiurge, the eye of God, the altar of Christ as the Kabbalistic Messiah, as well as the primal medicine. Flood's sun, based medicine, like Ficino's astrological talismanic magic, was based on a semiotic fallacy concerning the ontological status of similitude within a sign. Due to this unconscious process of reification in mystical symbols, it is not surprising to find the idea of the divinity of light also influencing late medieval experimental optics, otherwise a dour and sober science. In particular, Robert Grosseteste created an optical theory which was based not on the Greeks and Arabs, but on Platonic mysticism. In fact, Grosseteste's Treatise de l'As, written in the 14th century, was modeled on Plato's cosmology in the Timaeus, which had described a process of creation effected by means of light, fire, and geometric measure. Grosseteste related Platonic cosmology with optical theories concerning the emanation of physical light. Thus, he stated, light was the first corporeal form, multiplying itself from a single point in all directions, whereby it formed a sphere, and within it there arose matter. In the subsequent stages of the cosmic creation, there were a series of differentiations in physical matter according to the Pythagorean mode of number, measure, and proportion. Flood mentions Grosseteste in his Utrius Cosmi, Historia, 1619, and even illustrates his cosmogenesis in a magnificent visual image, figure 46. This engraving shows the dove of the Holy Spirit emerging from the primal, divine word fiat, encircling the dark void with a ring of light. 2. Plus Flood, like Plato and Grosseteste, thought that matter was condensed light, and he also concurred with them in distinguishing between its material form and the incorporeal light of intelligence emanating directly from the mind of God. Similarly, medieval opticians such as Grosseteste and Withello influenced one of Flood's contemporaries, Jacob Boehme, 1575 to 1624, the Protestant German theosophist, who described a remarkable theogony of light in his treatise Aurora, 1612, in which the natural light of the sun became the body of the redeeming Son of God. John Dee also referred to Grosseteste's idea of the creative action of light in his Propediumata Aphoristica, but he relied more on Al-Kindi and Roger Bacon for the specific details of his astronomy. Both French and Cluny have argued that Dee revived the knowledge of scholastic, scientific, and mathematical ideas in an age whose main intellectual interest lay in humanism, to the neglect of the older medieval empirical sciences. Against this argument is the case put by Mordecai Feingold, which evidences the continuing strength of the scholastic mathematical tradition in English Renaissance universities. In addition, Shoni's recent examination of Ficino's influence on December, specifically that of Ficino's astral magic and his related optical interests, necessitates some modification of Cluny's claim for scholastic philosophy as being Dee's most important resource prior to the 1560s. Partly from the evidence of Dee's library, Cluny had argued that Roger Bacon, mid-12th century, was Dee's major preceptor. For his astronomical theory, additional ideas being drawn from the Arabs, Grosseteste, Withello, and John Peckham. It may be that further investigation by Shony will lead to a re-assessment of Cluny's argument. Dee had a great interest in catoptrics, as is demonstrated in Roberts and Watson. His catalog of his library, which contains many Arabic and scholastic resources. Catoptrics was a branch of the science optics initiated by the ancient Greeks and defined by Archimedes as the study of the refraction and reflection of light, rays by mirrors or prisms, the incendiary properties of parabolic mirrors which collected and focused the rays of the sun, had already been known in the 6th century AD by philosophers such as Anthemius of Thrace. In the medieval period, 36. Chapter 3. Roger Bacon, in particular, dispersed and popularized catoptrical science through his treatise De Speculis Comburentibus. These optical theories were important for the development of Dee's astronomy, but there was one particular idea which may also have affected Dee's alchemy. Bacon had stated in De Multiplication Speciorum, that every point on a luminous or colored body sent forth the image of its visible qualities, as species in a succession of multiplications which were transmitted through a medium such as light or air to the eye of the viewer. Another widely read 14th century optician, John Peckham, had modeled his ideas of the emanation of species on those of Alhazen and Bacon. Such medieval optical, astronomical, and theurgical resources were collected together and systematized for practical application by Dee, who was a mathematician, technologist, educator, and medical practitioner, as well as a magician, alchemist, and necromancer. In circa 1556, he began to engage in the study of medieval optics, an interest recorded in his library catalog, which included 3 manuscripts of Al-Kindi's De Radius Stellarum, along with the works of many other optical theorists. Cluny has described the years 1548 to 1558 as being Dee's Aristotelian phase, 36, whereas in the later stages of his career, Hermeticism, Kabbalah, and Neoplatonism played a much larger role than scholasticism. It is well known that in Dee's immediate circle there was a highly developed astronomical interest. For example, the mathematician Thomas Digges was a friend and pupil. Another associate with an equal interest in optics was the mathematician and astronomer Thomas Harriot, 1560 to 1621, a member of the circle at Sion House of Henry Percy. The influence of medieval optics on Renaissance alchemy, 37, Earl of Northumberland, 38. It has been established that Dee also gained information concerning the properties of lenses and mirrors from Gogava's edition of Alhazen on Catoptrics, included in his translation of Ptolemy Opus Quadripartium, 1548. Gogava probably instructed Dee in the manufacture and use of astronomical and optical apparatus. Dee himself wrote an richly illustrated but unfinished tract on Catoptrics, dated 1558, which is found in British Library MS Cotton Vitellius C7 Art 5, De Speculis Comburentibus Libri 5 FF 280R to 309V Figs 12 to 15. From the internal evidence, it seems that Dee intended to prepare this manuscript for publication. In the text, he states briefly that his ideas were gathered from ancient philosophers, F 280R. Dee's subject matter concerns the Euclidean rules of optical conic sections, F3, 109V figure 15, as well as the angles of incidence and refraction. Of light by mirrors, F 284 RFF, illustrated by several detailed drawings. Of light, rays reacting to a parabolic surface, F 282R figs 12 to 14. Other similar experiments with mirrors and lenses are recorded in manuscripts located in the Bodleian Library, Oxford, such as Miss Sloane 3854, which contains a section entitled Experimenta in Speculo, FF 76 RFF, among a set of treatises concerning angelic magic. On one folio, there is a drawing of a mirror inscribed with a magic pentacle which demonstrates how Dee enrolled practical optics into the service of his magical rituals, F80V. Dee's optical and astronomical treatise, the Propedeumata Aphoristica, was printed in London by Henry Sutton in 1558 and printed with his own augmentations by Reginald Wolfe in London in 1568. According to Shoemaker, in this work, Dee aimed to reduce astrological practice to a set of comprehensible rules based on the physical properties of the planets. Plus, Dee considered that by means of optical instruments, it was possible to collect the occult virtues of the stellar radiations, particularly recommending the use of catoptrics in the making of theurgical sigils. Plus 238. Aphorism Lee. If you were skilled in catoptrics, you would be able, by art, to imprint the rays of any star much more strongly upon any matter subjected to it than nature itself does. This, indeed, was by far the largest part of the natural philosophy of the ancient wise men. And this secret is not of much less dignity than the very august astronomy of the philosophers called inferior, whose symbols are enclosed in a certain monad 13. According to Dee, mirrors could imitate planetary influences, increasing and decreasing the intensity of their radiations catoptrically and imprinting their influences on matter and magical gems. In these statements, there are traces of the talismanic magic of Ficino, Agrippa, and Paracelsus. Aphorism. The stars and celestial powers are like seals whose characters are imprinted differently by reason of differences in the elemental matter. In the same way, the engraved forms of our seals are imprinted more easily upon one material than upon another. You will therefore consider talismans rather attentively, and other still greater things. Dee also refers to the powerful esoteric practice of pyromancy, the art of fire, in alchemy. Aphorism. Two wonderful changes may be produced by us in natural things by means of the principles of pyronomia. Pyrologians, alchemists, are mentioned again in another section whose obstetrical character recalls Paracelsus' alchemical cosmogony in Philosophia ad Atheniensis. Dee speaks of the four separate great wombs of the world, air, fire, water, earth, which are constituted of three separate parts, probably alluding to the Paracelsian trinity of sulfur, mercury, and salt. Moreover, Dee's zoology of the occult properties of fire is similar to that of Paracelsus in the Archidoxa, which may have influenced Dee even at this early date. He also refers to the Kabbalistic practice of notarikon, aphorism, 18th, 50. In the four separate great wombs of the larger world are three distinct parts. These are, however, at the same time condensed, structured, and regulated by their own appropriate weights and may now be called by notarical design, eos, or osa, or soe, for pyrologians will understand me if I speak so, since Conrath admitted to an admiration for Dee's work, and specifically referred to the Propedeumata Aphoristica in his Amphitheatrum. It is probable that his own pyromantic theories were influenced by this passage in Dee's treatise. Of similar importance to Kunrath's alchemical practices were Dee's references. To Bacon's theory of the multiplication of species, 52D argues that everything sent forth rays as species of itself, which emanated from every point of the object in a spherical fashion. But whereas species in general did not require light in order to create an effect on another object, those of the celestial spheres could only operate by means of light, rays. In addition, the distance of a heavenly body from the Earth determined the effect of the stellar species on the lower world. In other words, in Dee's account, the rays of the stars operate in the same manner as the cones of light, rays emanating from an object to the human eye. The crucial point is that the geometrical laws governing human vision are exactly the same as those determining the radiation of light from the stars. Dee stated that the rays of the stars took a conical form whose base was located on the face of the star with the apex on the earth below. The rays within the geometrical cone grew stronger as they approached the central ray, which stood at the perpendicular within the cone of rays. Hence, it was the centric ray which the theurgist had to project onto his materials. Therefore, according to Dee, it was necessary to perform magical operations when the appropriate star stood at the perpendicular to the horizon of the earth and was nearest to the earth. In due course, these aspects of Dee's astrological theory will be considered in their influence on the alchemical illustrations of Conrath, Meyer, and Flood. Of specific importance to these later alchemists was Dee's 40 chapter 3 portrayal of the geometrical cones of astral influences and the manner in which they imprinted their qualities onto base matter. Although Cluley has stated that Dee made astrology of practical use to alchemists for the first time, he was referring only to Dee's specifically alchemical treatise, the Mones Hieroglyphica. Yet the earlier Propaedumata Aphoristica had an equal practical import for alchemists, since it was offering them a shortcut to their goal of transmutation by means of Dee's system of astronomical catoptrics. The use of his optical theory in their laboratories would allow alchemists to summon species from the stars to impregnate and thereby transmute their gross prima materia into a higher form. For example, they could summon the species of silver from the moon or gold from the sun. A substantial reorientation of alchemical theory towards astral magic had already been initiated by the publication of Paracelsus' writings in the mid to 1550s, as well as by the Kabbalah. As a result of such influences, a Kabbalistic theogony of light was eventually developed by Paracelsian alchemists such as Heinrich Conrath, Edward Kelly, Oswald Kroll, Michael Sendivogius, and Stefan Mikkelspacher. Even the Jesuit encyclopedist Athanasius Kircher, though declaring himself to be a skeptic, nevertheless considered alchemical theory with deep interest in his treatises, which also proudly displayed his own catoptrical apparatus. Fig. 20. Thus, from the late 16th century, alchemists increasingly lifted their eyes from their furnaces to inspect the divine actions of the heavenly fires. In his later treatise, the Mones Hieroglyphica of 1564, Dee presented a more sophisticated metaphysical structure based on Kabbalism to justify his catoptrical alchemy. Nevertheless, in terms of effective benefit to contemporary alchemists, Dee had already provided much the same information in the Propaedumata Aphoristica. Although Kloos does not consider that alchemy was of interest to Dee in the 1550s, there are, nevertheless, sufficient hints within the text of the Propaedumata Aphoristica to indicate that Dee envisaged an alchemical purpose for his astral catoptrics. Chapter 4. Paracelsian Alchemy, the Astral Virtue, and the Aerial Saltpeter. The controversy generated by the medical theories of Paracelsus, 14,900,000 and 31,541, was caused not only by his adoption of alchemical methods for preparing medicines and his innovatory use of inorganic substances, but also by his disturbing synthesis of medicine, magic, theology, and cosmology. Paracelsus' ambitiously expansive and often self-contradictory vision forced his educated contemporaries to reassess both their professional activities as physicians, as well as their philosophical systems and even their religious beliefs. Paracelsus' own Christian commitment cannot be doubted, for this was one of his declared reasons for his attack on Christian medical theorists such as Galen. Nonetheless, Paracelsus developed a monistic theosophical structure for his chemical universe in his account of the union between the astral human faculties and the macrocosm. Similarly, in his cosmogenical theories, the primal four elements emerged directly from the soul of the universe. The chief adversary of Paracelsus in the second half of the 16th century was the Protestant theologian Thomas Erastus, 1523 to 1583, who castigated Paracelsus for his superstitious medical practices, specifically his use of astrology. Alchemists such as Conrath and Flood, who joined the Paracelsian school, had to address significant theological issues to avoid constructing a philosophical system equating God with nature. In the Philosophia ad Athenienses, Paracelsus described a cosmos whose form was that of an alchemical still, plus fabricating a monistic model of the World's emergence from the mysterium magnum, a prime matter, 42, chapter 4, understood to be life itself, or the soul, the mother of all phenomena, both substantial and insubstantial. In the primal creative act, God separated the elements from each other, acting in the manner of a chemist in his laboratory. Out of insubstantial prime matter there emerged the four proto-elements, which were the primal qualities of fieriness, airiness, wateriness, and earthiness, which in turn created the secondary material, elements of fire, water, earth, and air. The chemical processes of separation and coagulation produced a mixture of the four secondary elements, which Paracelsus termed the Iliaster, containing all the objects of material creation. In addition to these elements, the cosmic order rested on three other principles: mercury, sulfur, and salt. In a variety of other texts, Paracelsus promoted the idea that the human being was an integral unity with the macrocosm of stars and planets, formulating, therefore, a series of practical techniques such as astrology, astral, magic, rituals, chemical potions, and talismans, whereby this relationship could be exploited in medicine as well as in prognostication. In De Pestile, Paracelsus explained that a human being consisted of both an animal and a sidereal body made from fire and air. For example, in Das Buch Paragranum, Paracelsus explained that the inner stars of man are, in their properties, kind, and nature by their course and position, like his outer stars, and different only in form, and in material just as the sun shines through a glass as though divested of body and substance, so the stars penetrate one another in the body. For Paracelsian Alchemy 43, the sun and the moon and all planets, as well as all the stars and the whole chaos, are in man. The body attracts heaven, and this takes place in accordance with the great divine order. Moreover, a human being partook of the character of the four elements. Man consists of the four elements, not only as some hold because he has four tempers, but also because he partakes of the nature, essence, and properties of these elements. In him there lies the young heaven, which is their father. For man was created from heaven and earth, and is therefore like them. Similarly, the heavens reflected the nature of the human constitution. In the heavens you can see man, each part for itself, for man is made of heaven, and the matter out of which man was created also indicates to you the pattern after which he was formed. Consequently, humanity was a mirror of the cosmic structure, reflecting the cosmic body of Anthropos. Within the metaphysical construction of the world, Paracelsus placed the supreme influence of divine light, which he considered to be the higher intelligence in both the natural world as well as in humans. In the Philosophia Magna, Liber de Nymphes, however, he distinguished between the light of nature, das Licht der Natur, and that of the human spirit and intelligence. The idea of the light of nature was developed in mathematical terms in the Astronomia Magna, 1537-8, in which Paracelsus discussed the importance of mathematics in the study of natural philosophy. He explained that astronomical mathematics examined the manner in which the stars cause generation and creation on the earth, their effects being related to their height, profundity, amplitude, and angular juxtapositions. There is a close relationship between these Paracelsian ideas in the Astronomia Magna and Dee's theories in the Propediumata Aphoristica of 1558, although neither Debus nor Cluley have discussed this relationship in some of his ideas concerning the essential role of astronomy in developing both intellectual understanding and the 44. Chapter 4. Higher Gnosis of the Spirit. Paracelsus was drawing on Kabbalistic think in 18. Paracelsus rejected the ancient natural philosophers, replacing Aristo, Tilei with Christianized Neo, Platonic and Hermetic authorities, discarding also the medical canon of Avicenna and Galen. Instead, he believed that physical ailments were the result of external forces rather than of an imbalance of fluids, as in the medieval theory of the four humors. Each organ of the body, Paracelsus explained, contained a dynamism, called the archeon, which functioned as an internal alchemist. Moreover, he believed that cash illness originated in a particular star whose virtue was embodied in the corresponding earthly arcanum, a medicine which could heal the ailment. Paracelsus was not the first to adapt alchemy to medicine, since John of Rupecissa and Arnold of Villanova, in the 14th century, had developed the alchemical concept of the fifth essence into a medical theory. Paracelsian alchemy was not concerned with transmutation, but with the preparation of medicines. Paracelsus departed from Arabic medicine mostly in his conviction that chemically prepared inorganic medicines were superior to the herbal preparations of medieval physicians. To this end, he stressed the importance of the metals, particularly mercury, antimony, and iron salts, advocating also the medicinal use of poisons, such as arsenic, in strict dosages. He prepared these by means of distillation in order to purify and intensify the volatile spirits of the substance by removing the impure earths. This would introduce the hidden virtue of the star governing the disease and induce healing by homeopathic means, according to the Paracelsian doctrine of signatures. The astra, stellar, virtues, present within all natural bodies, were the foundation of practical medicine, since each person had an astral body which overlay and penetrated his physical body, so that the external and immanent astra were, Paracelsian, Alchemy 45, effectively the same entity. Thus, Paracelsus stated, a remedy was dependent on the astrological effects of the heavens. In the Volumen Medicinae Paramerum, circa 1520, he urged the physician to acquire a sound knowledge of astronomy, in order to understand the effects of the astral emanations by means of which God had impressed earthly things with. Signatures 25. For a clearer understanding of Paracelsus' theory of signatures, it is helpful to consider Foucault's analysis of the Renaissance concept of the world as being constructed on the basis of similitude and difference. The Renaissance taxonomy of phenomena, whether spiritual, physical, aesthetic, or linguistic, was based on the idea that representation, similitude, was that which guaranteed their authenticity. Similitude was judged in the terms of adjacency, conveniencia, analogy, emulatio, and sympathy, concordia. This taxonomy was inscribed within the universe in the form of signs, decipherable only by an elite of natural philosophers. As Foucault points out, in the 16th century, no distinction was made between the empirical observations of the natural philosophers and those of theologians or occultists. All of these systems of knowledge were dependent on their ability to read the inscriptions which already pre-existed in the forms of the world. Foucault argues that Renaissance signs were organized into a conceptual structure consisting of three qualities, which were the marks of the sign, the things designated by those marks, and the similitude between them, since it was emulatio which constituted both the form and the content of the sign. These three elements operated as a single figure. Foucault's contention is that in the 17th century, this triple construction of a sign became a binary in which a signifier, significans, was connected to a significance, significandum, abandoning the quality of similitude. Foucault's argument provides one explanation for the intensity of the late Renaissance. Search for the lingua Adamica through the devices of magical cryptography. The issue of the Adamic language has been discussed by Chauny in his study of the influence of Paracelsian talismanic linguistics on Dee's theurgy. Dee had certainly procured 2 copies of Paracelsus' Expositio Magicarum Figurarum, in contrast to the Characterisa Scion of Dee by previous historians such as Yates, Cluley, and Sherman. Chauny has offered a rather different interpretation of Dee's intellectual activity. December, as a magus, had an amazingly wide range of interests, but he also increasingly had a focusing obsession, a magical program, not necessarily, to improve the sciences in order to prepare the scientific revolution, rather to find an alternative system of knowledge. Dee clearly distinguished between science after the fall and that of primordial wisdom. His aim was to restore the Adamic or Enochian wisdom of the Golden Age, and that would not be compatible with the methods and means of the fallen science relying on discursive logic. If it was indeed the case that late 16th century intellectual culture was in the process of inaugurating a new episteme, that of the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment, then there may well have been a sense of existential panic, a feeling that meaning was becoming ever more difficult to retrieve from the open book of nature. The interest in magical ciphers may have been an attempt to close the widening gap arising in cultural semiosis in which the signifier was slipping away from its referent. The Renaissance came to a halt before the brute fact that language existed. In the density of the world, a graphism mingling with things or flowing beneath them. The existence of language proceeded, as if by a mute stubbornness, what one could read in it and the words that gave it sound. From the 17th century, it is this massive and intriguing existence of language that is eliminated. One might say that language in the classical era does not exist. It functions. And for Paracelsus, the primal language of signatures was inspired by God's manner of sustaining the cosmic order, inscribing the forms of all manifestation with a stellar emanation, the Azoth. In his Liber Azoth, he had referred to it as an aerial nitre, or saltpeter, transmitted by the rain to the earth from the spirit of the sun. His followers, Severinus, de Vigenère, Sendivogius, Quercetinus, and Flood, developed the full idea of the aerial saltpeter at the end of the 16th and in the early years of the 17th centuries. Another origin for the concept of this astral virtue was the use of nitrates in the manufacture of gunpowder, a major European industry in the 16th and 17th centuries. In the industrial process, nitrate salts were exposed to the elements and the solar rays in order to enhance their explosive, preservative, and generative properties. Paracelsus, in the Grossen Wunderarsney, considered that such virtues were impregnated into the salts by the aerial virtue, explaining thunder and lightning as being caused by a salt nitre, sulfur, while the stars themselves were composed either of sulfur or nitre. John Dee had at least 2 copies of the Grossen Wunderarsney, as well as The work of Bodenstein, Suchten, Quercetinus, Severinus, and Dorn. Quercetinus, 1544 to 1609, stated that salt was the true and essential medicine appearing in three forms: marine, fixed, and nitrous. All of these were related to generation, but of these three spirits of salt, he considered that saltpeter, originating in urine, was the highest form, since it partook of the three kinds of life: animal, vegetable, and mineral, and also embodied the three principles of sulfur, mercury, and salt. Duchesne believed that the highest form of saltpeter was alchemical, rather than the vulgar version produced by industrial chemists and fireworks specialists. Despite Duchesne's rejection of empirical chemistry, the Paracelsian alchemist Michael Sendivodius, 1566 to 1636, referred to industrial process of weathering nitric salts by means of the sun and the elements in his Novum Lumen Chemicum, 1604. Sidlow has argued that his chemical work demonstrates that Sendivodius intuited the existence of oxygen, even producing this gas prior to Lavoisier. Andreas Orthelius wrote a commentary on Sendivodius' Novum Lumen Chemicum, which was published in Eberhard Zessner's Theatrum Chemicum, Strasbourg, 1656, accompanied by a set of engravings, one of which shows an open alchemical flask positioned in front of a window, while another depicts a tub of chemicals standing in the open air. Figure 16. Paracelsus had examined the alchemical role of the sun in his Neun, Bucher Archidoxus, circa 1526 to 1527, in which he compared the earthly fire in the alchemical furnace to the sun's heat. This text was issued in many editions from the 1570s, and it had a considerable influence on occultist practices. Paracelsus described the ethereal spirit, or fire, of the celestial bodies as creating the corresponding earthly phenomena, stating that the alchemical tincture obtained its virtues not from earthly chemicals, but from the spirit of the sun as its immanent astra. Certainly, Conrad's concept of the philosophical fire in De Imagorum was closely modeled on the Archidoxa. Most of Paracelsus' treatises were published after his death, the greatest number appearing in the 1570s when the Archidoxa was issued in a number of editions, including spurious versions. The first full compendium of Paracelsus' texts was issued in Basel by Peter Barna in 1589-90, and another important collected edition was that of John Huser of Waldkirch in Cologne, 1589-91, 1603, 1605. In England, according to Debus, the use of chemical medicines had been long accepted prior to the Paracelsian influences due to the writings of Arnauld of Villanova, the Pseudololians, and Hieronymus Braunschweig. By the 1580s, there were a great number of reputable Paracelsian followers both on the continent and in England, such as Conrad Gesner of Zurich, 1516 to 1565, who was a friend of Dee. Gesner's treatise on distillation was translated by Thomas Hill and published in England by George Baker as the Treasure of Euonymus, 1559. Leonhard Thurneysser, whom Dee had met in Frankfurt on Oder in 1578, was another influential source in England for distillation techniques. English Paracelsians included Richard Bostocki, who wrote Dee's Paracelsian texts and wrote the first Paracelsian apology in English. The difference between Ancien Physique and the latter Fici, 1585. Thomas Moffat, 1553 to 1604, member of the College of Physicians, was another influential Paracelsian who wrote of his respect for Dee. Paracelsian Theosophy was publicized by Thomas Timmy, rector of St. Antholin's Church in London from 1605, who also proposed to translate Dee's Monas Hieroglyphica into English, and he prepared an introduction to the text. 36. Paracelsian Alchemy, 49. It was within this social and intellectual milieu that in the 1560s John Dee redirected his interests from scholasticism to alchemy, Kabbalism, and star magic, although Dee can be described as a hermeticist in being influenced by that historical corpus. Not all scholars are agreed that Dee was himself a Paracelsian alchemist. In fact, Debus made a categorical distinction between Paracelsus and Dee on the grounds that Dee's alchemy was of a pre-eminently mathematical character. Consequently, neither Debus nor Cluny take any account of potential influences from the Paracelsians on Dee. Chauny, on the other hand, has argued for the direct influence of Paracelsus on Dee's angelic magic, comparing Paracelsus' definition of Gammaea, magical talismans, with Dee's account in the Propediumata Aphoristica and the Monas Hieroglyphica. Chauny has found that Dee's Monas had the same two levels of reference as the Paracelsian talismans, namely, the earthly material which is rendered into a supernatural substance by the alchemical process, as well as the talismanic aspect which transforms the alchemist himself into a more elevated spiritual state. Chauny has also related the triple-level magical cosmos of Paracelsus and Dee to that of Agrippa, and, more recently, to Ficino's in De Triplici Vita. The other important evidence of Dee's Paracelsian interest has been supplied by Roberts and Watson's analysis of Dee's library, which has revealed that he was the major exponent of Paracelsian theory in England, although there is no evidence that he specifically trained as a physician at Cambridge. It appears that in private, he both practiced and taught Paracelsian medicine. Between 1560 and 1583, Dee's library was one of the largest in Europe, especially in the areas of medieval science and alchemy. From the late 1540s, he had enthusiastically collected manuscripts and printed books, but Paracelsus and the Paracelsians dominated his alchemical collection. Roberts and Watson have remarked on the large number of duplicates in his library, mostly of alchemical, mathematical, and scientific works. If our theory that duplicates were intended for use by pupils is correct, it is very likely that Dee taught Paracelsian medicine. Plus 2. Dee's chief associate in the 1580s was Edward Kelly, who was well-versed in Ripley and Agrippa. Kelly had moved into Dee's house at Mortlake on 10 March 1582, collaborating with him until 1589, a period which included their joint travels in Eastern Europe from September 21, 1583 until November 1589. They had journeyed initially to Poland with Albert Lasky, Palatinus Sieradz, who had financed the first published edition of Paracelsus Orthodoxa Philosophiae, Krakow, 1569. From September 1584, Dee and Kelly sojourned at the imperial court in Prague, where they would have encountered Paracelsian alchemists and physicians such as Oswald Kroll, Leonhard Thurneysser, whom Dee had known since the 1570s, and Heinrich Kunrath. Later, in the 1590s, Michael Meyer and Michael Sendivogius attended the same court. Kelly remained in Prague on Dee's return to England in 1589. Although Kelly's alchemical theory exhibits a dependence on Ripley, he may have been influenced to a certain extent by Dee's catoptrics, since in one of his alchemical poems, he describes the lighting conditions necessary for the preparation of chemicals. Sublime thine earth with stinking water erst, then in a place where Phoebus' only tail is seen at midday, see thou, mingle best, for nothing shineth that doth want his light, nor doubleth beams, unless it first be bright. The alchemist Oswald Kroll, a close associate of Kelly's in Prague, was another of the Paracelsians responsible for developing the concept of the aerial saltpeter and its relation to the solar forces. Kroll's Basilica Chymica, Frankfurt, 1609, describes the central importance of the sun in the making of the universal panacea. He refers to the sun as the fount of life, the eye both of the material world and of the heavens, as well as the breathing vent of the life of the elements. Kroll's recipe for the production of potable gold included the most fearsome ingredients. It was based on sublimed calx of sol, chemical gold, to which was added a pound of common ferric aquafortis, iron dissolved in nitric acid. In this liquid, there was to be dissolved 1 ounce of ammonia salts on a low heat, producing aqua regis, a savagely corrosive foaming mix of hydrochloric and nitric acids. This would dissolve as much gold as was required. Fortunately, Kroll provided additional recipes for refining this potent brew. 49. Dee's own chemistry is recorded in his widely dispersed diary jottings, as well as in several notebooks in the British Library and the Bodleian Library, Oxford. These fragmentary documents, accounting for Dee's alchemical practice from the 1580s through to the early 1600s, have had little attraction for scholars, but they are worth considering since they contain some evidence that Dee was interested in the Paracelsian Materia Medica. One of the most complete journals of Dee's practical chemistry is found in Bodleian Library, Rawlinson, MSD 241, 13,050. Although dated 1601, it is an account of various experiments undertaken by Dee from June 1581, prior to his European journey. Since some of this text is not written in his own hand, it seems likely that he was employing an assistant. Another manuscript, which provides additional clues concerning Dee's personal alchemical practice, is Bodleian Library, Ms. Ashmole, 1486, in which the early part, Pars 6, is a compendium of texts bought into his library and occasionally annotated by Dee. At the end of this collection, Pars 5, bound in reverse order, are found Dee's laboratory notes, written just prior to 1609-50. According to these sources, Dee used considerable amounts of saltpeter and nitric acid, which argues for a Paracelsian influence. Sometimes these were combined with sulfur and its compounds. For example, in Bodleian Library, Rawlinson, MSD 241, he notes that from 8 June he dyed vitriol, sulfuric acid, for 22 days and worked saltpeter, adding mercury and repeatedly distilling the ensuing chemical mix. He also used repeated quantities of sulfur and marcasite, frequently circulating the products, Fl 2R to 4R. Similarly, in Dee's diary, he records that on August 30th, 1594, Walter Mallet left for Toulouse, with a fixed oil of saltpeter, presumably having been taught the method of its preparation by Dee. Comparing Dee's work with that of Paracelsus in his various medicinal treatises, there is some similarity. One of the most important Paracelsian chemical preparations was the production of potassium arsenate from the fusion of arsenic with saltpeter. Paracelsus had washed the metals with alcohol and water, then heated them with saltpeter, which caused the metals to oxidize and become soluble. Also, in this context, there exists a strange record of Dee's preparation of air simplex in August 1581. The 29th day after 11 of the clock, I did set 7 ounces and a half of pure air for to circulate in Balneo. Bodleian Library, MSD 241, 13,050, F, 8R. Unfortunately, the experiment is not fully documented, but it may indicate that Dee was attempting to work with the Paracelsian aerial virtue. Dee also favored marcasite, Bodleian Library, MSD 241, FF, 2R, 2V, 3R, 5R, distilling it with sulfur and sulfuric acid, F5R. Marcasite is commonly denoted by the symbol of a star. Unfortunately, the name was used by alchemists to describe a wide range of different substances. Genuine marcasite is a mineral form of iron disulfide, Fe2, having the same composition as pyrites, but with a different crystalline structure as white iron pyrites. In fact, marcasite is simply an immature metallic substance. White marcasite is bismuth, a metal which was attracting considerable attention in the 16th century and which was confused with antimony. Marcasite of lead is antimony. The most interesting, though unprovable, interpretation would be to identify Dee's marcasite with antimony, a poisonous semi-metal much used by the Paracelsians. Paracelsus had given directions for removing the lethal qualities of poisonous minerals and metals in order to render them suitable for homeopathic use. His method involved mixing the poisonous mineral with saltpeter, then pouring the mixture onto a slab of marble and standing it in a cool place. This would become a dough-like substance, which required repeated kneading. The Paracelsian alchemist, known by the name of Basil Valentine, probably to be identified with his editor Johannes Thold, was a popular source from the 1580s for potable antimony. This medicinal potion apparently was sweet in smell and taste and colored ruby red. 5. Plus, at the end of Bodleian MS Ashmole 1486, Dee records that he used a mix of 2 ounces of marcasite, 4 ounces of vitriol, common tartar, 1 ounce of gold and sal ammoniac. There followed much distilling, which indicates that he was attempting to dissolve metals in vitriol. Paracelsian remedies against the plague included sulfur and metals in the form of spirit of vitriol, that is, sulfur sublimate. Sulfur derived from vitriol and its salts has narcotic and analgesic properties. 5. This small selection of items from Dee's record can only be indicative of his general interests. The most important question arising from these manuscript notes is whether Dee was intending in his laboratory work to produce medicines, or whether he was still in quest of the philosopher's stone. The latter purpose certainly dominates Kelly's alchemical practice. Similarly, Dee's questions to the angels during his spiritual seances in Eastern Europe, as well as the notes in his diary during the time of his collaboration with Kelly, suggest that he was still preoccupied with the traditional alchemical goal of transmutation, FT6. In contrast, Dee's alchemical diaries show that he had developed an interest in nitric preparations, and possibly in those involving antimony, which indicates some medical intention. Unfortunately, his laboratory notes are limited remains only, scribbles written in haste, and they cannot provide a full picture of December's alchemy. They have to be read against the broader record of his intellectual life. Chapter 5. John Dee's Alchemy of Light. The Monis Hieroglyphica and the Kabbalah. Paracelsian theosophy was related conceptually to other Neoplatonized metaphysical structures, such as the Kabbalah, which entered the Western philosophical context in the early 16th century, the distant ancestor of both the Paracelsian chemical cosmogony of the aerial fire and that of the Kabbalistic divine light is to be found in late Hellenistic esotericism. The present study will analyze the manner in which the Kabbalah, specifically the cosmogenical account in the Zohar, provided a theological justification for an alchemy of light through its vision of the world's emanation from God by means of his divine will, K, in the form of a beam of light. Knowledge of Kabbalistic texts was dispersed throughout Europe on the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. A Christian version of the Kabbalah was devised by Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, 1463, to 1494 in his 900 Theses, 1496, which provided the model for the more detailed version of the German humanist Johannes Reuchlin, 1455-15, 22 in De Verbo Meifico, 1494, and De Arte Kabbalistica, 1517. In the early 16th century, Kabbalism supported a natural philosophy orientated towards magic. The work of Pico and Reuchlin was publicized by Cornelius Agrippa in his De Occulta Philosophia, 1533, and further developed by Guillaume Postel, Johannes Pistorius, and John Dee. Agrippa was the main source of public information concerning theurgical systems, and his account of mystical practices influenced both Paracelsus' theurgy as well as his theosophical system. Scholars differ in their accounts of the sources of John Dee's angelic magic and Kabbalism. His Ars Centrilla It was Yeats who first laid stress on the importance of Dee's theurgic mathematics for the empirical sciences of the 17th century. Both Cluley and Clucas considered that a significant influence on the development of Dee's magical practices, particularly on his esoteric linguistics, came from medieval theurgy, since he had copies, for example, of Roger Bacon's work on sigils, as well as that of Peter of Abano. Clols was also inclined to favor Trithemius and Pantheus as additional Renaissance mentors for Dee's occultist linguists. Tix. Sherman, however, has concentrated on the syncretic aspects of Dee's learning, tending to view his magical interests as an almost counter, humanistic enterprise which favored the medieval concept of given esoteric knowledge instead of empirical experimentation. Shonyi, on the other hand, has considered a more immediate source for Dee's astral rituals and sympathetic magic in Renaissance Neoplatonism and Hermeticism. Initially, he had located Dee's interests in the context of Agrippine and Paracelsian astrology, but more recently he has put a case for a direct line of influence from Ficino's astral magic. He has also contextualized Dee's magical cryptograms within the Renaissance quest for the primal language. In the late Renaissance, an interest in magical ciphers, engraved gems, angelic languages, astrological sigils, and ritual incantation formed a current of major intellectual significance. Agrippa's magical inscriptions were modeled on the cryptographs of the German humanist Johannes Trithemius, 1462 to 1516. His popular Steganographia, 1518, was circulated widely in manuscript, and it reached John Dee, who had copies of it, among other works by Trithemius. Agrippa also revived knowledge of the Picatrix, an Arabic book of magic, and he publicized the mystical scripts of Peter of Abano, Gerald of Cremona, and Georgius Pictorius Villanginus. But it was the Kabbalah which provided the foundation for the semiotic endeavors of the Renaissance Magi, which reached their peak in the John Dee's Alchemy of Life 57. Early 17th century, the Kabbalah expounded a theology in which God emanated and continually pervaded the universe in the form of spiritual and natural light. Scholarly authorities consider that many Kabbalistic ideas originated in North African Neoplatonism during the late Antique period. The name Kabbalah, meaning received tradition, originated in the circles of Rabbi Isaac the Blind in 13th century southern France. The full system was developed in Spain in the same years, and its effect is found in the work of Meister Eckhart and Ramon Lull. The Kabbalistic texts are based on the early chapters of the biblical books of Genesis and Ezekiel, but in the course of the Middle Ages, further ideas were adopted from Christian Neo-Platonism. These included the Trinitarian dialectic of divine manifestation, known as the Tree of Life. The oldest Kabbalistic text appears to be the Book of Formation, or Book of Creation, Sefer Jazira, circa 600 AD, which is a cosmological account. Modeled on the Pythagorean system, it states that the fundamental principles of all things are numbers, letters, and sounds. Furthermore, the Hebrew alphabet is said to have been composed by God himself. Kabbalists described the Hebrew alphabet as being composed out of the divine flame, or light, of God. The central cipher which generated the rest of the letters was Jod, meaning flame, and, moreover, the very form of this sign was said to resemble that of a flame. Hence, the Kabbalah was offering at its core a metonymic linguistic sign which was not transposable to the Latin alphabet. The similarity in the appearance of other Hebrew linguistic significators to their referent fascinated European Kabbalists. Thus, in the context of the Renaissance epistemological crisis described by Foucault, the analogical potential of the Hebrew alphabet satisfied the intellectual and emotional need for a signifying mode, which would close the increasing conceptual divide between linguistic forms and the physical world. Consequently, the psychological situation demanded a substitute analogical system, which was provided by the Kabbalah, as the divine text of God in nature was erased by the epistemic changes wrought by proto to capitalism. In Northern Europe, so the yearning to recover God's primal words of creation intensified. The obsessive belief in Kabbalism lay in the hope that it would supply an empowering magical system for its initiates, both an assurance of the continued validity of medieval theurgy as well as its regeneration. An example of the conflict in the 1620s and 1630s generated by the emerging empiricist systems was the battle between the devout Paracelsian and Rosicrucian Robert Fludd and the French mechanicians Pierre Gassendi, 1592 to 1655, and Marin Mersenne, 1588 to 1648, as well as Johannes Kepler, 1571 to 1630. These prolonged and much publicized debates are some of the best evidence of the scale of emotional investment in late Renaissance analogical linguistics by those who align themselves with the concept of the Kabbalistic sage. The power of the late Renaissance esoteric philosopher rested on his ability to manipulate the names of things, since those names were considered to be the essence of the physical form of his subject. The Hebrew alphabet, being the closest to the pristine language of humanity, was the most powerful enabling tool for his proposed deconstruction of the physical world. Since each letter of the Hebrew alphabet had a numerical value, from this fortuity evolved the two computational aspects of the Kabbalah known as gematria and notarikon. With these esoteric tools, philosophers such as Reuchlin, Paracelsus, Pistorius, and Postel found in Kabbalism a new justification for the practice of philosophy. Reuchlin, especially, had sought to provide the Renaissance magus with an elite role in society through the practice of Kabbalism. For the Kabbalist, the secret name of God, Yech, known as the Tetragrammaton, was the source of power. Reuchlin turned the original Judaic form of the Tetragrammaton into a Christian sign by placing the Hebrew letter Shin at its center, thereby devising the form Yesvech, which located Christ at the heart of the Kabbalistic system. It had been Pico della Mirandola in his conclusions who initially identified the Jewish Messiah of the Kabbalistic discourses with Christ. Reuchlin's John Dee's Alchemy of Light 59. Christian Kabbalah was the source of Kunrath's alchemical theology in the 1590s, while Flood was so impressed by Reuchlin's conceptual conceit on the name of Jesus that he used it as his primary structural unit in generating his own alchemical universe in the microcosm, Uksh 2, 16, 19, and the Philosophia Sacra, 1626-2012. Flood had realized that the location of the letter Shin, the sign for fire, within the Tetragrammaton, had created an intensely concentrated symbol of the Kabbalistic theogony of divine light and divine fire. In fact, the Kabbalistic tree of life is an emanation of the light, or fire, of God's will. Although the Godhead is transcendent, he appears in his immanent form as the Sephiroth Ayin, which emanates yet another aspect of God as the Sephiroth Ayin Sof, eternal, who is the actual creator, God. Ayin Sof withdraws a part of himself in a contraction termed Zimzum, which allows a void to appear. A further aspect of God, the eternal light Ayin Sof, or surrounds the void, emanating a beam of light, Kav, which penetrates to the center of the void. Divine will manifests itself as 10 stages of emanation, which are the 10 Sephiroth composing the tree of life. The divine light flows down the tree of life in a zigzag form, acting across the 3 pillars into which the tree is divided. These are commonly interpreted as being grace in the center, mercy on the right, and severity on the left. The first 3 Sephiroth are Kether, crown, Chokhmah, wisdom, Bina, understanding. These are the ones which appear most frequently in Conrad's alchemical theory. Flood also prioritized this primal trinity in his account, but his use of the Kabbalistic system is far more extensive and detailed than Conrad's. Out of a further progression of Sephiroth, there finally appears the lowest, which is Malkut, kingdom, or the physical universe. Since the whole creation is accomplished by means of a beam of light, which is God himself, the universe exists in a monistic unity with him. John Dee by no means applied the whole of the original Kabbalistic system in his Monas. Hieroglyphica and its theological implications are largely absent from his own design. Dee was more concerned with the specifics of the alchemical process, and he used the Kabbalah to weave an elegant demonstration of his more limited pantheism concerning the relation of microcosm to macrocosm. The Kabbalah also served to display his own intellectual prowess, as well as his claim to superior rank as a magus of the highest order. He seems to have relied primarily on Reuchlin, Paracelsus, and Postel for his knowledge of Kabbalism, acquiring a copy of Reuchlin's De Verbo Mirifico, as well as works by Postel. Moreover, Dee's collection of Paracelsian texts included the Theosophical and Kabbalistic treatises. He also had a copy of Pico della Mirandola's Conclusiones non gente. Surprisingly, the Hebrew texts in his library were not Kabbalistic, providing mostly grammatical information, and this was also the case with his Syrian and Chaldean books. He did not have a copy of the Zohar itself, nor of the Sefer Jezerah. In fact, Dee may have gained some of his information on the Kabbalah from an older medieval source, De Oitu, Kabbalistico of the late 13th century, which is spuriously attributed to Ramon Lull. It has to be recognized that Dee's Kabbalistic system is based on a variety of models, and that his use of the original Hebrew texts may have been limited. His other sources would have included non-Kabbalistic material found in the Hermetica and in Ficino's writings. In the Monas Hieroglyphica, Dee applied only the general concepts underlying Kabbalism, specifically the manipulation of ciphers, translating its linguistic modes into his own astrological, Euclidean, and alchemical syntax. Dee stated that he was already planning his treatise at a time when he was still writing the Propaedumata Aphoristica. Dee's hieroglyphic was drawn in the form of a hand, glass, recalling his own magic mirror used in scrying. Figure 17. The Monas Hieroglyphica was eventually published in Antwerp on March 31st, 1564, and it was reprinted in the Theatrum Chemicum, Strasbourg, Lazarus Zessner, 1609, which ensured a wide dispersal of its influence in the early 17th century. 16. John Dee's Alchemy of Light 61. Dee's Monas is conceived as being a linguistic alchemy, since by manipulating this sign, the Magus can control nature. Moreover, the pragmatic mechanician, who was a large part of John Dee's character, intended that his monas should have a practical use for alchemists. Working with impure substances, poor quality glassware, and lacking thermometers, the alchemists could only gauge their progress by relying on their senses of smell, touch, and taste. One saving grace for them was the fact that most of the traditional alchemical substances belonged to group 5 of the periodic table of the elements. These included the sulfides and nitrates, which reliably produce spectacular evidence of chemical change, thereby providing an encouraging incentive for the alchemist. To these problems of interpretation and procedure, Dee's Monas offered more than a guide. Within his union of catoptrics, astrology, and Kabbalism, Dee perceived distinct benefits for alchemy, ensuring precision in correlating the effects of the heavens with the chemical process. Yet, in the Monas Hieroglyphica, there is relatively little mention of specific chemistry. Instead, Dee uses the planetary rays to perform his alchemical operations, defining his method as being an astronomical alchemy. In this idea, he was clearly influenced by Paracelsus' Gnosticism in the Astronomia Magna, as well as by his theory of the illuminated imagination in the astral body communicating with the celestial macrocosm. It is essential to note that the graphic form of Dee's Monas, Figs 1718, differs entirely from the diagrammatic plans of astronomical star charts or of Lolian figures, Figs 4-7. Dee's Monas arose out of the context of the 16th century interest in devising secret ciphers which would act as an indexical bond between the heavenly and the human spheres. According to Sony, Ficino's talismanic models in De Triplicate Vitae were a direct source for Dee's Monas and his concept of an astronomical alchemy. Sony has indicated the similarity between Ficino's and Dee's astral magic, in particular, their concept of the 7 planets being grouped in 2 distinct families, thus enabling the play of conjunctions and oppositions between the various members of the 2 alliances. There are also, as Sony demonstrates, correspondences between the numerology employed by Ficino in his commentary on Book 7 of Plato's Republic and Dee's geometrical numerology in the Monas Hieroglyphica. Ficino's deployment of the concepts of squaring and triangulating planetary influences also appears in Dee's Kabbalistic system. Moreover, Dee, like Ficino, uses the numerology of the Latin and Greek alphabet and also optical geometry. Dee's mathematical approach to natural philosophy urged him to devore concise visual structures. In fact, the Monas is the ancient astrologue Eichel sign for Mercury, with 2 half moons added to the base of the cross. This form may have been inspired by the diagram of Pantheist Kabbalistic universe in the Vorkadumia, figure 8, which shows the sign for Mercury, at the heart of the system with a reversed crescent, moon at its feet. Dee's copy of this text is copiously annotated, and he has meticulously worked through all the numerology of Pantheist system. In the rhetorical structure of his theorems, Dee adopted the model of Euclid's elements of geometry. Both Closs and Walton have thoroughly analyzed the Kabbalistic operations of the Monas, which was designed on the basis of notarikon and gematria as a cipher facilitating esoteric computations. Cluley has concluded that Dee intended the Monas to be a new form of writing that is meant to mirror nature because it reflects the geometrical and numerological principles inherent in creation. The Monas is, thus, an alphabet, a lexicon of nature, as well as a Kabbalistic grammar of tarikon, siruf, and gematria by which these elements are manipulated. Cluley argued that the Monas serve to constitute a discourse or text that reveals and illuminates the alchemical nature of the universe. What Dee gives in the Monas is essentially a series of examples of how his hieroglyphic writing embodies alchemical principles and disclaims giving a complete elaboration of his new discipline of alchemy. The cipher of the Monas is a deconstructive device in which the significator is unstable, constantly mutating into other forms in order to follow the traditional stages of the alchemical process. Unlike traditional alchemy, however, Dee's procedure dismantles the very fabric of the universe. For example, in Theorem 12, he analyzes the conventional symbols of the 5 planets, relating their graphic design to that of the signs for the Sun, Moon, and Aries, fire. All of them are indeed composed of elements derived from the symbols of Moon and Sun and from the hieroglyphic sign S of the elements and of Aries Mercury. You see how lunar it is. John Dee's Alchemy of Light. And in Theorem 13, Dee inquires, is not then the mystical sign of Mars produced from the hieroglyphs of the Sun and Aries? With the doctrine of the elements included to some extent? And is not, I ask, the sign of Venus produced by a fuller unfolding of the Sun in the elements? These 2 planets, therefore, have regards to the solar revolution and to the work of rehabilitating metals by fire, in whose progress there becomes at length apparent that other Mercury, He is that most famous Mercury of the philosophers 23. In Theorem 12, D explains how prime matter may be imprinted by the astral virtue of Mercury without any effort on the part of the alchemist. The purest magic spirit, SC Mercury, will carry out the work of albification in place of the moon. If by his spiritual virtue, he may, without words, speak, hieroglyphically, for about the length of an average day, introducing and impressing into the very pure and simple earth prepared by us those four geogamic figures. Here depicted, or, in their stead, that other figure, also shown here, 2+. The monus is constructed from a circle and two straight lines which take the form of a cross beneath the circle, figure 17. The point at the center of the circle represents the earth, and revolving around it are the sun, the circle, the moon, and the rest of the planets. In D's Pythagorean geometry, the rectilinear cross represents both the ternary as well as the quaternary. The ternary consists of two straight lines and one point, while the quaternary is four straight lines, including four right angles. The four elements are the four straight lines emerging from the point. D explains that the two half circles at the bottom of the cross represent Aries, or fire. Thus, the monus contains the power of the three levels of creation, corresponding to the cosmic alchemical egg, the prime matter which contains the all. The most elaborate Euclidean dissection of the monus occurs in Theorem 6, in which the sign for the monad is turned upside down, permitting new relationships to be established between the moon, sun, Aries, and the other planets, figure 18. D implies that there exists an even more awe-inspiring relationship between the alchemical art of fire, represented by the sign of Aries, and the astronomy of the monus. In this instance, D is inferring the use of Kabbalistic graphology. Yet, in the hands of learned men and literati, there resides yet a stronger and more unfailing motive for shaping these letters. I at least advise and urge them to elicit more carefully now what was the fire of Aries of the first triplicity, what are equinoctial, and who was responsible for allowing the sun to be raised to exaltation above its ordinary grade. Earlier alchemy had occasionally played such games of visual semiotics, but never with such economy and precision. In fact, the monus is a type of emblem, a poetical conceit, a condensation of a discursive text into a unique sign. The emblem was a popular semiotic game in learned and courtly circles of the Renaissance, being erroneously identified with Egyptian hieroglyphics. The Renaissance emblem is first encountered in the humanistic circles of mid to 15th century Florence, Ferrara, and other North Italian courts. In Venice, there appeared one of the most famous Renaissance emblematized stories, The Dream of Polyphilo, issued by the foremost publisher of Greek and Hellenistic writings, Aldus Manutius, in the late 15th century. The real source of these symbols was a late Hellenistic text written by Horopolo of Nelis, who spuriously claimed it to be a dictionary of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. It was nothing of the kind, since Horopolo had invented his own method of exegesis. The rediscovery of Horopolo in the mid to 15th century produced a rage for both the original Egyptian artifacts, as well as for his system of reading such imagery, which was used as a model to create contemporary devices. Renaissance emblems were intended to be personal insignia, demarcating a particular quality of their patron. These motifs appeared on Renaissance medals, coinage, portraiture, and, in many, printed emblematic compendia through into the 16th century, some of the most popular being Andrea Alciata's Emblematum Liber, Milan, 1522, and Sambucus, Johannes Sambuc, Emblemata, Antwerp, 1556. The visual devices were accompanied by a cryptic motto and a textual commentary. Although D's monus belongs to this humanistic tradition of pictorial invention, his own hieroglyph has a different semiotic structure from that of the conventional Renaissance emblem. The difference resides not in John Dee's alchemy of light, the fact that Renaissance emblems are figural, whereas Dee's monus is diagrammatic, but in their distinctive semiotic functions. Horopolo's signs operate as metaphors or symbols, that is, the visual signifier rarely mirrors its conceptual content. Consequently, most of his imagery could not be decoded without the explanatory text. Renaissance emblems were intended to be a cryptic language, decipherable only by members of elite circles. The emblem's often bizarre components were an attempt to transpose a verbal phrase into its equivalent visual elements, since this was thought to be the authentic mode of the ancient Egyptians. 32. In contrast, D's monus was intended to be an index, and, in this function, it was probably unique among Renaissance emblems, since it not only symbolized the process of transmutation, but displayed that process in its very form. In other words, D believed that the form of his monus was identical to its physical referent, for, as the alchemist worked through the geometrical proofs of the monus, he simultaneously engaged in real alchemy in a very special way. Through the monus, in fact, the alchemist operated the occult powers of the heavens themselves, forcing the stars to enact transmutation without involving himself in practical toil. Dee explained the difference between the indexical function of the monas and his earlier practical methods, stating these had been crude in comparison with his new system in which the monas replaced the mirrors of conventional catoptrics. The monas, effectively, could be used to make a perfect mirror, without the previous mental and mechanical tedium. In this concept, Dee may have been influenced by Ficino's account of the manner in which the magus could turn his own spirit into a theurgical mirror through the esoteric application of optical geometry and Pythagorean ratios. As Dee explained in the introduction to the Monas Hieroglyphica, the optician will confound the stupidity of his art. He had worked in all manner of ways to shape a mirror into the parabolic line of a suitably rotated conical section, so as to attack any matter liable to fire with that incredible heat issuing from the rays of the sun. Yet here a line is revealed as resulting from a trigonal section of the tetrahedron, after whose shape, when rendered three-dimensional, a mirror may be formed which can reduce any stones or any metal to, as it were, impalpable powders by the force of heat. Sanchi. In Theorem 14, Dee explained that the philosopher's stone was nourished in Lemnian earth by lunar and solar rays, which exert a singular influence around it. Theorem 6 refers more specifically to the operations of the celestial virtues in alchemy. The analysis by fire of all things corporeal shows in its effect that sun and moon infuse their corporeal virtues into all inferior bodies that consist of elements in a far stronger manner than do all the other planets by pouring out the aqueous moisture of the moon and the fiery liquid of the sun. 36. The alchemical theory of the Monas Hieroglyphica emerges from a Paracelsian Kabbalistic context, since by the 1560s, Dee had redirected his studies into the field of Hermeticism, which included Paracelsian alchemy. Despite this evidence, Debus has argued for a distinction between Dee as ideas and those of Paracelsus on the grounds that Dee's treatises were based on Pythagorean and Euclidean mathematical principles and had little in common with Paracelsian chemical theory. If John Dee exemplifies one way in which Hermetic, mystical, mathematical, and alchemical strains were blended in Renaissance natural philosophy, Paracelsus may be chosen as a very different example. Both claimed that their own interpretation of alchemy or chemistry would lead to a new understanding of nature. Debus, however, considerably underestimated the Paracelsian influences on Dee. An argument against his view is Sauni's demonstration of Dee's use of Paracelsian astral magic. 8th. In addition, Roberts and Watson have established that Dee's interest in Paracelsus began earlier than the 1580s. There is also a further argument against Debus' characterization of Paracelsus and Dee as being different types of magi in the fact that their followers occasionally unified their respective practices in a single conceptual structure, which incorporated both Paracelsian chemistry and Pythagorean geometry. The most notable example of this is Gerhard Dorn, flourished circa 1566 to 84, who was the principal apologist for Paracelsus in the late 16th century. He employed Euclidean geometry to present his own Paracelsian alchemy in the Monarchia Triadis, 1577. Nonetheless, in their basic recourse to Euclidean theorems, the similarity between Dorn and Dee probably ends, since Dorn's geometry contrasts with Dee's in several important respects. The prime difference is that Dorn's structures are conventional Euclidean symbols rather than hieroglyphs, nor does he employ Kabbalism. Thus, in semiotic terms, Dorn's geometrical signs do not reify their conceptual content, functioning instead as a metaphorical system which represents practical alchemy by means of abstract signifiers. There is a closer comparison between Dorn's system and that of other metaphysical geometers in the early 17th century, such as Fortunatus of Padua, who used Euclidean theorems to prove the truth of the Christian faith. In contrast, Dee believed that the operation of his monas was contiguous with reality, a metonymic or indexical relationship, asserting that the manipulation of the monas was practical alchemy rather than its symbolic substitute. By means of the universal language of Kabbalism, Dee thought that he had created a uniquely potent sympathetic magic which would eliminate at a stroke the confusions in traditional alchemical discourse. Another natural philosopher who located Dee's optics within a Paracelsian context was the alchemist and cosmologist Nicholas Hill, who had originally been a member of the retinue of Henry Percy, Earl of Northumberland, where he would have encountered the direct legacy of Dee's influence as well as the optical interests of that circle. In his Philosophia Epicurea, Paris, 1601, Hill discussed the astral influences transmitted by light, rays, relating this effect to Paracelsian alchemy. He stated that the extraction of the elixir of life and the transmutation of metals were a divine process equivalent to the emanation of the second person of the Holy Trinity from the Father. He believed that light was the impression of God in nature and that it gave both form and life to matter. Plus two. Besides Dee's, there was another important influence on the adaptation of optical theory to alchemy in the work of Giambattista della Porta, circa 1535 to 1615, who was the first to provide an illustration of solar rays being employed in the process of distillation, figure 19. Della Porta published his Magia Naturalis in 1558 with a second enlarged edition in 1589. Naples, Horatius Salvianus, both of which were very popular and were frequently reprinted. The earlier edition consisted of 4 books on magic, magnetism, and physics, including the first published description of the camera obscura, while the Magia Naturalis comprised 20 books examining optics, astronomy, geometry, architecture, and cryptography, among a wide range of other subjects. The second edition also provided an illustration of the technique of distillation by means of the sun's rays BK XCH4, although this method did not involve catoptrical apparatus, which was described in a separate section, unrelated to alchemy. 43. In fact, there was no mention of either the use of light or of catoptrics in the section concerning the transmutation of metals, in which Della Porta merely provided a traditional account of medieval alchemical theory, BK-V, in isolation from the rest of the treatise. The section de Distillationibus was published in Rome in 1608 and reprinted by Lazarus Zetzner, Strasbourg, 1609, who also included an illustration of distillation by means of the sun's rays. Della Porta relied on German and Italian medical chemistry, such as Hieronymus Braunschweig, circa 14,501, 1533, Liber de Arte Distillandi, 1500 to 1512, and Pierandrea Mattioli, 15,001,577, De Ratione Distillandi Aquas in his Commentary e Dioscoride, Venice, 1544. Another influence was Conrad Gesner in his Thesaurus Euonymi Filiatri, 1555. It was Cunrath who related Della Porta's catoptrics, specifically to alchemy, mentioning him in the Amphitheatrum of 1609, as well as in De Igne Magorum, circa 1602 to 1604. Subsequently, Athanasius Kircher, 1602 to 80, claimed to have invented distillation by means of catoptrics, illustrating the process in his Mundus Subterraneus, Amsterdam, 1665, figure 20. His claim for primacy has to be disregarded, since by this date the catoptrical distillation process was well established. For example, there exists an earlier drawing of similar apparatus in the Mellon collection of occult and alchemical manuscripts, circa 1625, belonging to an anonymous Italian text on distillation. In addition, there are other 17th century illustrations which depict alchemical catoptrics, for example, Milius in his Pictorial. Chronology of famous alchemists depicts a Demarus Philosophus reflecting the sun in a mirror, Opus Medico Chemicum, Frankfurt, Lucas Genus, 1618. Also, later 17th practical chemists are sometimes shown employing the sun's rays to calcinate antimony, such as an image in Nicasius Lefebure's A Complete Body of Chemistry, London, 1670, 49. Other related 17th century texts and illustrations such as those of Stefan Michelsbacher, Jacob Boehme, and Isaac Newton will be considered in relation to Cunrath's metaphysics of light and his catoptrical practice of irradiating alchemical prime matter. Chapter 6. John Dee's Conceptual Architecture and Zoography in an Alchemical Context. Dee's mathematical preface, written to accompany Henry Billingsley's translation of Euclid, 1570, had a special relevance for illustrators of alchemical texts, due to his references to an esoteric drawing practice called zoography. This was a Pythagorean-based geometrical system which had theurgical implications. Although Dee had composed the mathematical preface primarily with a practical intention, he could not help but hint at another, more profound wisdom which he termed archimastry, thereby alluding to theurgy, alchemy, and prognostication. According to Yeats, Dee considered mathematics in 3 distinct aspects: pragmatic, mechanical problem solving, conceptual, logic, spiritual, ideal form. He used the term mathesis to describe the esoteric aspects of mathematics, considering that practical mathematics and logic could not fulfill the highest goals of the natural philosopher, which could be attained only by means of archimastry. This arte teacheth to bring to actual experience sensible all worthy conclusions by all the artes mathematical purposed, and by true natural philosophy concluded, and both addeth to them a further scope, in the terms of the same artes f ager. And though some artes have in them experiences, but neither all that, they may, nor yet sufficiently, and to the utmost those which they do there then, the archimaster steppeth in, and leadeth forth on the experiences by order of his doctrine experimental, to the chief and final power of natural and mathematical artes. This art is no fantastical imagination. Under this cometh Ars Scintilla by Artephius F. Igiv. Within this cloud of obscure insinuation, Dee refers to the use of Ars Scintilla, prognostication or scrying by means of mirrors and crystals. He may also be recalling the use of catoptrics in alchemy, since Artephius was a noted alchemical author, but the chief science of the archimaster is another, as it were, optical science, F. Ijev. D interrupts himself by saying that, unfortunately, he has run out of time and must desist from his account, but perhaps he would write more about this optical art at some future date. In addition to D's brief references to occultist practices, even his more rationalistic explanations of mathematics in the Mathematical preface would permit a theurgical interpretation. In fact, there were significant implications for magic and alchemy in his discourse on Pythagorean geometry, classical architecture, and single-point perspective. The development of early Renaissance architecture had been profoundly influenced by the discovery of the complete text of Vitruvius' treatise on architecture, F. Iger. During the early Florentine Renaissance, Vitruvius provided the basis for Alberti's De Re Edificatoria, 1452, published 1485. The works of these two authorities are found in D's library. The aesthetic program of both Vitruvius and Alberti had been devised on the model of Pythagorean geometry and mathematics, specifically on the theory of commensurate proportions based on the ideal human figure. A Neoplatonic element was contributed to Renaissance art theory by Ficino's notion of an invisible ideal architecture. He believed that exact adherence to Pythagorean ideal ratios would generate within the visible shell of a physical building another invisible form belonging to the higher intellectual realm. Ficino had formulated this idea after reading the Neoplatonic commentary of Proclus on Euclid. Comparable ideas to those of Vitruvius and Alberti were developed by other theorists who similarly related the mathematical proportions and geometry of architecture to those of the human body. The most complex of these was the mathematical system invented by the Italian artist Piero della Francesca, circa 1420-92, for the depiction of the perspective of the human body. Although D's library lacked both della Francesca's De Prospectiva Pingendi and his De Quinque Corporibus Regularibus, he did acquire several other Renaissance texts on geometrical mathematical ratios, such John Dee's Conceptual Architecture 73 as De Divina Proportione, Venice, 1503, by Della Francesca's pupil, Luca Pacioli, 1445, circa 1510. Other treatises on proportional physical ratios in Dee's collection included Pomponius Garicus de Sculptura, Florence, 1504. Dee also had several copies of the writings of Albrecht Dürer, 1471-1528, which were the most influential 16th century texts on the rational proportions of the human figure in painting, namely his Unterweisung der Messung, Instruction in Measurement, 1525, and his Vier Bücher von menschlicher Proportion, 4 books on human proportions, 1528. Dee also had a copy of De Harmonia Mundi, Venice, 1520. 5, by the architect Francesco di Giorgio Martini, 1439-1502, in which he had related the proportions of the human body to those of the macrocosm. His ideas were probably the source of Agrippa's similar account in De Occulta Philosophia. In Renaissance art theory, the same aesthetic system governed the structure of both organic and inorganic ideal form, the depiction of the human form being related to that of spatial geometry. In De Pictura, 1435, Alberti had applied the geometrical rules of optics, perspectiva naturalis, to the art of painting in order to produce the illusion of a three-dimensional space, perspectiva artificialis. Alberti had imagined rays of light being projected by the eye in the form of a pyramid, figure 2. He then constructed their mirror image on the canvas in the form of a reversed pyramid with its apex located in the middle of the painting, which was the vanishing point absorbing all the orthogonal lines of the drawing, figure 1. Dee did not have a copy of Alberti's treatise on painting, only his work on architecture. But he produced his own treatise on perspective, which is found in British Library, Ems Cotton Vitellius C. 7th. Dürer is briefly mentioned in the text as having been the main exemplar, F16R. Dee states that he has explained his ideas in a manner suitable for use by artisans, from artists to all types of mechanicians, FF, 15R to 25R. He explains the construction of the vanishing point by means of quadratura, F17VFF, which is illustrated by 2 incomplete drawings of the pavimentum diminutionis, FF, 18V19R. Figs, 21, 22. This is a drawing of a floor composed of square paving, stones whose spatial disposition obeys the geometrical rules of single point perspective. The illusory effect of diminishing form in space is produced by the artist in 2 stages. Figure 1. First, he predetermines the position of the vanishing point and the orthogonals on the surface of the painting. Then he draws a set of intersecting lines across the paper from points at both sides of the frame, representing the viewing point of the spectator. It is these lines which determine the rate of diminution of the space and, therefore, its apparent depth. Finally, by drawing parallel lines horizontally across the network of intersections, the pavimentum diminutionis is created. In the Mathematical preface, Dee's perspective theory is intimately connected with his view of architecture as the essence of the arts and sciences. Yeats has argued that he was ahead of his time in England due to his interest in classical and Renaissance theories of ideal geometry and ratio. In fact, she claimed that his references to Vitruvian perspective in the mathematical preface initiated the classical revival in architecture prior to the work of Inigo Jones. Influenced by Vitruvius and Alberti's aesthetic system, Dee believed that architecture united the spiritual and material worlds, the heavens and the earth. He concurred with Alberti that the architect should be well versed in all the arts and sciences, including natural philosophy, since there were deeper issues involved in the practice of architecture than merely the problems of physical construction. Dee, in fact, regarded architectural theory as a speculative philosophy, citing Vitruvius on the intellectual and spiritual stature of architecture as the most noble art form. Architecture is a science garnished with many doctrines and diverse instructions, by whose judgment all works, by other workmen finished, are judged. F. Diger, Vitruvius, geveth reason, orderly, wherefore all these artes, doctrines, and instructions are requisite in an excellent architect. F. Diger. Therefore, the architect needed to know history, philosophy, music, physics, languages, painting, geometry, arithmetic, and astronomy. A musical education especially provided a conceptual foundation for his practical deployment of Pythagorean measure, weight, number, and proportion. John Dee's Conceptual Architecture 75. I count here architecture among those artes mathematical which are derived from the principles. The architect remaineth the demonstrative reason and cause of the mechanician's work, in line, plane, and solid, by geometrical, arithmetical, optical, musical, astronomical, cosmographical, by all the former derived artes mathematical, and other natural artes. F. Diger. The architect also had to understand optics, perspective, by means of which the lights of the heaven are well led in the buildings from certain quarters of the world. F. Diger. But such practical aspects were not Dee's main interest, since it was the Pythagorean concepts involved in the design of building which, he argued, were the salient quality of architecture's unique status among the arts. He quotes Alberti in his De Re Edificatoria that architecture is reducible to abstract line drawing. The whole feat of architecture in building consisteth in lineamentes and in framing, and the whole power and skill of lineamentes tendeth to this, that the right and absolute way may be had, of copting and joining lines and angles. Linkamente shall be the certain and constant prescribing conceived in minde made, in lines and angles, and finished with a learned minde and white. F. Diger. Therefore, architecture was a conceptual art, form for its theoretical. Principles were derived from Pythagorean geometrical mathematics, and Plato affirmeth the architect to be master over all that make any work. Whereupon, he is neither smith nor builder, nor separately any artificer. F. Diger. The lofty intellectual and spiritual stature awarded by Dee to architecture may have had important consequences for alchemical illustration in the early 17th century. 15. In many late 16th and early 17th century alchemical engravings, the artists used motifs from the classical canon to signify the higher ontological levels of the cosmos. Frontispiece and figure 41. Dee placed great emphasis on the intellectual status of drawing, whether in relation to architecture or in depiction of the human figure. He invented a special name for idealized figure drawing, which he called anthropography, involving the depiction of human proportions. According to the arte of perspective, F. Seizure decontextualized this type of graphic design within Hermeticism, commending Agrippa's De Occulta Philosophia, which depicted the human body as a model of the Pythagorean cosmic order. Dee was implying that the application of the single point perspective system, whether to the human figure or to architectural space, served to align the human being with the macrocosm. Thus, Pythagorean geometry not only had an intellectual and aesthetic role in the art of drawing, but also a spiritual and magical function. Hence, Dee's account of zoography prioritizes its conceptual and spiritual aspects. F. Diger, the physical application of paint, in contrast, being demoted to a mechanical art form. Zoography is the schoolmaster of picture, and Chief Gouvernour F. Diger. Among the true zoographers, Dee included the art theorists Giorgio Vasari, Pietro Aretino, and Pomponius Garricus. Zoography is an arte mathematical which teacheth and demonstrateth how the intersection of all visual pyramids made by any plane, assigned the center, distance, and lights, being determined, may be by lines and due proper colors represented. F. Diger. In Dee's ideas, zoography was related integrally to his optical theories, since the Pythagorean base system of single-point perspective was a type of magical catoptrics, with the same function as the catoptrics of the Propediumata Aphoristica and the later Monas Hieroglyphica. He seems to have believed that a painting whose spatial system was organized in accordance with Pythagorean geometrical ratios would theurgically attract the corresponding planetary influences. In other words, a painting could become a magical talisman, or a catoptrical mirror, registering and enhancing the celestial virtues. Dee's theory of drawing had revolutionary implications for alchemical illustrators. For example, Michelspacher. His four mirrors in the Kabbalah, 1615-16, may well have originated in Dee's ideas of a graphic theurgy, contextualized within Dee's Euclidean optical and alchemical system. The semiotic function of single point spatial geometry is essentially the same as that of his Monas Hieroglyphica, since they both have a metonymic relationship with the physical world. As a sign in its own right, the Pythagorean-based system of drawing was reified by Dee to become a signifying mode which operated within real physical space, not only in that of the painting. The Pythagorean ratios used in the single point system were regarded by Dee as being capable of attracting celestial influences and John Dee's conceptual architecture, 77, rendering them subject to the will of the magus. In the Mathematical Preface, Dee was increasingly thinking of occult practices more as a system of philosophical contemplation, in which the image began to replace practical activity. Sony has similarly discussed this possibility in relation to Dee's earlier Monas Hieroglyphica. Hence, the single point perspective space in the alchemical engravings of Conrad's and Mayer's treatises needs to be contextualized within Dee's theories of astronomical catoptrics, architecture and zoography, frontispiece, and fig. 41. The monistic theosophy of Paracelsus was the source for Dee's belief in the power of a visual image to unify the spiritual and physical dimensions of experience. As discussed previously, Paracelsus had taught that a human being had both a physical and an astral body, but that his real body was astral. It was by means of the imagination located in the astral body that a person could attain to gnosis, and thereby learn to control physical manifestation through the astra present within all things. Thus, for the Paracelsian magus, it was sufficient to contemplate an object instead of manipulating it physically. Visual imagery, such as talismanic ciphers or alchemical pictures, provided a stimulus to the imagination of the magus and acted as simulacra of the objects under his control. Dee's view of the theurgic function of Pythagorean-based drawing may explain two particular alchemical images which Yeats stated that she found incomprehensible. The alchemical image which specifically puzzled her was emblem B8 from Mayer's Atalanta Fugiens, 1617, figure 41. Her attribution of a conceptual influence on Mayer from Dee in this context is accurate, but she did not connect emblem 8 specifically to Dee's Mathematical Preface. Yeats, however, took note of the fact that there was some important relationship between emblem V8 and De Vries's engraving of the laboratory in Conrad's Amphitheatrum Sapientiae. We can see that the perspective in the Mayer emblem, stretching out behind the egg, is comparable to the perspective in the Conrad picture. The perspective symbolizes, I believe, architecture and its allied subjects. When one remembers that music is supplied by Mayer to accompany the egg emblem, one realizes that it contains all the elements summed up in the Monas Hieroglyphica. I am entirely unable to understand all this, nor how it would be possible to work out a mathematical problem in terms of this kind of alchemy, but I believe that implications of this kind are present in the Mayer emblems. In answer to Yeats' query, it may now be possible to suggest that, first, the image in emblem 8 does not present mathematics in the guise of alchemy, but alchemy in the guise of optics. Second, the missing link in establishing the meaning of this engraving is Dee's catoptrics and zoography. It could be added that, from the internal evidence of their texts, one of the purposes of Conrad's and Mayer's employment of single-point perspective and classical architecture was to instruct the alchemist in the science of catoptrics. An important influence on the development of this practice was Dee's astrological catoptrics, Pythagorean geometry, and Kabbalism. Atrum. Mayer would have been able to read the Mathematical Preface since he knew English, but it is not possible to assume that Conrad would have known the contents of this treatise, since there is no evidence that he could read the language. Since he does, however, mention Dee's Propedimata Aphoristica, as well as the Monas Hieroglyphica in the 1609 Amphite. The substance of the Mathematical Preface may also have been known to him, especially since he met Dee in 1589. There is some visual evidence which suggests this possibility in one of the engravings, made in 1602 for the Amphitheatrum, figure 29. In this picture of an alchemical castle, there is a pathway drawn in a diagrammatic style, as if it were explaining the geometrical rules of the vanishing point. Above this gateway there appears Dee's Monas Hieroglyphica, figure 30. This little scene acts as a signifying motif in its own right, since it is not related to the perspectival structure of the rest of the engraving, which is that of an aerial view. It may be that Conrad has turned Dee's perspective system into a second-level signifier, in Barth terms, using it to represent Dee's esoteric optical discourse. In fact, this same motif may provide a key to unlocking the complexities of Konrad's alchemical theory. Chapter 7. Heinrich Konrad, Divine Light and the Fire of the Magi. In Bremen, on June 6, 1589, Konrad met Dee in person. A meeting, which may have reinforced his reverence for Dee's exceptional hermetic knowledge. Dee was certainly one of Konrad's most important mentors, as is evidenced in his Questions tres per Utiles, Leipzig, 1607, which is dedicated to Magnificos Doctissimos et Celeberimos Viros, in particular to D.N. Johannem D. Londinensem, hoc est, sapientiae insurieris gesophilissim magnum, Anglia hermetum tu. Konrad refers to Dee in the same terms in the Amphitheatrum, Hanover, 1609. And his ideas provided an additional stimulus for Konrad's Paracelsian Theosophy. A Kabbalistic account of the divine light of God appeared for the first time in Konrad. Is Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae, Hamburg, 1595, and he continued to elaborate his catoptrical theurgy in his last treatise De Igne Magorum Philosophorum, Secreto Extremo et Visibili, circa 1602 to 1604. Konrad, 1560 to 1605, Fig. 26, was born in Leipzig, studying medicine first in his birthplace and continuing later in Basel. He traveled widely, including a period of residence at the imperial court in Prague. On December 15, 1591, he was appointed court physician to Count Rosenberg in Trebona, where he met Johann Thold, the probable author of the Paracelsian Basil Valentine alchemical treatises. He also resided in Hamburg and Magdeburg. The most surprising aspect of Konrad's career is the length of time involved in the publication of his writings, since they did not appear in print until 1595, Amphitheatrum, Hamburg edition, followed by a few books in Magdeburg, 1599. No more of his treatises were published until after his death in 1605, eventually appearing in Hanover, 1609, Strasbourg, 1608, and Magdeburg, 1616. The apparent difficulties in getting his work into print argue for a strong degree of opposition from some quarter. This issue requires further study, since the antagonistic forces surrounding Konrad may explain the course of his spiritual and intellectual development in the period 1595 to 1604. The Christological orientation of Konrad's ideas has not received sufficient attention from scholars, apart from that of Montgomery, who has described his theological position as being firmly based in Orthodox Lutheranism. For Konrad, the alchemical quest of the philosopher's stone was a quest to reveal the true wholeness of the physical universe, the macrocosm, on the basis of Christ's restoration of wholeness to man, the microcosm. Konrad conceives of the stone as the filius macrocosmi and identifies it with Christ himself. Montgomery has noted that the most important champion of Konrad's alchemy was Johannes Arndt, 1555 to 1621, citing his position as a respected Lutheran pastor in order to validate Konrad's own doctrinal regularity. Montgomery, however, chose to disregard the irregularity of Arndt's own religious beliefs for his introduction of a Pictistic element into the doctrinaire creed of his time was the result of influences from highly irregular sources. In fact, Arndt's frequently reprinted work, Wir Bücher von Wahren Christentum, 1605, was based on the writings of Valentin Weigel, 1535 to 88, a Lutheran pastor from Chemnitz. Weigel promoted mystical practices based on the concept of the immanent and eternal presence of Christ within the human soul, drawing on Paracelsian alchemical theosophy. He was developing an increasingly separatist spiritual path, which came to be designated as spiritual enthusiasm, in the sense of a soul filled with the guidance of the Holy Spirit. He taught that individual union with God was the gift of the indwelling Holy Spirit, the sole redeeming factor in human salvation, rather than the result of submission to the dogma framed by the theologians of the Lutheran Church. Weigel also had an unorthodox view of the sacraments of the Lutheran Church, specifically those of absolution and the Eucharist. Konrad's Theosophical Alchemy and Kabbalism was acquired directly from Weigel. There are some complex relationships between all of these figures which require some very careful examination, since the alliances seem to shift and change with time for reasons which are not immediately apparent. For example, Johann Valentin Andreae, 1586 to 1654, in his youth had also engaged with the Theosophical Hermetic circles, but in his later writings he seemed to have turned against their members. In fact, he praised Arndt in his Mythologiae Christianae, 1619, as being the hero of a missionary endeavor against heretical extremists. How should this be interpreted in view of the Weigelian influences on Arndt himself? It is only possible to conclude that whatever may have been Arndt's connexion with the spiritual enthusiasts in the early 1600s, he either eventually rejected them, or most, probably like André, he had grown suspicious of certain members of these circles, perhaps distinguishing between Lutheran pietists and the adherents of more blatantly magical practices. Conversely, Arndt had never been regarded as tainted by his interest in chiliastic beliefs, further complicating the attempt to understand the religious affiliations of the 1590s to 1620s is the fact that Andrea publicly attacked Cunrath in 1619, despite the fact that Arndt supported him. Arndt's eulogistic commentary on Cunrath's Amphitheatrum was published as an appendix to Cunrath's Treatise de Ignimagorum Philosophorum, Strasbourg, Lazarus Etzner, 1608, by the Paracelsian alchemist Benedict Figulus, acting as editor on Cunrath's demise. Figulus, a Franconian, was described as the wandering alchemist by Puckert. His alchemy displays the effect of Weigel's ideas, and possibly also Cunrath's, since in his Rosarium Novum Olympicum, 1608, he describes Christ as being the stone of the wise, and he refers to the two books of knowledge, that of God, as revelation, and that of the alchemical laboratory, des Lichts der Natur. This is probably an echo of Cunrath's maxim of praying and working in the oratory in the laboratory, as illustrated in De Vries' engraving of 1595 in the Amphitheatrum frontispiece. According to Dixon, Figulus joined the heterodox circles at the University of Tübingen in 1606 to 08, at a time when André, as a student, was involved with Hermetic and Neoplatonic mystical ideas. The appearance of Figulus' own treatise in the Theatrum Chemicum, Strasbourg Zetzner, 1602, provided a source for André's Chemische Hochzeit, composed circa. Dixon, like Puckert, Dixon contends that André was one of the authors of the Rosicrucian manifestos. Although this argument had been categorically rejected by Montgomery, Dixon concurs with him that André, in his later life, was alarmed by the paganistic inclinations of certain Rosicrucian sympathizers. It has emerged from Dixon's study that André's personal affiliations were more complicated than Montgomery would allow, with personal friendships outweighing his fear of the religious extremists. From the studies of scholars of the Rosicrucian movement, it emerges that figures such as Simon Steudian, Abraham, Holzel, Tobias Hess, and Christoph Besold constituted a genuine threat to entrenched Lutheran orthodoxy. Even so, Dixon negates any suggestion that there was an organized heretical movement in Protestant Germany. At the moment, in fact, the emerging picture of this history is one in which personal loyalties fluctuate throughout the first 2 decades of the 17th century. 11. Disset. Some further clues to these events are provided in the 1708 Frankfurt edition of Cunrath's alchemical treatise known as the Chaos, where the introduction by an anonymous editor informs the reader that Cunrath began the practice of alchemy at a very young age, forthwith attacking the false alchemists. The editor states that the Confessio, or Chaos, was issued in Magdeburg in 1590, at which time it was Cunrath's 23rd year of practicing alchemy. This fact again raises the query as to why he delayed for so long before issuing his work in print. The editor of the Chaos provides a historiography of Cunrath's work, mentioning the late 17th century citations of Johannes Müller and Gottfried Arnold. Müller wrote a critical history of literature, which was published as the Homonymoskopos in the 4th edition of Daniel Georg Morhoff's Polyhistoria Literaris, Lübeck, Petrus Bockmann, 1687. In this, he briefly mentions Cunrath among other late Renaissance authors writing in the context of Kabbalism and theurgy. Gottfried Arnold, in his Unpartische Kirchen und Ketzer History Frankfurt Thomas Fritsch, 16,991,700, produced one of the earliest histories of the Rosicrucian movement. Arnold's own work contributed substantially to the separatist pietism of the following century, but he himself continued to adhere to the scriptures. He acknowledged the role of Christ in saving humanity from the consequences of their sins, as well as the value of the Lutheran sacraments as a source of divine grace. Nevertheless, Arnold's own spiritual inclinations led him also to emphasize the act of God's grace which renewed the inner Christ within the individual soul, the unio mystica bochmi by which he was deeply influenced. He was also strongly affected by the pietism expressed in Johann Arndt's work. Consequently, Arnold blamed the scholastic theologians of the Lutheran Church for their obsession with dogma, causing them to misunderstand the mystical tendencies within their spiritual community and too readily condemning them as heretical. Arnold's account of the figures involved in the Rosicrucian movement is similar to that of Yates and Dixon, although neither scholar appears to have used Arnold's work in their own research. Yates was of the opinion that Rosicrucianism was a highly politicized extension of Protestant Christianity, which operated, as it were, under the cover of a secret Hermetic code. Frick, however, had a different view, namely, that the mystical Hermeticists were not adhering to Lutheran doctrine at all, citing the historical sources of Rosicrucianism in pagan antiquity and the pantheistic heresies of the medieval period. Frick underlined the non-Christian content of Paracelsian and subsequent Rosicrucian theology, 1684. Chapter 7. Montgomery argued even more strongly that the Rosicrucians betrayed Luther's reforms, and, even worse, that they were atheistic, or, at the very least, paganistic in their sympathies. Hence, it appears that it has never been possible to reach agreement on what may, or may not, constitute heresy in the adoption of mystical practices by members of the Reformed Church. An opinion in either direction seems to rest largely upon the personal beliefs of a particular historian. Nearer the facts of the situation may be Dixon's analysis of Rosicrucianism as a heterogeneous and shifting network of individuals and groups who held a variety of beliefs, argued with each other, and constantly changed their alliances. There was no anti-Christian Rosicrucian belief system, nor really much of a system at all, so much as a restless conceptual and spiritual terrain in which the participants in a highly sensitive political discourse may have used much the same symbolic language, that of the Hermeticists, Kabbalists, and Paracelsians. However, this common terminology was deployed to express a variety of political and spiritual concepts. As the main sources of Rosicrucian ideas, Arnold cites Paracelsus, the Kabbalism of Pico della Mirandola, Reuchlin, David Meteris, Michael Meyer, Robert Flood, John Hayden, Julius Sperber, Heinrich, Nolius, Julianus de Campis, Valentia, that is, André, Theophilus Schweigart, Valentin Weigel, among others, as well as medieval predecessors such as Roger Bacon, Arnold, 2, 613-28. Arnold also attributed the composition of its first manifestos, those of the Fama and Confessio, to Johann Valentin André Arnold, 2, 614-15. He allocates Conrath a separate section in his History of the Rosicrucians, Arnold, 3, 1, 2, 13, mentioning a later Dutch philosopher Friedrich Breclingius of Holland. The author of the Introduction to the Chaos, basing his account on Arnold, reports that Bredling had praised Conrath, his alchemical allegory of Christ, for its use of Kabbalism, magic, physics, and chemistry, F5V. An important mention of Conrath's contemporary associates is provided by both the editor of the Chaos as well as by Arnold. In the Chaos, two of his supporters are named as being Andreas Retius of Saxony, F4R, who in 1604 wrote the laudatory poem accompanying Conrath. His portrait in the 1609 edition of the Amphitheatrum, and Johannes Susius of Dresden, F4V, whose epigram also appears in the same edition. Arnold recounts briefly that Ritius was the rector of At, Heinrich Conrath, Divine Light, and the Fire of the Magi 85, school in Saxony, Sächsischer Schule, rector, and that Susius was the secretary of the upper consistorial court in Dresden, Secretarius intersächsischen Ober, Consistorios of Dresden, Arnold, 1712. This argues for a degree of support for Conrath on the part of respected figures in the Lutheran hierarchy. The scholarly problems of ascertaining Conrath's precise role in the development of the Rosicrucian discourse are exacerbated by the fact that André in his Mythologia Christianae in 1619 condemned him. At first glance, this would seem to imply that Conrath was closely associated with heretical elements, but there exists evidence that André had not always been so antagonistic to him, since the Chaos names both André and Arndt as Conrath's champions, F5R. Moreover, the motivations behind André's change of attitude towards Hermeticist circles are far from clear and require further analysis. Where Conrath was concerned, it may be that his contemporaries based their opinion of him less on the religious content of his writings than on the pragmatic immediacies of their own unstable political situation. The religious and political history of the period was explosive, and the constant instability of the Protestant states is reflected in Conrath's and André's writings from the 1590s to the 1620s. Arnold mentions all the citations for and against Conrath by André, Ricius, Susius, and Bredling. Drawing on André in the Mythologiae Christianae, he locates Conrath among those. Philosophers influenced by Aegidius Gutmann, Valentin Weigel, and Bartholomeus Scleos. Only two of Conrath's works are mentioned by Arnold, the Chaos of 1598 and the 1609 Amphitheatrum, whose place of publication he gives as T. Hanoviae, not Hanau. He states that this was written in 1602. Arnold, 3:12, Colonel 1. Arnold also quotes at length from Bredling's praise of Conrath as a God-fearing thinker, and he himself exonerates Conrath's work on the grounds that he relied on Scripture and that his main aim was to elucidate God's word for others. Arnold, 3:12, Colonel 1. Arnold points out the kinship between Conrath's emphasis on the Holy Spirit and that of Weigel, whom he names as the founder of enthusiasm, pietism influenced by Paracelsian theosophy, and, hence, of the Rosicrucian movement. Arnold, 2:588, Colonel 1. In fact, he identifies Conrath as being a similar enthusiast, that is, one who prioritizes the individual inspiration of the Holy Spirit rather than the dictates of the Lutheran Church. Arnold considered that Conrath had explained his religious position in the Chaos and also in the engraving of the Porta Amphitheatri Sapientiae, by which he means the 1602 engraving of the Cave of Spiritual Illumination. Arnold, 3:13, Colonel 1, figure 31. He concludes by citing Conrath on the inspiration of the Spirit as being Christian in nature. Arnold, 3:13, Colonel 1, referring to Conrath's picture of an angel standing amidst the flames of the Holy Spirit, which Arndt had similarly, explained as being Kunrath's central concept, Arnold 3:13, Kernel 1, Figure 32. Arnold mentions Kunrath's warning to those false alchemists who had forgotten God in their engagement with the process of transmutation, and he also recalls Kunrath's anger in the amphitheatrum against the betrayal of the Protestant cause by theologians who were prostituting themselves, Arnold 3:13, Kernel 2. Finally, he states that Kunrath's alchemical quest for the Philosopher's Stone was a search for God, Arnold III, 13, Kernel 2. In the present study, Arnold's account of Kunrath will be used to support a reassessment of Kunrath's alchemical treatises. These will be read as part of a campaign on two main fronts. First, against materialist and anti-Christian tendencies within Hermetic circles, and second, against the dry sophistry of the institutional theologians. Kunrath's work from 1595 is strongly polemical, both in defending his own doctrinal rectitude and attacking a variety of false religious and spiritual positions. These will be examined in a later chapter, but first it is necessary to clarify the outlines of his religious and alchemical ideas in the treatises written prior to the Amphitheatrum of 1609. Kunrath issued the first version of the Amphitheatrum in 1595. The fortunes of this edition were stormy, as were those of the second version, which Kunrath intended to publish in 1604, or even earlier in 1602. Eventually, his editor Erasmus Wolfhart produced the work in 1609 amidst such confusion that no definitive edition of the treatise has ever appeared. It should be noted that Kunrath's treatises, written after the first Amphitheatrum, 1595, adopt such an ecstatic, visionary tone that the reader is provoked into questioning the mental stability of the author. Whilst this could be regarded as the customary delivery of any prophetic illuminatus, it is also the voice of a man under considerable stress. In comparison, the tone of the Amphitheatrum in 1595 seems relatively muted and cryptic. One of the earliest alchemical texts produced by Kunrath may have been the Warhaftiger, Bericht vom Philosophischen Athenor, Magdeburg, 1599. This may have existed some years earlier in manuscript form, since the introduction to the Frankfurt 1708 edition of Kunrath. Chaos recounts that he was distributing the Athenor publicly in Magdeburg in 1597, Chaos, 1708, pound, 3R, the imperial privilegium granting permission. Heinrich Kunrath, Divine Light, and the Fire of the Magi 87 for the publication of the Athenor appears at the front of the 1599 edition, awarded by Rudolf II on June 1, 1598. The Athenor appeared in a third augmented edition in Magdeburg, 1615. Kunrath referred to the Athenor in what was probably his last treatise, De Igne Magorum. In contrast to his other works, the Athenor is a relatively conventional discussion of the pyromantic alchemical art, very different in tenor and concept from De Igne Magorum, for which the most appropriate date of composition would be circa 1602-4. In the Athenor, Kunrath does not employ the Kabbalah, which is only mentioned once at the end of the treatise in connection with the Amphitheatrum. In the Athenor, Kunrath employs a Paracelsian discourse in his account of the higher spiritual and the lower elemental fires. The spiritual fire is termed azoth, being described as a triunity of anima, corpus spiritus, or sulfur, salt, mercury. He advises his reader that the alchemical fire should be similar to the digestive fire of the stomach, making a Paracelsian reference to the archeus who exists in the stomach controlling the inner degrees of heat. He explains that the inner and outer fires should correlate in the alchemical process, that is, the heat applied externally to the material should be of the same strength as that which already exists within the materials in the flask. The central interest in the Athenor is the Paracelsian preparation of medicines, by means of the magnesia universalis and mercurial waters. The magnesia is the Paracelsian primatter, also known as the salt, or sulfur sal sapientiae, naturae sive sulfur, Athenor, 1615, 12-14, 19-20. Kunrath provides an account of the alchemical fires, the process of digestion, the humid heat of the balneum, and the use of the philosophical glass vessel. The philosopher's stone, he explains, contains its own intrinsic heat, which is a volatile actor awakened by the application of external heat. Finally, Kunrath mentions his Amphitheatrum, briefly referring to the Kabbalah, and the Gradus Magi, Athenor, 1615-59, although published in the same year, Kunrath's treatise, the Magnesia, Catholica Philosophorum, Magdeburg, Johann Bocher, 1590, was composed later than the Athenor, although it also depends as much on medieval alchemy as on contemporary Paracelsian models. The 1599 edition displays the imperial privilege granted on June 1, 1598. The importance of the Magnesia Catholica, MC, lies in the fact that, perhaps, for the first time, Kunrath identifies Jesus Christ with the Philosopher's Stone. Harmonia analogica lapidis philosophorum mirificimit iso Christo, verbo Dei, patris incarnato mirifico, e contra, MC 1599-30. Kunrath also speaks of Christ in these terms in the Carlier published Amphitetrum of 1595, though this treatise may, in fact, have been composed after the Magnesia Catholica, since in the Amphitetrum the analogy of Christ as philosopher's stone is made in a Kabbalistic context, whereas in the Magnesia Catholica Kunrath does not refer to Kabbalism. This fact alone suggests that both the Athanor and the Magnesia Catholica were written before the 1595 Amphitetrum. It may be that these two texts were updated in 1599 with a mention of the Amphitetrum in the context of their own belated publication. For his alchemical authorities, Kunrath, in the Magnesia Catholica mostly, relies on the traditional canon of medieval alchemy, such as the Turba, Philosophorum, Arnauld of Villanova, Bernardus Trevisanus, among others, MC 10, 36, 64, 77, 94 et al. He also mentions Agrippa and Trithemius with approval, MC 99. As in the Athanor, the central emphasis is on the Magnesia, which Kunrath also calls the prima materia catholica, developing his earlier description by equating it with Christ as the essential factor in human and cosmic salvation. Ich weiß aber Albereit, dass wegen dieser meiner Bestentis Magnesiae, Christi, ich so symbolischer und natürlicher Kontrafaktor in dem Buche der große Welt,
die in dieser Magnesia ISVH von Nazareth symbolischen
ist. MC 181. In the Magdeburg edition of 1599, the Magnesia Catholica concludes with an engraving of a bespectacled owl carrying flaming tapers in its claws and framed by two lit candles. The first two lines of a longer poem accompany the image, figure 28. The treatise known as the Chaos, von Hilalischen das ist Pri, Materialischen oder Allgemeinen Natürlichen, Chaos, appears to belong to the same literary period as the Athanor and the Magnesia Catholica. The Prefatio Apologetica to the Chaos was written by Hunrath and is self, dated June 13, 1597, at Magdeburg. The Chaos is also sometimes cited under another name as Heinrich Kunrath, Divine Light and the Fire of the Magi 89. The Confessio, and there exists a slightly earlier edition of this work entitled Confessio de Chao Physico to Chemicorum Catholico, dated 1596. The 1597 text was reissued in 1616 in Magdeburg by Johann Schmidt. Its last appearance was in 1708 when it was published with new commentaries by Georg Dörling. A related work, the Symbolum Physico Chemicum de Chao, appeared in Hamburg in 1598, issued by von Ohr. This particular work is very brief, consisting of two separate tracts of 22 pages, each providing an account of the Magnesia, Azoth, employing Kabbalistic terms and referring to the creative role of the Ruah, Elohim. Both of these texts are self, dated as December 12, 1597. They are a digest of the ideas in the full-length Chaos, and at the very end, Kunrath has included a philosophisch, Lied, philosophical song, written by himself and dated December 23, 1597. At this point, there commences a series of self-referential quotations between Kunrath's various treatises, which complicates the attempt to provide a chronology for their composition and publication. Nonetheless, it is important to unravel these inter-textual knots in order to perceive more clearly the direction of Kunrath's alchemical ideas in the late 1590s. The main factor to take into account is that an author may wish to update his work prior to its publication. A problematic statement is found in the Magnesia Catholica, where Hunrath states that, in his foreword to the Chaos, he has mentioned the third figure of his Amphitetrum, MC 77. As it stands, his statement implies that the Amphitetrum was composed first, then the Chaos, and finally the Magnesia Catholica. But this does not correspond with the apparent development of Kunrath's ideas, nor with that of his literary style. First, it should be noted that the Magnesia Catholica is more archaic in its conceptual program than the Chaos, since neither the Magnesia Catholica nor the Athanor refer to Kabbalism. In addition, although the central concept of the Magnesia in the Magnesia Catholica is drawn from Paracelsus, he is not cited directly, and the general orientation of the theoretical program remains that of the traditional medieval canon. More subtly, the Magnesia Catholica and the Athanor share kinship in their relatively plain literary style. In comparison, the Amphitetrum, although it was published earlier than these two treatises, expounds a developed Christian Kabbalism, centered on the divinity of light and founded in Paracelsian alchemy. It includes ecstatic and poetic flourishes from Kunrath's pen, as well as a range of his linguistic jokes moving rapidly between Latin, Greek, Hebrew, and German. The Chaos of 1597 is a more refined work than the Athanor and the Magnesia Catholica. More conceptually related to the Amphitetrum of 1595, the Chaos also employs a complex, poetical literary style similar to that, found in De Igni Magorum, as well as in the second version of the Amphitetrum, Hanover 1609. In these later treatises, Kunrath places a heavy emphasis on Christology, using imagery of the ethereal. light adopted from Kabbalism and integrated with the Paracelsian idea of the astral virtue, the Azoth. Hence, the chaos is more aligned with contemporary Kabbalistic interests than is the Magnesia Catholica. The Athanor is also found briefly mentioning the Amphitetrum, but, as in the Magnesia Catholica, it is significant that these citations are not further developed. It would suggest that the references to the Amphitetrum were added in 1599, at their time of publication, in view of the fact that the Amphitetrum had already appeared. From the internal evidence, it seems that the Athanor and the Magnesia Catholica were composed before the Amphitetrum, and that their publication was substantially delayed. When Rudolf II awarded the imperial privilege to Konrath on June 1, 1598, it was used to cover the printing of 3 treatises, those of the Athanor, Magnesia Catholica, and Chaos. This spate of publications in 15,991 suggests that Konrath was rushing into public view treatises which had already existed for a number of years. The privilege was also used to cover the second version of the Amphitetrum in 1609, although Konrath seems to have intended this to appear much earlier in 1602. The Athanor and the Magnesia Catholica could have been composed at any time between the late 1580s and 1595, but the Chaos belongs to a different phase of literary activity. The probable conclusion is that it was the Amphitetrum of 1595 which initiated the theoretical program of a series of related treatises, which included the Chaos and De Ignimagorum. If this chronology is correct, then it transpires that Konrath's thinking undertook a change of direction in the late 1590s, prompting him to publish in 1595 and 1599 some long, delayed texts of circa 1589 to 1594 fifths. Then, from circa 1595 to circa 1604, he produced a new set of Kabbalistic alchemical treatises, founded on Paracelsian chemistry and commencing with the first edition of the Amphitetrum, 1595. It is necessary to examine these last treatises more closely to determine whether it is possible to establish his motives in framing an alchemical discourse based on Kabbalism. In his Prefatio Apologetica to the Chaos, Konrath introduces his theology of light in the same terms as in the Amphitetrum of 1595. He states that one should view the light of nature through the light of God. Ich zu sehen und auszunehmen das Licht der Natur. In deinem Licht, O Gott.
Der du ein Licht bist, Chaos, folgende Eiger.
Konrath mentions the third figure of the Amphitetrum, explaining that it depicts the philosopher's stone. It may be possible to identify this. Heinrich Konrath, Divine Light and the Fire of the Magi 91, figure as being that of De Vries' circular engraving of a laboratory. For in a margin note, Konrath refers to a vestibulum, hall, as well as to a Ianua, doorway, as drawn in his third figure, frontispiece, 20. He informs the reader that to understand the third figure, it is necessary to be a theologian in the oratory and an alchemist in the laboratory. Throughout his writings, Konrath refers to the necessity of prayer and work, F. Eiger. This axiom is his late motif, as it was that of John D. In fact, De Vries' emblem is the summation of Konrath's alchemy of light. The Chaos is dedicated to Pico della Mirandola, and, due partly to his influence, Konrath produces the first developed exposition of his Kabbalistic alchemy. In particular, he discusses the Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, specifically Ruah, Chokmah, El, which is the second Sephiroth of divine wisdom on the right axis of the tree. Konrath interprets Chokmah as the divine light of God illuminating both nature and the human intellect. He relates it to the alchemical coelom, or quintessence, as well as to the Kabbalistic Shemaim, which is a material used for the creation of the world. This is a topic which he develops further in the second version of the Amphitetrum, Hanover, 1609. This interpretation of Chokmah, as both divine and natural light, forms the central trope of Konrath's Kabbalistic theology. Chaos, 2-4, 11, 40-42, 44-46, 50, 61-66, 70 et al. In the third chapter of the Chaos, Konrath discusses the light of nature in relation to the light of understanding, Chaos, 67-105. He quotes from Paracelsus that the generative power of God is light, which is the soul. It shines in all natural entities, and it is Christly, Kabbalistic, and magical. Chaos, 67-68. The light of the soul, by the will of the triune God, made all earthly things appear from the primal chaos. Nothing can be made without it. The light and the soul of the world are in nature, and the life of the world is the light of nature. Konrath also quotes from the New Testament that the light shineth in the darkness, while a note in the margin associates this quotation with the alchemical concept of the quinta essentia in abstracto, Chaos, 68. It is the work of the alchemist in his oratory and laboratory to find the incorporeal fifth essence of life, which lights all creation from the angels down to the minerals, Chaos, 6970. The light of the natural sun is analogous with the power of Kabbalah, magic, and alchemy. Chans 71-72. In this section, Kunrath has elegantly integrated all the unique aspects of his alchemy, namely the figure of Christ with the Paracelsian astral virtue and Kabbalism. He's managed to do this partly through his management of prose, style which is so dense and impacted that its idiosyncratic quality is difficult to capture in translation. In the wording and grammatical structure of his text, Kunrath slips seamlessly from the discussion of nature to that of the intellect, then onto theology and alchemy, finally concluding with the Paracelsian salt. This now becomes the central figure of his alchemical system, which equates the salt with the light of eternal wisdom, as well as with that of the natural sun. According to the equation, light is to life, as soul is to salt, chaos, 72-75. He explains that the salt is also sulfur and mercury. It is soul, life, and spirit. Kunrath even likens the salt to the Ruah Elohim, who are the rulers of the third Sephiroth Bina understanding, as the active form of God and the creative principles of lower manifestation, the Ruah Elohim, stand on the left trunk of the Kabbalistic tree of life, opposite Chokmah, wisdom. They operate specifically on Malkuth, kingdom, or earth. In his last three treatises, Kunrath returns constantly to the theme of the Ruah Elohim. In the Chaos, Kunrath produces a pantheistic ontology in which divine light in the form of the salt becomes the essence of physical nature, according to the Paracelsian equation universal salt life. This light, nature, is an emanation from the triune God sent by the Ruach Elohim, second person, into the virgin world, chaos. It affected the creation by means of the Shemaim, or ether, which is both a union of the opposites of fire and water and the universal salt, chaos, 74-75. The Ruah Elohim is Christ, who redeemed creation through the sacrifice of his blood, chaos, 75. Kunrath's term for chaos is magnesia, as in the Athanor and the Magnesia Catholica, where he had also described magnesia as the salt, sulfur, and mercury, Athanor, 1615, 12-14. Also, the Magnesia Catholica, he had already identified magnesia with Christ as the substratum of a pantheistic creation, although not in Kabbalistic terms, MC 181-184. The theme of Christ's redemptive function is developed in some detail in the Chaos. Thus, God's light is said to be inner form of the Heinrich Kunrath, divine light, and the fire of the Magi 93 world, which is interrelated Kabbalistically. Chans 75-76. Kunrath discusses the creation of the microcosm, concluding with the manifestation of Christ in human form. In addition, he introduces Kabbalistic references such as the Shamaim, or the concept of Jehovah as the archetypos of the world, Chaos 77-90, but he insists that Jesus was the second Adam, the Logos who redeemed the world through the sacrifice of his blood, Chaos 85. Again, he declares that Christ is the union of soul and flesh, God and humanity, Chaos 86. Kunrath once more compares the Philosopher's Stone to Christ, who is also the universal panacea, Chaos 86-88. This medical aspect of Kunrath's Christology may have been remarked by Flood, who structured the alchemical theory of his Medicina Catholica, 1629-31, and Philosophia Sacra, 1626, around the same idea. Later in the Chaos, Kunrath returns to the subject of the salt, quoting, "From the Rosarius Mayer of Arnald of Villanova that all the secret lies in. The salt, Chaos 256-265, but he proceeds to relate the metaphysical Paracelsian salt to chemical saltpeter, as well as to vitriol and other substances. This indicates that he knew of the more recent Paracelsian developments in the theory of the aerial niter, perhaps from Corsetinus, whom he acknowledges in his Quaestions tres per utiles. In his 7th chapter, Kunrath also discusses the making of potable gold. In Paracelsian terms, he informs the reader that this potion is the internal sun, whose virtue is derived from the azoth and the salt, which are related to the magnesia, Chaos 230. In the Chaos of circa 1597, the strongest influences are those of Paracelsian alchemy, the Kabbalah, and Lutheran pietism on the model of Weigel, but Kunrath makes no reference either to astrology or to catoptrics. These are encountered in possibly his last treatise, De Ignamagorum Philosopherumque, Strasbourg, Lazarus Zetzner, 1608, which interprets the alchemical furnace in mystical terms as the site in which the ethereal light and the astral virtues work their effects. The properties of the alchemical furnace are determined by the sacred fire of the divine light, as well as by the natural virtues of the sun. For the first time, Kunrath gives clear instructions for the use of catoptrics. In order to draw the astral virtues into the alchemical work, in its medical theory, De Ignamagorum is preoccupied with the subject of the aurum potabile. Kunrath draws on Bernard of Treviso, Lowell, and Paracelsus, stating that the universal medicine derives its virtues directly from God, and hence it is superior to all other medical preparations. A Philosophus Anonymous has added an introduction to De Ignia Magorum, which is a summary of the main points of Conrad's argument. In addition, the editor, Benedictus Figulus, included his own brief commentary at the end of the treatise, which reiterated the theme of Conrad's difficult life and the opposition which he encountered, although, unfortunately, no details are given. De Ignae 124 to 126. In the introduction, the reader is informed that the fire of life moves everything. The spiritual fire, in the form of divine light, descends from the Father to the Son to the Holy Spirit, and thence to the heavens, from which it operates on the earth as the visible and splendid propagatory light. De Igna, Fef. 2v 23r. The commentator explains that Conrad has related the virtues of the philosophical fire of alchemy to those of the sun. Hence, natural fire is invigorated by celestial fire. In human beings, the divine fire becomes the intellect, the reason, and the ability to comprehend God. In Conrad's argument, divine light penetrates into the earth itself, where it becomes darkness. In the middle sphere of the earth, divine light is tempered by the qualities of darkness. This concept may be a possible source for Flood's more radical theogony of light and dark in his Medicina Catholica 1629, in which God manifests both as Apollo, light, and as Dionysos, darkness, the source of both good and evil. Flood similarly describes the middle sphere of the macrocosm as being composed of equal amounts of light and darkness. Flood, Medicina Catholica 1629. 4. Paracelsian alchemical theory enters the discourse when the anonymous commentator explains Conrad's equation of the divine fire with the azoth, quintessence, which Conrad designates as the spiritus animatus, the spirit animating life, de ignae, F3v. Thus, fire is a unity, but it takes both an internal and an external form. The former is natural, and the latter is artificial. Neither is effective without the other. The external natural quality is the sun, which operates as the inner virtue of the artificial spagyric fire in alchemy. This is a reference to Paracelsus' theory of the astral virtue of the sun within material fire, de ignae, FF4v-5r. The main text by Conrad commences by mentioning his earlier treatise, the Athenor de Ignae 2-3. He elaborates on his earlier account of the Zoroastrians by further consideration of their god or Mazda, whose form was that of eternal fire. Conrad provides an account of various other religions and philosophies which have venerated the fire as Heinrich Conrad, divine light, and the fire of the Magi 95. Sacred, most of his examples being taken from the Old Testament, with some from Greek and Roman classical literature, such as stories of the Vestal Virgins, as well as other ancient sacrificial fire cults. All of these he considers to be the secret external fire of the sages, De Ignae 4-20. From the very beginning of his treatise, Conrad promotes the use of catoptrics in alchemy by initially recalling the words of Paracelsus. In Book 7 of the Rerum Naturalium de Transmutatione, De Igna 26, on the degrees of heat to be used in alchemy. He relates these pyromantic theories to catoptrics, describing how the virtues of the sun are to be deployed in alchemy by means of steel crystal mirrors. In this celestial fire, the three principles of alchemy, sulfur, mercury, salt, are refined. Es ist ein unsichtbar Feuer, dabei wir vermeinen die Radios oder Strahlen.
Der Sonnen, welches Feuer durch einen stahlenen Spiegel oder Kristallen sich öffnet. Mit diesem Feuer, die drei Prinzipia von einem jeden korporalischen Dinge, frei auf einem Tische gescheiden werden, der Igne 26-27.
Conrad continues his examination of catoptrics at length, referring also to Agrippa's description of magical mirrors in De Occulta Philosophia de Ignae 28-32. He quotes Paracelsus once more, in order to justify the use of catoptrics in alchemy, employing his concept of the arcanum, the hidden virtue in nature which is the true medicine, de Ignae 27-28. He recalls how Paracelsus had explained that the effectiveness of the arcanum was dependent on the method of its preparation. This had to be undertaken during the appropriate period of the sun's cycle in order to capitalize on its beneficial rays. Since the sun is the highest arcanum of elemental fire, therefore, it provides the most purifying grade of heat. The species of the sun exists in elemental fire, and thus it has purifying properties. Since through the sun all things wax to their fullest potential, therefore, the nostrum of the alchemist should be, apply the sun rightly in the Catholic chemistry. Capture it, he who can. Sagt Paracelsus Solchewort.
Die Sonne alle Ding in das Wachsen treibet. UND, alle Gewachse, durch die Sonne wachsen. UND, die Sonne, ist das hochste Arkanum im Feuer. UND, der hochste, reinste je einige, essentialische Gradus des Elementfeuers. Also, dass seine Species mehr ist im Elementfeuer, das also Q. Essential Leader, clarificered und prepared, ist als die Sonne. Darum alle Dinge durch die Sonne wachsen es hochsten. Nostrum igitur erit, solem reit alicar operi chimico nostro catholico. Capiat qui potest, die igne, 27-28.
Conrath quotes Paracelsus from the Philosophia Sagax on the manner in which the sun generates and nurtures the elements in the same way as a hen broods her eggs. Thus should the alchemist regulate his alchemical. Ovan de Yin 28, he integrates Paracelsus' account of the generative powers of the sun with the catoptrical mirrors and gems used by Astron, Omers, and astrologers on Agrippa's model, de Igne 34. He argues that the sun is God's fire and that philosophers obtained their flames from it, as in the case of Orpheus. In fact, Conrath even mentions an Orphic poem which describes the lighting of a fire by means of burning glasses, de Igne 33-34. For additional support in his discussion of the alchemical use of the sun, he quotes from the Arab alchemists Morianus and Geber, as well as from the Turba Philosophorum de Igne 39-40, who advised placing materials in the heat of the sun to facilitate the process of cooking, desiccation, coagulation, and so forth, de Igne 40. Conrath also cites the Rosarium and the Emerald Table for the parentage of the philosophers. Stone in the sun and moon, the 5 degrees of heat employed by alchemists, according to Conrath. Approximate to the heat of the sun, when it stands in the astram, equal signs of Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, and Leo, de Igneo 43. Thus, the alchemical work is a simulacrum of the sun's fire, in that it promotes animation and impregnation by magnetic forces. Ewan Dagagan das himmlische Sonnenfeuer, mediat vermittelst diese.
Nämlich unser materialisch Kohlen- oder Lampenfeuer, Unione Physico Magica.
Und magnete naturae sympathico, sit simulacrum et vehiculum lucis superioris, H.E. Solaris, de Igne 46. God is an alchemist, using the sun. The same idea is the foundation of Flood's alchemy. Conrath in De Igne Megonum concludes that heavenly fire and light are God's miraculous fiery instrument, working many natural wonders in the cosmos. Similarly, the alchemist works in his laboratory by means of physico, chemistry, and the rays of the sun, attracting the rays of the anima mundi in order to create the Catholic, universal, occult fire which fructifies the work by means of the Hylial Azoth, the 7 A's, is the sun in God's great laboratory. So is the alchemist in his laboratory. By means of sympathetic magic, de Igne 52-53, Heinrich Conrath, Divine Light and the Fire of the Magi 97. Magnete Naturae Sympathis Harmonico, de Igne 53. This section could almost stand as a synopsis of Flood's alchemical theory. In fact, the similarities between the ideas of the two alchemists are so close that Flood must surely have drawn on Conrath for some of his own ideas. Conrath explains that the celestial fire must also be used to light the alchemical furnace as a form of sympathetic magic, de Igne 53. In this operation, he seems to intend the use of catoptrics, since later, in the text, he provides some general instructions on the use of the catoptrical mirror, which appears in a little drawing at the side of the text, emphasizing the importance of these instructions, de Igne 70. Like D in the Monas Hieroglyphica, Conrath advises that the alchemical work should be started under the astrological sign of Aries, March, at the beginning of the new year. In this context, he explains how to practice Paracelsian sympathetic magic through the use of the magnet, de Igne 71. Also referring to another aspect of Paracelsian theurgy in De Tempore by recommending the irradiation of the materials. A little is enough. The process of irradiation involves the exposure of the alchemical matter to the astral rays by means of catoptrics, welches zwar wunderbarlich, jedoch die weißen Lehrans.
Zur bequemen Zeit. Durch dieses fährige Mittel einem jeglichen Subjekto praedisposito adque. Convenienti, dazu vorher wohl angeordneten UND bequemer Subjekto oder Dinge, durch. Naturgemäß magische des Philosophie Handgriffe, in momento, im Augenblick und nu, leichtlich irradiert oder infundiert eingestrahlt und eingegossen werden, de Igne. 72. The process of irradiation is described as the animation, solerator, of the alchemical oils and fermentum.
The soul is introduced into the matter from the sun by means of catoptrics which draw on the Olympian furors, a typical pun of Conrath's, which unites Sol and the celestial realms of the highest powers, de Igne 73. A note in the margin of the text states that the process concerns ignis elementarium, solerator animatus, the solar animation of elemental fire, de Igne 73.
Das Feuer im Athemann oder Kunststoffen, auf das man entweder die Kohlen, gereinigtes Oleum, oder Spiritum Valvini vel fermenti, Weins oder getrenntes Geist, im Ofen. Davon bald, wiederum, solarita animieret, sonnlich geseliget anzünden und geben Fonte. Kohlen oder Lampenfeuer kommen sole coelasti mit der himmlischen Sonnen, nicht nur allein in momento, fast in einem, 98, Chapter 7.
Nu, wiederum gleich als zuvor gewesen, harmonies meritire, Olympischen Feurs, de Igne, 73-74. Irradiation, or animation, of the materia by means of the sun's rays unites the alchemical art with the archeum naturae and with the scintillae, rays, of the anima mundi, the soul of the macrocosm. The essential function of the fire of the light of nature is to fructify the elements. Archeum naturae, das essentialische oder wesentliche in der Feuer des Licht der Natur, der Elementen und ihre Früchten. De Igne, 75. Kunrath also speaks of the spherical alchemical glass vessel mentioned previously in his Athenor, although not in a Kabbalistic context. Like the magnet, the glass vessel also has an theurgic function. Nothing can be achieved so effectively as by means of the sun's fire.
Auch in unserer spagierischen kleinen Kunstwelt, das ist im philosophischen Glase, UND-Ofen, von der Natur auch dem Asoch, nicht das, so man verhoffet, produziert und hervorbracht wird, ohne Attribution oder Anwendung des himmlischen Einfachen der Sonnenfeuer, vermittelst. Kohlen oder Lampen, wie Bicro recht gelehret und angehoret de Igne 97. In relation to the fecundating power of the elemental fires, Kunrath quotes Paracelsus from Book X of the Archidoxa, De Vita Longa, and also from his Tract 7 on mineral hot waters, De Thermis Pipernus.
Another reference is taken from Paracelsus' Paragranum Medicinae, Kernel 3, K. Est alchemia? De Igni, 79. Gertie Kunrath's alchemical process of irradiation may be usefully compared with Newton's similar method of illuminating his chemicals, as recorded in his earliest alchemical notes written prior to 1678. Newton, in fact, may have gathered this idea from Kunrath's treatise, for he took notes from the Amphitheatrum, and may well have read his other works. Dobbs has contextualized Newton's alchemical procedure within his optical theory, placing considerable emphasis on Newton's process of illuminating his materials in order to activate them. Perhaps rather romantically, Dobbs regarded this procedure as the hidden secret of alchemy. Heinrich Kunrath, Divine Light and the Fire of the Magi 99. The active principle could also be, or was identical with the Spirit of God that moved upon the face of the waters in Genesis. Activation might be effected by an agent totally imperceptible to the senses. There were perhaps hundreds of alchemical names for it was one of the great secrets of alchemy, disguised nilly in the texts. It is certainly true that this process of vivification was never clearly described by the alchemists, as in the case of the section concerning illuminatio in the Rosarium. The illustration plainly shows the sun entering the tomb of dead matter, figure 10, but the accompanying text speaks only of perfect circles and the astronomical role of the sun. It is Kunrath's De Igne Magorum, which had, in fact, provided the first clear instructions for the practice of catoptrics. In an alchemical context, on the basis of John Dee's technique in the mathematical preface and the Monas Hieroglyphica, Dobbs argued further that the activating agent in illumination was broadly conceived and was related to visible light more metaphorically than literally. In this conclusion, she was being too cautious, since the pseudo-Lilian corpus, with its astrology, the Rosarium, Dee's catoptrical theories, and Kunrath, De Igni Magorum, all produced the impression that celestial rays were, indeed, being employed by alchemists to animate their materials in De Igni Magorum, as well as citing Paracelsus and the medieval corpus. Kunrath also refers to the 12 books of Giambattista, Della Portas Magia Naturalis, referring thereby to the enlarged second edition of 1589, De Igne 94. Other authorities mentioned in his account of the astral fires and catoptrics include Hermolaus Barbarus in Corollario Super Dioscorides, Obidiaci in Commune de Igne 90, Trithemius in the Orium, Velus de Igne 94, Joannes Pontanus and Penotus's letter to Joannes, Bartholomeus Burgravius de Igne 96, 103. The most immediate influence of Kunrath's alchemical catoptrics was on Stefan Michelsbacher's Kabbalah, Spiegel, Der Kunst und Natur, Augsburg, 1615 to 1616, consisting of 4 engravings, which represent mirrors displaying alchemical visions. Apart from this Paracelsian alchemical treatise, Michelsbacher also published an Optica, 1616, illustrated by Raphael Boltons. In the Kabbalah, he explains that his visions appeared to him through the power of a radiating celestial fire in 3 distinct forms. The first mirror was a fiery sapphire, displaying the philosophical mercury and salt, while the second showed him the philosophical sulfur. The third mirror was of a divinely rosy color, all in flames, in the midst of which there appeared a very great arcanum, which was the philosophical fire through which all things come to maturation. Putting together the 3 mirrors, he made a fourth in which he saw God perfectly. Kabbalah, 1654, F. BLV. Michelsbacher's concept of the relationship of the celestial and elemental fires recalls Kunrath's account in De Igne Magorum. The 4th engraving in the Kabbalah incorporates a distinctive catoptrical motif in a Weigelian allusion to the innate and eternal Eucharistic union of the soul with Christ, figure 23. The crowned figure, seated in the fountain of life, signifies Christ as the philosopher's stone, administering communion. In two chalices to the sun and moon, sulfur and mercury, representing the soul and spirit of the communicant. In the top right of the picture, there is a scene from the Passion of Christ. Set within the walled city of Jerusalem, figure 24a, an angel hovers over the city, while a stream of water flows from beneath its walls to feed the fountain in which the resurrected Christ is seated. This motif is an allusion to Weigel's concept of the historic figure of Christ as being the external representant of the immanent Christ. At the top left of the image is the tetragrammaton, standing in an aureole of light. The dove of the Holy Spirit flies from the city to the symbol of God, then, down to the fountain, its two lines of flight, with that of the stream of water, producing the shape of an equilateral triangle whose apex lies in the tetragrammaton, with the fountain and the city as the corners of its base. The whole scene is set within the circle of the rainbow, while the fountain itself is located within a nearly square-walled garden. This mystical geometry is related to that of Michelsbacher's first engraving, entitled Der Spiegel der Kunst und Natur, which shows two geometrical diagrams, the one on the left having the same configuration as the fourth engraving, that of circle, square, and triangle, figure 24b. In the first engraving, this diagram is stated to be an image of the Azoth, another Weigelian and Conradian allusion to Christ. Thus, Michelsbacher's adheres to Conrad's Weigelian polemic, in which union with the innate Christ as the philosopher's stone was attained through the inspiration of Heinrich Conrad, Divine Light, and the Fire of the Magi 101, the Holy Spirit. Michelsbacher located Conrad's alchemical Christology within a Rosicrucian context, for his treatise is specifically dedicated to the Rosy Cross fraternity. In Michelsbacher's Fountain of Life, the lines of flight of the Holy Spirit were similar to the catoptrical refraction of light raised by the surface of a mirror. Comparable imagery of the refraction of light rays is found in other contemporary alchemical illustrations, such as those of Robert Flood in his various treatises, figure 49, or of Michael Meyer in the Septimana Philosophica, figure 37. Such geometrical structures depicting the catoptrical reflection and refraction of light rays became a distinctive motif in late Renaissance Hermetic illustration. A slightly later example is Athanasius Kircher's frontispiece to his treatise on optics, Ars Magna Lucis, Rome, 1646, figure 25, in which the tetragrammaton appears within a aureole of light at the top, while an owl is drawn at the top right. The figure of Apollo on the left shines his light onto the mirror of the moon, which refracts it to the earth. Another of his rays is projected onto the human senses through an optical instrument, while a third ray bounces off a mirror on the earth into a dark cave. Kircher's illustration describes the various lights of nature, the senses, and the intellect. It remains to discuss the specific influences triggering Conrad's ideas concerning the use of astral virtue and catoptrics in alchemy. These may have been inspired by the publication of Paracelsus' complete works in the Basel edition of 1589-90, as well as the appearance of Delaporta's second Magia Naturalis, 1589. Another influence was undoubtedly Dee's Kabbalistic astrology and catoptrics, as well as the enduring effects of Pico della Mirandola's and Reuchlin's Christian Kabbalism. In the context of the political pressures on his pietistic beliefs between circa 1595 and 1604, these influences led Conrad to devise a Kabbalistic alchemy of light founded on Paracelsian theosophy and Renaissance optical science. Chapter 8. Heinrich Conrad's Site, Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae. The 1595 and 1602 editions. Conrad's historical reputation rests largely on his Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae, yet this treatise has been surprisingly neglected by modern scholarship, despite the frequent appearance of its lavish engravings in popularized accounts of alchemy, such as Stanislas Klosowski de Rola's The Golden Game. Apart from the complexity of the text and the illustrations, an additional deterrent to research is the difficulty of establishing a history for the two editions of the Amphitheatrum published in 1595 and 1609. Eco has taken the lead in unraveling the threads of the book's complex history, but many issues remain unresolved. The main problem, as Eco has concluded, is that there does not exist a definitive 1609 edition of the Amphitheatrum, since all the extant versions differ in the number and pagination of their illustrations. He argues that all available copies are composites and even more confusing. They disagree with their description in the scholarly catalogs. Consequently, although many editions other than that of 1609 are reported, nevertheless, Eco prefers to follow de Boer, 1764, in arguing that there never was more than one edition of the final version, and that was the one published in Hanau in 1609. He also considers that Hanau means that town specifically, rather than Hanover as the name is usually translated. The present study follows Arnold in retaining the more usual Hanover translation, since he was closer in time to the facts of this history. Another controversy surrounds the dating of the visual imagery. It is difficult to reconcile any of the pictures with the content of Conrath's text. It seems that, variously, among the different versions of the 1609 edition, there exists a stock of illustrations which have been bound in different arrangements. The visual repertoire consists of Conrath's portrait, figure 20, 6, 4 images in a circular format, frontispiece, and figs, 32, 33, 34, as well as 5 images taking a rectangular form. In addition, there is an elaborate frontispiece and also an emblem of an owl, figure 28, wearing spectacles and carrying flaming tapers. Eco argues that the 4 images which take a circular format originated in the 1595 edition. The rectangular images are dated on their frames at 1602, being intended for a version of the amphitheatrum which was prepared to be issued in either 1602 or 1604. A final edition was prepared posthumously for 1607, but it did not appear until 1609.5. The problem of determining Conrath's intentions for his work is complicated by the different dates appearing on the various component texts of the 1609 edition. There is one epilogue dated at 1602 and another dated at 1604, while the editor's foreword is dated 1607. Thorndike has noted that a sketch of the first version of the amphitheatrum was published in Hamburg in 1595. Following his argument, Eco considers that only 2 versions of Hamburg 1595 still exist, in both cases containing the 4 circular images. One of these editions now belongs to the Duveen Library at the University of Wisconsin, while the other copy is located in the University Library Basel. The Basel version comprises an elaborate frontispiece, the 4 circular illustrations and fewer pages of text than the final 1609 version, as well as 2 copies of the epilogue. A very important point which Eco makes is that the Basel amphitheatrum may have been the edition intended for publication in 1602. In addition, Gilly mentions 2 other extant copies of the 1595 amphitheatrum, one in Darmstadt, while the other is, most significantly, a hand-written copy by Johannes Friedrich Jung, the first publisher of Andres Chemischen Hochschule von Christian Rosenkreuz. Jung made his copy of Conrath's treatise in 1602, including his own adapted version of the 1595 illustration of the Praying Alchemist by de Vries. Gilly rightly cites this item as being evidence of the substantial influence of Conrath's treatise on Andres' circles. Amphitheatrum Sapientiae, Aeternae, the 1595 and 1602. Editions 105, the Isagoges commentaries, which accompany the 1609 edition, correspond to the texts originally, located around the edges of the 1595 circular engravings. In the Hamburg 1595 edition, the circular engravings are dated and inscribed as having been engraved by Paul van der Dort, Die Anversa, in that year, but the dates have been removed from the Hanover 1609 illustrations, frontispiece, and figs. 32, 33, 34. In his summary, Eco has concluded that Conrath produced an early version of the amphitheatrum, the one which was printed at Hamburg in 1595, consisting of 5 pages of text and 4 circular illustrations. In addition, there may have been another edition published in 1602, for which an epilogue was written, and a frontispiece engraved, both of which are dated at 1602, and this would have also included the 4 rectangular illustrations. The second epilogue, written in 1604, may have been intended for another edition of the treatise which was meant to be published in that year. In short, Eco argues convincingly all the existing second editions of the amphitheatrum are Hanover 1609, which always includes the 2 epilogues, as well as an inconsistent selection of the illustrations. Eco plausibly suggests that, in fact, the illustrations may have been circulated separately from the text of the amphitheatrum, different images being selected from the general repertoire by different binders. The 1609 edition is not rare, and it may be found widely dispersed in European libraries. Both the 1595 and 1609 editions are a commentary on 365 biblical verses taken from the Old Testament books of Proverbs and Wisdom. Conrath provides 2 versions of the biblical texts, one from the Vulgate and another, which is his own translation from the Hebrew, Proverbs, and Greek, Wisdom. A further important aspect of Eco's study is his suggestion that in 1602, Conrath rewrote the text of the amphitheatrum, which led him to date accordingly the epilogue and frontispiece. As in the case of the Athenor and Chaos, the imperial privilege of June 1st, 1598, was used to cover the publication of the Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae in 1609. After Conrath's death in 1605, Erasmus Wolfart, assisted by Guglielmo Antonio, took this edition to its final printing and added his own introduction dated at 1607. Wolfart belonged to Arndt's circles since Gilly mentions a letter written to him by Arndt, von dem großen Geheimnis der Menschwerdung, praising Conrath's illustrations. An additional factor to consider in this history is the existence of yet another version of the 1595 Amphitheatrum, which may even be a copy of the projected 1602 edition. Neither Eco nor Gilly refer to this item, which is a manuscript, Miss Alnwick 571, held in the library of Alnwick Castle, the family seat of the Dukes of Northumberland. Although it has been transcribed in a late 16th to early 17th century secretary, hand by at least 3 different scribes, unfortunately, it cannot be assumed that the manuscript entered the library at that date. Henry Percy, the 8th Earl of Northumberland, dispatched scribes to the continent to copy selected works, but a large collection of occultist manuscripts was also donated to the ducal library in the 18th century, and these may have included the Amphitheatrum. Miss Alnwick 571 consists of 55 folios, many of which have been left blank as if the manuscript was an incomplete transcription of another text. The wording of the frontispiece is the same as that of the Basel University copy of 1595, and the text itself, dated on the title page of 1595. The manuscript contains copies of 4 engravings from the Amphitheatrum, which include, it seems, one of the 1602 rectangular images, while the other 3 are copies of the 1595 circular engravings. In the sequence of illustrations in Miss Alnwick 571, there first appears a completed copy of the 1595 Anthropos, Christ standing in the midst of the Kabbalistic universe, figure 32, 1595 original, followed by an incomplete image consisting of nothing more than Latin aphorisms, with no pictorial content. It is important, however, to note that these aphorisms are an exact transcription of those appearing in one of the 1602 rectangular images where these same words are written on rays of light emanating from a tunnel piercing a mountain, side, figure 31. As in the 1602 original, the Latin aphorisms in the Alnwick manuscript are organized into the shape of a semi-circle, following the sequence of the 1602 exemplar. No other attempt has been made to copy the engraving. The third drawing in Miss Alnwick 571 is a meticulously rendered copy of the 1595 circular image of the Ribis, including all the original texts, figure 34, 1595 original. The drawing represents a hermaphroditic figure, crowned with a peacock, carrying a sphere which symbolizes the Paracelsian alchemical macrocosm of the 4 elements and the 3 principles. Below it, there appears the globe of the earth, on which there is drawn a map of Europe, Asia, and Africa, within which there is yet another globe, that of chaos. At the top of the outermost circle around this figure stands the tetragrammaton, accompanied by the Pythagorean equilateral triangle composed of 10 dots in a pyramidic form. The illustration refers to the necessity of reducing all things ad monadis simplicitatem. Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae, the 1595 and 1602 editions. 107, also mentioning the Azoth, the Coelum, and the Rosseli. In comparison to the original engraving, the Alnwick drawing is amateur, for the scribe has ineptly splayed the original image across 2 facing folios of the manuscript, failing to reproduce the exact dimensions of the original. The final drawing in the Alnwick sequence consists merely of text alluding to working and praying, which could be a bare mention of Dei. Vries' 1595 circular image of the praying alchemist, frontispiece. Given the difficulties which the scribe experienced in copying the diagrammatic scheme of the rebus, maybe he abandoned all hope of undertaking with any success a copy of de Vries' sophisticated design. One circular image from Conrad's 1595 Amphitheatrum is altogether absent from Miss Alnwick 571, that of the Lullian circles ruled over by the archetypos, the tetragrammaton, figure 33. Neither are Conrad's portrait, figure 26, nor the 1602 frontispiece recorded. But at the end of the prologue, the Alnwick text includes expositions on the visual images, which are similar to the 1609 Isagogius. There is also a set of questions which are the same as those in the 1609 edition. What is it possible to determine concerning the original exemplar of Miss Alnwick 571? Primarily, it should be noted that the text, self, dated at 1595, is the shorter Hamburg edition. In spite of this fact, the scribe must have been copying from a version of the Amphitheatrum, compiled in 1602, since he refers to one of the rectangular engravings. Furthermore, the Isagoges, although they are not named as such, appear in exactly the same location as in the 1609 edition, that is, separated from the circular engravings and placed at the end of the prologue. Finally, the text includes an epilogue. The problem of establishing the character of the 1595 and 1602 editions requires much closer scrutiny of the 5 extant versions of the Amphitheatrum of 1595. For present purposes, however, attention will be drawn only to those details in Miss Alnwick 571 related to the immediate argument. Miss Alnwick 571 opens at a double folio title page. At the top of the left, hand page verso, there is a Hebrew text which subsequently was relocated to the base of the 1602 frontispiece. The text of the manuscript is described as a prologue, and at the end of the transcription, there is an admonition that one should not make an opinion by reading only one book of the work, the same statement appearing in the 1609 edition. The prologue commences by explaining that Hunrath has provided annotations of both the Old and the New translations of the Book of Solomon from the Hebrew and of the Book of Wisdom from the Greek. The alchemical program of the Alchemic text is Christocentric, based on Hunrath's theme of the divine light of eternal wisdom in relation to the two levels of alchemy, material and spiritual. The text begins with a comparison between the earthly sun and the divine Son of Christ, par. 18-19. In the words of wisdom, 16:20. Hunrath urges the reader not to adore the visible image, the sun, but only the spiritual light of God, par. 18. In the same section, he speaks of the aurora, referring to the Kabbalistic concept of the dawning of spiritual illumination and salvation, mentioning, in passing, the name of Johannes Campanensis. He then refers to the Secunda Huius Amphitheatri Figura, which is not, unfortunately, an allusion to the second illustration in this particular manuscript, par. 21. The reader is informed that divine wisdom is the light which we see through, out the day as the source of both fire and water and fructification. Tota dai, tota visa omnibus dibus visa luz est tunc non prius sapientiae aquae. Monti valer et ignis, cordis ardor, pluvium concepis. Par. 21. From the outset, Hunrath vehemently attacks any false prophet who obstructs true philosophy as a calamedicus, pseudophysicus, sophista, but the debates of these heretici, par. 24, encompass only the sapientia mundana rather than divine wisdom itself. Hunrath mentions again the second figure of the amphitheatrum, explaining that it portrays the wisdom of the Magi and the Kabbalists from the east, signifying the font of life, which is God. Amphitheatrum sapientiae aeternae.
The 1595 and 1602 editions, 109 Uniturdia ad vitae, in fontem, sapientiae oceanum, feliciter deducant magos, Kabbalistas ex oriente, par. 31.
In the following section, he recalls the fathers of the church, such as Cyprian, par. 32, moving immediately to equal approval of Agrippa and the Kabbalah. He states that God himself opens our eyes through the illumination of the Kabbalah, par. 35. There is yet another reference to binarium, ut is figura amphitheatri huius secunda, par. 39, which is a reference to Christ as the monad, in his dual nature of human and divine. Bonum summum, de donum, homini ad monadis simplicitatem reducto, par. 43. Within this Kabbalistic discourse on Christ, drawn from the model of Reuchlin, Hunrath explains the Medicina Catholica, produced by the philosopher's stone which transmutes metalla inferiora in superiora, he in argentum et aurum, par. 46. The Medicina Catholica transforms age into fruitful glory by means of the son of the philosopher's stone in a Christian Kabbalistic way. This is said to be explained in the third figure of the amphitheatrum. From the context, he seems to be alluding to the 1595 circular engraving of the Anthropos. Christ, in the midst of the Kabbalistic cosmos of light and fire, figure 32. Via sia pulchra sapientia soror mea, ob veritate in doctrina et laboribus pacifica, sibi pax, quia animi irrequietudinem, etiam superphysico artificialis, de quatertia huius amphitheatri figura, sub numero 1, probat 5, fructuosa sedat, decidium ardens sufficient, et hominem totium tranquillum, quietum, assi vera pace, interne et externe pacificum reddit, par. 46. He proceeds to discuss the nature of fruitful and long life, par, which recalls Paracelsus' discussions of the same topic in relation to his theory of the quintessence, coelum homini, 15. Hunrath specifies an image in the amphitheatrum portraying the alchemist as both pious and hard, working, par. 48, which could only be De Vries' picture of the alchemical laboratory, frontispiece. He refers to Christ as the incarnate, yet eternal, word of the New Testament, sapientia aeterna, in seculo incarnate, par. 48. Then he acknowledges Erasmus of Rotterdam, par. 51, as well as the Pymander of Hermes Trismegistus and Julius Caesar Scaligirus, par. 53. Hunrath admonishes true Christian alchemists that they should be meditating, praying, walking, reading Scripture, as demonstrated in the second, third, and fourth figures of his treatise, par. 71. In contrast, he attacks blasphemers and black magicians who operate with the sign of the pentacle, directing his reader, instead, to the fourth figure of his treatise, in which there appear the proper, truly spiritual, figures which are to be used in alchemy. This is probably an allusion to the 1595 engraving of the Lulian Kabbalistic circles of the Archetypos, figure 33, which is, however, absent from S. Alnwick 571. Hic annulum assistentia spiritu boni theosophorum In tabulis cordis, hoc pentaculum solo novis virtuosum, non illud negrumenticorum siu cacomagorum fantasticum, atca blasphemum, escolo mentis lus suspendenda,
fem idi figura amp.
Hughes 4, A par 74. From Pythagorean geometry, Kunrath moves into the field of Kabbalism, mentioning two Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, those of Hokmahel and Binahel, par 75, as well as the Kabbalistic practices of Notarikon and Gaimetria, par 81. In passing, he names both pagan and Christian philosophers, Socrates, Cicero, and Tertullian, par 84. Returning to the theme of orando e laborando in relation to the second and third figures of the Amphitheatrum, par 85. In the following section, Kunrath's Paracelsian and Christological discourse is very similar to that in the Chaos, 1597. First, however, on the Paracelsian model, he considers the central fires within the earth. Centrum terrae physis, ubi fit, Vulcan, is ex quibus corpore terreno, abstericate Neptuni limpidissima,
Candidissimum physico chemice manifestando, ad sensum omnes tibi demonstrabit, vidvis illud fig.
3, par 111. Kunrath next instructs the reader that the philosopher's stone is Christ, and that God is reconciled with humanity through Christ's sacrifice on the cross. The cross of Christ is the salt, which conquers demonic realms. He mentions vitriol, thus in Weigelian terms, integrating Paracelsian alchemy into his Christology, and referring the reader to the first figure of the treatise for an explanation of these analogies. Crux sancta Christi ipse crucifixus fig amph hoius prima cruciformit vincens diaboli regnum, equal to sal sapientia antiquissimum vitriolum naturae catholicon, par 237.
Amphitheatrum Sapientiae, Edernay the 1595 and 1652 editions.
Returning to the Kabbalistic system, Kunrath describes the 10 Kabbalistic Sephiroth as scintilla et radii divinalis. Eternal wisdom creates the macrocosm and microcosm by means of summum, or zimzum, which is the zigzag descent of divine light down the tree of life. He describes the emanation of the Sephiroth to God's act of viewing himself in a spotless mirror, since the divine, eternal light is the archetype of creation. Lux divina aeterna, ab aeterno, erit igitur sapientia, aeterna, speculum sine macula, et qui surgitur speculo eiusque, tepo reali in, macro et microcosmo, summum, par 239. In a further development, Kunrath associates Paracelsian cosmology with his own first figure of the Amphitheatrum. Omnia sua sigia Deus, veritas de sigillum, par 240. It needs to be recalled that John Dee also used the sigillum Dei in his angelic magic and, similarly, accused false magicians of practicing theurgy by means of the pentacle. Kunrath declares that God is terrible like the sun, par 242, and there succeeds a long disquisition on the nature of light, which is comparable to his argument in the Chaos and De Igna Magorum, par 248. The Sol Veritatis is God, while the ardent spirit of the Anima Mundi is the Ruach Elohim, the Creator, God. Kunrath also uses the term silum, adopting Rupasissa's term for the fifth essence, thus Kabbalistically assimilating the refined spirits produced by distillation into the concept of the fiery spirit of God animating nature. Spiritus ardens anima mundi natura, equal to Ruach Elohim. Shemaim siv selum, par 277. The text follows Paracelsus on the nature of the four elements, specifically the proto-elements, which are the primal qualities of the four common elements. In Miss Alnwick 571, the text of the prologue is succeeded by the copies of the four illustrations of 1595 and 1602. The textual explanations of these images in the Alnwick manuscript subsequently appear in Hanover 1609 in a comparable version as the Isagoge. The simple, almost note-like form of the Amphitheatrum in the Alnwick version is expanded into the far more complex Hanover edition of 1609. In rewriting his masterwork, Kunrath involved himself in a labor of such ardor that it may have cost him his life. To fathom his motivation in shouldering such a burden, it is necessary to consider the political context of German Hermeticism in the early 17th century. Chapter 9. Heinrich Kunrathzeit, Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae, the edition of 1604, published Hanover 1609. The theoretical program of the Amphitheatrum of 1604, published Hanover 1609, is more elaborate than that of 1595. In particular, the prologue has been rewritten to form an account of 7 stages of ascent towards divine wisdom, while the contents of the former prologue have been extended into a lengthy new section and renamed the interpretations et annotations. In the 1604 version, Kunrath retained the Isagoges, Coroloria, and epilogue of 1602, to which he added another epilogue dated 1604. There is also a foreword by the editor, dated 1609, as well as poetry and epigrams by Conrath's admirers. Finally, a new title page explains the revision of the treatise and the appearance of a new set of engravings as being an attempt to justify the piety of Conrath's intentions against his detractors. The foreword by Wolfart Records, that Conrath died prematurely, leaving him to complete the editing of the treatise, implying that problems were encountered in the production of the work, though no clear picture emerges of what these may have been. Due to the scarcity of primary documentation related to Conrath, it is mostly the internal evidence of his texts which provide clues concerning the political struggles arising from his ideological position. On the dedication page, Conrath presents a theosophical oration addressed to Jesus Christ. Thereby, from the outset, he is conceptualized as an actor taking part in a staged performance directed at a community of pious Christian theosophists. This theatrical atmospheric is emphasized by the inclusion of a long encomium near the beginning of the work, in honor of the founders of theosophy, Reuchlin, Agrippa, and Paracelsus. Its main theme is that of Paracelsus as the German Phoebus, the source of spiritual and intellectual illumination. Moreover, the encomium pictures the amphitheatrum as a theater of divine light in which the passive spectator is turned into a spiritually enlightened participant in the course of the action. This image is based on the Paracelsian theory of the imagination as a means of attaining spiritual union with the celestial realms. Hence, Conrath's engravings in the amphitheatrum are stagesets into which the consciousness of the viewer is absorbed. By imaginatively performing within these scenes, that is, by following the spiritual instruction of the imagery and their texts, the viewer enters into a contemplative state leading to gnosis. Subsequent to the encomium, there is an epigram in praise of Conrath, written by Johannes Susius of Dresden to the Elector of Saxony in 1604, which similarly locates Conrath's alchemical theory within the spectacle of a macrocosmic theater. The rhetorical devices of Conrath's engravings may be usefully contextualized within Yeats' account of the Renaissance stage as signifying the union of the macro and microcosms. Within this theatrical setting, the microcosmic human actions were dominated by the stars painted on the ceiling above the stage. Yeats also argued for the powerful effect on German Hermeticism of traveling groups of English players. 115. Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae, the edition of 1604, particularly relating her argument to the work of Johann Valentin André. Limon has examined in more detail the history of English theatrical activity in Central and Eastern Europe in the early 17th century. The first recorded professional group, the Earl of Leicester's Men, visited Gdansk in 1587, followed by successful residencies in Prague from 1596 by troops belonging to Robert Brown and Thomas Sackville. The work performed does not appear to have been concerned with religious politics, since it was mostly a condensed and highly gestural version of contemporary English plays aimed at a German-speaking audience. Yeats' case for the radicalizing effect of the English theater on religion is more applicable to the late 1610s and the Bohemian campaign of Elector Frederick of the Rhenish Palatinate. In the case of Conrath, it seems more probable that he discovered the possibilities of the theater as a rhetorical tool by viewing the performances of German and Italian actors at the court of Rudolf II in Prague prior to the mid-1590s, by which time he seems to have returned first to Hamburg and then to Magdeburg. He may, however, have seen English staging devices in Dresden, since he had connections with both the Saxon consistory at Dresden and, from the evidence of Susius, epigrammatic address to the elector, also with the court. Lyman records that there exists some indirect evidence that a group of English players had visited Dresden in late 1586-87, although he considers that regular performances by the English in Eastern Europe occurred only after 1600.8. Conrath, nevertheless, may have seen examples of the advanced staging devices of the English theater prior to 1600 at unrecorded public performances by English adventurers. Since the staging and dramatic ability of the actors greatly impressed their European audience, such encounters with the English theater in the late 1590s could have inspired him to extend his graphic repertoire in 1602, incorporating more rhetorical texts and extensive scenic backgrounds in the new engravings. The English were especially famous for their perspective back drops, which were painted onto a long length of canvas and wrapped around a cylinder, which was unrolled in the course of a performance. Although Limon considers that this device belongs to a much later period of English activity on the continent, the 1640s, crude proto-types of such machinery may have been toured prior to that time. In the case, however, of de Vries' oratory laboratory engraved earlier in 1595, the background, with its prominent architectural motif of a screen, argues for an influence more from the private court theater, in which performances were staged in front of the dividing partition at the end of the hall, enabling the actors to use the door as an entrance from a makeshift dressing room. Whatever his direct sources, Conrath clearly realized, as did André and the later Rosicrucians, that a theatrical spectacle could provide a rhetorical validation of their politicized Hermeticism. For the same reasons, according to Obrist, visual illustrations had been employed by late medieval alchemists in order to deflect scholastic criticism from their ideas, since the graphic realization of an alchemical discourse provided evidence of its validity. Kunrath aimed to reinforce the rhetorical potential of his imagery by locating it within a theatrical, atmospheric of live performance, and even more seductive artistic medium. As Susius explained in his poem, the function of Kunrath's engravings was to instruct the viewer in the most elevated knowledge by enabling him to see the super celestial levels of being. After the introductory eulogies on behalf of Kunrath and his theosophical predecessors, there follows a long prologue, divided into 7 sections examining the 7 stages of wisdom, which are also illustrated in one of the rectangular engravings of 1602 showing the adepts' progress through a dark tunnel in a mountain towards the light at the far end, figure 31. The imagery of the mountain and the light of the divine presence recalls Reuchlin's Kabbalistic interpretation. In De Arte Kabbalistica, of the sacrifice of Isaac by Abraham on the mountains of Moriah, Genesis 22. After the angel Raphael had prevented this, a covenant was agreed between God and Abraham, which was subsequently reinforced by God in Jacob's vision of the open gates of heaven and the ladder between heaven and earth, Genesis 28. Reuchlin had explained the concept of the ladder in Kabbalistic terms as being that of the Sephirothic angels with whose aid a human being could make his way to God. Kunrath's picture in the Amphitheatrum is based on Reuchlin's interpretation of these stories as 117. Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae, the edition of 1604, symbolizing the unio mystica with eternal wisdom in the soul of the Kabbalist. Another engraving from the 1602 series, also entitled the Porta Amphitheatri Sapientiae Aeternae, is a visualization of Reuchlin's Kabbalistic mysticism in De Arte Kabbalistica, where he had frequently mentioned the Portae Lucis, the gates of light, of which the sun is the portal. In this illustration, there also appears a mountain, probably Abraham, is Moriah, while on a beam of light emanating from the Tetragrammaton are the words cum numen lumen et in lumen numen, with God is power. There is light, and there is divine power in light. Throughout the Amphitheatrum, Kunrath praises Christ, whom he identifies with lumen, the primal, spiritual radiance of God, which is materialized on the earth through the solar rays. It will be recalled that Bohm in the Aurora makes a similar identification of the Son of God with the lumen transferred by the sun to the physical world, deriving this concept, like Kunrath, from Reuchlin and also from Paracelsus. Influenced by Reuchlin's illuministic imagery and his biblical references, Kunrath structures the prologue of the Amphitheatrum by means of quotations on the spiritual and natural light from the Old Testament books of Proverbs, Wisdom and Psalms, Hanover, 1609, 19-60. The prologue has no imminent alchemical content, but it introduces those biblical references, Kunrath, 1609, 1-183, which are interpreted alchemically in the following sections graded according to 7 stages. Kunrath, 1609, 20-22. In the Gradus Secundus of the interpretations, Kunrath quotes from Ecclesiastes that light is sweet and that it is delightful for the eyes to see the sun. Kunrath, 1609, 38. This quotation formulates the mystical intention of the treatise, which is to enable the viewer to perceive the sacred vision of the Son of God, for Kunrath then identifies lux, natural light, with Christ as the Son of Justice. Light, thus, is the vestment of God, which may be discerned in the Philosopher's Stone as the alchemical sun. Summa, purissima, immaculata lux Deus est, lux vera Christus est, et sol justitiae, lux et lumen sapientiae, spiritus sanctus est.
Lux et amictus, et vestimentum Dei.
Et admirabile illud vrim in lapide benedictus, sol philosophorum cerner, Kunrath, 1609, 38. In the Gradus Quartus, Kunrath commences a discussion of the nature of the sun as an image of God and the source of spiritual salvation, as both the interior and the exterior sun. The wisdom of the Father is the true bread of life, manna, which is Christ. Et quia Jesus Christus, verbum patris est, et sapientia patris, igitur vera manna, est Christianorum credentium. Kunrath, 1609, 79. In the Gradus Quintus, Kunrath relates lumen to the Kabbalistic Sephiroth Chochmah, divine wisdom, declaring that it is the lantern which illuminates his mind, hands and feet, micro and macrocosmically, in both his oratory and his laboratory.
Sis ora hoc mal, sapientia Dei lux et lucernamenti, manibus assi pedibus meis, in oratorio troce, micro ac macro cosmico et laboratorio meis, Kunrath, 1609, 112.
He also quotes from Wisdom 9:10. Send her down from your holy heaven, and from your glorious throne bid her come down, so that she may labor at my side, and I may learn what is pleasing to you. Kunrath interprets this in terms of the eternal fire, the quintessence. or Kalam, pervading the three levels of creation, those of nature, the firmament, and the celestial spheres, stating that this was known to the ancient philosophers and theologians as a fiery water, or a watery fire. Conrath, 1609, 129. He recalls the Kabbalistic interpretation of Genesis, I, in which the Elohim created the world by means of the Kalam, or Shamaim, Conrath, 1609, 127-34. The whole world is filled with the Shamaim, which penetrates all the sublunary bodies. Spiritus ardens, ein geistführiges Wasser, ein wasseriger führiger Geist, ein führiges Geistwasser, latex aetherius. Hoc in totem universum mundanum tripliciter distribuit. Elohim, Conrath, 1609, 127. Conrath describes a Paracelsian cosmos in which the macrocosmic Kalam generates the physical species, while in its lower material form, the Kalam is the chemical spirits of wine purified by fire. And 119. Amphitetrum sapientiae aeternae, the edition of 1604, released from impure matter. 8. In Gradus Quintus and Gradus Sixtus, Conrath explains further the astrological basis of his Paracelsian alchemy, referring to Paracelsus' interpretation of the creation of the stars in Genesis. 1. He explains that all natural objects manifest various signs, constituting an alphabet in the book of the world, produced by the innate astra, mirroring those in the heavens. Conrath, 1609, 142. The alchemist must therefore know astronomy and watch the progress of the seasons. Conrath refers specifically to Paracelsus' doctrine of signatures, calling him the Germanicus Asclepiades and quoting him on reading the Book of Nature. In this context, Conrath also names Petrus, Ramus, as well as Johannes Baptista Porta, recalling Della Porta's defense of the doctrine of signatures in Basel on August 24, 1588, during his disputation for the doctorate of medicine. Conrath, 1609, 152. In relation to the signatures of nature, Conrath also discusses theurgic sigils and magical figures, also probably drawing on Paracelsus. Conrath provides a further Paracelsian account of the astral virtue in the third Isagoge and its set of alchemical queries. Conrath, 1609, 187,207. In question 4, he asks, Quid est rua Elohim qui incubat acis? Conrath, 1609, 195. In response, he describes the Rua Elohim as creating the Theatro Mundano on the model of the archetypos, the creator, God. This passage is related, in fact, to the 1595 illustration of the archetypos, Christ, in which there occur several examples of Reuchlin's Kabbalistic form of the name of Jesus, figure 33. In the answer to question 6, Conrath relates the Kalam or Aether Christ as the union of spirit and matter, the model for the physical world and the philosopher's stone for its salvation. Conrath ardently restates his Christian loyalties.
Ehes viacia Christi crucifixi, salvatoris totius generis humani, aedi est, mundi minoris, in nature. Libro, et so speculo, typus est. Lapis philosophorum servator mundi maioris, et ego Christianus sum.
Et permanens volo, Conrath, 1609, 197. The response to question 8 describes how the ethereal spirit, Christ, gives form to matter by penetrating and fecundating it with the light of the anima mundi, the inner and outer generative. Fire of the Azoth, Conrath, 1609, 202. 23. Conrath comments on the role of Mercury as the Azoth in alchemy, by means of which the alchemist works with nature rather than with his hands. Sin manuali cooperation, solius naturae laboribus, Conrath, 1609, 201. In the last stages of the alchemical process, he explains, when the purified body and spirit of the materials are being reunited, the alchemist should use the Olympian fire. Conrath, 1608, 73-74. He refers less directly to the practice of catoptrics in the Amphitetrum, informing the reader only that he has to work in an occult manner with fire, or by means of divine power in a Kabbalistic manner. This work takes 3 days to complete. Amphitetrum Sapientiae Aeternae, the edition of 1604, 121, and it involves all the levels of creation, divine, macrocosmic, and microcosmic. Conrath, 1609, 203. This catoptrical reference is related to John Dee's ideas, since in an earlier section of the Amphitetrum, Conrath had referred to Dee's Kabbalism in the Propadiumata Aphoristica and the Monas Hieroglyphica. Huc pertinet Kabbalistarum Gematria tus Rasha et neoterican, Civ. Ut.
Johannes Abdi Londinensis exprimi, in suis et Parisiensis aphorismis, et in prefacem et regem Maximilianum. Monadi hieroglyphicae prefixum, geometria, notariacem et serve, Conrath, soistern Zermanan, chess.
Furthermore, there are allusions to catoptrics in certain details of the illustrations. In the amphitheatrum, such as the hand, lens in Conrath's portrait of 1602, which depicts him holding pair of dividers with which he is inscribing a circle, a Pythagorean reference, figure 26. Similarly, in De Vries' engraving of the laboratory, a hand. Mirror is depicted among the objects on the table, frontispiece. The owl in Conrath's emblem of 1599 is also provided with optical and luminary. Accessories such as spectacles, tapers, and candle sticks, figure 28. It is probable, in fact, that Conrath was writing his treatise on alchemical catoptrics de Ignae. Magorum, in the same years, 1602-4, as he was reworking the amphitheatrum. In the same volume as Conrath's De Igni Magorum, Strasbourg, Zetzner, 1608, is located Johannes Arndt's commentary on the four figures of what he calls the Grossen Amphitheatrum, which, according to Eco, refers to the circular. Illustrations of the 1595 version, frontispiece and figs, 32, 33, 34, 25. Arndt considers Conrath's Kabbalistic theology of light to be the outstanding aspect of his philosophy, and he explains its origins in the Paracelsian theory of the light of nature. Arndt, 1608, 109-10. The magus is enabled to perform miracles by means of the wisdom of God transmitted to nature in the form of light, and when the magus sees all things in this celestial light, then he is a Kabbalist. Kabbalism, thus, is of higher spiritual worth than magic. Arndt, 1608, 111. And even more specifically, the Kabbalah is magic in a heavenly light. Under the influence of the natural irradiation of the sun's light, magic is natural wisdom, but under the influence of divine iridescence, it becomes divine. Wisdom, Arndt, 1608, 113. The focus of Arndt's attention is the first figure of the amphitheatrum, which, from his description, is the circular engraving depicting the anthropos, identifiable with Christ, standing within a Kabbalistic cosmos, figure 32. Arndt refers to the Hebrew names which stand in the circle, meaning the 72 names of God inscribed on the outer sphere. Arndt, 1608, 117-18. He explains that the Hebrew names are those of an angel within the circle, which may indicate that Arndt was referring to Reuchlin's description of the Kabbalistic angel Metatron, who, as the imperial form of the Messiah, was identified with Christ. Arndt, 1608, 113. The 10 Commandments are also inscribed on the circle, while at the 4 axis points appear the names of the 4 elements. The theme of this picture is the descent of Anthropos, Christ, into the inferior world, in the form of light, as the Ruah, Elohim, the Creator, God. Klosowski. De Rolla interprets the outer circle of the 10 Commandments as representing the Kabbalistic physical world of Asiya, the letters of the Hebrew alphabet as that of Yetzirah, the Sephiroth, that of the formative world of Bariah, and the names of God as the divine world of Azalut. The figure of Christ is the Ein Sof itself, and both he and the phoenix at his feet represent resurrection and immortality. Hence, the image is a discourse on Christ, crucified and resurrected as the philosopher's stone, probably in a Weigelian sense as the eternal drama of the spiritual Christ within the human soul. Another aspect of these 4 images which Arndt regarded to be highly significant was their depiction of the astral or ethereal fire produced by magic, which he regarded as the great secret of nature. Arndt, 1608, 121-23. Arndt mentions Conrath's citations of the heavenly fire of Prometheus, which was also the secret fire of the Oriental Magi, such as Aaron, the Chaldeans, and the Persians. Although his description is brief, it is likely that it refers to the image of the archetypos whose grace descends to the earth, in the form of drops of ethereal water, uniting with the aspiring flames of the virtuous human soul, figure 33. However, Arndt's account of the secret fire of the sages is equally appropriate to his first figure, figure 32, in which Christ appears in the midst of a blaze of roaring flames radiating from the dove of the Holy Spirit at his feet. Klosowski. Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae, the edition of 1604-100, and 23 de Rolla had identified this bird as a phoenix. In this image, it would be Christ, who was the secret fire of the sages. Both of these engravings visualize the intense experience of Christ's gift of divine grace to human soul, which produces the spiritual state of the unio mystica. The illumination of the soul, thus, is achieved through the practice of Kabbalistic contemplation, which reveals the vision of God. Klosowski de Rolla considered that the engraving of the archetypos, figure 33, described the entire process of the elaboration of the philosopher's stone. He interprets the figure of the ribis in the center of the image as exemplifying a most excellent and perfect marriage, whose mysterious offspring is likened to the divine Logos, redeemer of all humanity. Klosowski de Rolla emphasizes the Christological discourse of the image, referring especially to Conrad's concepts of the death and resurrection of Christ as the divine stone. In the illustration of the archetypos, the tetragrammaton creates the world on the model of its own divine qualities, which are inscribed on the flames of light shining forth from it. The model for Conrad's engraving was the computational circles of the Lullian art, which functioned according to categories determined by the eternal qualities of God. The two inner circles of Conrad's cosmogram are divided into 10 categories, which, in Lullian mode, record the spiritual virtues of the soul and the taxonomical functions of the human mind. In the outer circle, there is a statement that the forms of nature, signified by the quaternary, the duality of spirit and body, and the ternary of spirit, soul, and body, should be reduced to the simplicity of the monad, God. Lull had adapted to his logical system the Neoplatonic Augustinian concept of exemplarism, in which God's qualities were the model for his material creation. Lull's system in the Ars Inventiva Veritatis 1289-90 was based on the circular diagram of the Figura Animae, which employed 9 of the Neoplatonic dignities of God. It was structured on a Trinitarian numerology, since it was computed by 3 triangles located in the center, representing the Holy Trinity. Similarly, in the center of Conrad's image, there is a triangle containing the figure of the rebus, signifying the dualistic constitution of the human being as body and soul. It also represents Christ, whose nature was also binary, since he was both God and human. On the pages of a book, shown at the top left of the central scene, there appears the Kabbalistic name of Christ, YHVH, recurring also, on a scroll winding around the rebus, on whose garment are written the words Christo inductus et cum imitans, led by Christ and imitating him. On the outer circle of the diagram, there is another reference to the resurrected trinary XPO2, Crucifixus, who sits on the throne of God and who leads the soul to the truth. It will be recalled that in the manuscript copy of the 1595 Amphitheatrum, Ms. Alnwick 571, Kunt, Rath had chastised the black magicians for their use of the pentacle, stating that the annulus, Agrippa's term for a magical talisman, is the legitimate Kabbalistic cipher. It is probable that by these words, Honrath was indicating the theurgic authority of the circular engraving of the archetypos, which was derived from the risen Christ. The same Christian intention of belittling the practices of black magic is encountered in one of the engravings made. For the amphitheatrum in 1602, that of a circular fortress with 21 gates, figure 29, the concept promoted in this image is that Christ, as the illuminating principle of nature in the philosopher's stone, is the only path to the kingdom of God. The texts in the center of the castle refer to the light of nature and the healing powers of Christ as the universal salt, the philosopher's stone, and the water of life. He is to be attained by spagyric and orthodox philosophical principles. Sophistry will not prevail against them. In contrast, the texts around the fortress denounce black magical practices, false alchemical principles, and sophistry, that is, theurgy without a Christian foundation, basically witchcraft with spirit familiars, materialism, and doctrinal rigidity. The other texts in the circle include references to specific alchemical processes, while the section below the castle describes the magnesia, Christ, as the medicina catholica. It states that the stone, Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae, the edition of 1604, 125, Elohim sal sapientiae, is prepared volcanically, volcanicam, and neptunically, neptunicam, that is, through the action of fire and water. Hence, there is only one spiritual path, the way of Christ, by which the fortress of wisdom may be entered, and this is indicated by the elaborate gateway. Klosowski de Rolla's interpretation of this image stresses the protective nature of the fortress in which the secrets of the alchemical art are hidden. 20 of the gates lead the false alchemists to ruin. The only way into the castle is by the practice of moral virtue and through the illuminated knowledge granted by God. Above the main gateway to the castle, there is an image of Dex Monis Hieroglyphica, while a motto reads Laborando Orando, which was also D's axiom, figure 30. Around the monas are 2 dragons, holding each other's tails in the form of the Ouroboros. Various other symbols refer to the secrecy of the alchemical process, such as a cryptic word, mysterion, which is inscribed, letter by letter, on each of the 7 steps proceeding upwards to the classical gate, way. 2 obelisks are located at the foot of the stairs, the sun crowning the one on the left and the moon, that on the right, which is also labeled Taciturnitas. Between the 2 obelisks is written the phrase opera bona. At the foot of the path, the figure of an alchemist gazes out at the viewer, while 2 other figures, exotically, dressed in the manner of Oriental Kabbalists, appear in the space behind the gate, incanting Hebrew texts. The symbolic triangle of God hovers at the top of the scene, while a dragon lurks below, representing base matter. The texts around him refer to the alchemical processes of putrefaction, coagulation, fixation, and increation, while other inscriptions speak of multiplication, reiteration, fermentation, the elixir, and the red and white tinctures. Below this scene, there is an emblem of a heart, out of which are growing barren thorns and a flowering bramble. An alchemical kiln to the right of this device is inscribed with ciphers referring to Christ, Inri, and IHS. The path to the main gate of the fortress is drawn in the form of an abstract geometrical structure so as to present a diagrammatic model of the single point perspective system. It should be noted that the three-dimensional space of the gateway is discordant with the perspectival structure of the rest of the scene, since the castle itself, as well as its landscape setting, are pictured as a map or an aerial view. Moreover, the path is drawn in the form of a diagrammatic pavimentum diminutionis. In the manner of model, books explaining the construction of illusionistic three-dimensional space, Figs 1, 21, 22. The implication of Kunrath's perspectival construction is that it is being used as a symbolic image in its own right. The appearance, hence, of Dies Monis in this perspectival view of the castle gate is an allusion, both to his Euclidean Kabbalism and also, perhaps, indirectly to his zoography in the Mathematical Preface, 1570, ff. Diger, since the classical forms of the castle, gateway, and its spatial construction could have been influenced by D's Vitruvian theory in the Mathematical Preface. It will be recalled that D considers zoography to be a conceptual, art, form, whose geometrical principles were related to optics. Furthermore, single point perspective drawing, like any geometrical structure, based on Pythagorean mathematical ratios, was a type of magical sigil. D, math, pref, f siger, similar to the astral catoptrics of the Propaedumata, Aphoristica, and to the theurgic cipher of the Monas Hieroglyphica. D's account of zoography in the Mathematical Preface implied that a graphic system based on Pythagorean geometry would act as a theurgic talisman absorbing the celestial virtues. D's theories would resonate with Kunrath's own Agrippine influences, as well as with his Paracelsian theosophy, in which Christ, Anthropos, operated through the light of Chokmah to pervade the universe. Kunrath's engravings were, thus, spiritual catoptrical mirrors, reflecting the light of eternal wisdom to the mind of the viewer. According to Saugny, architectural motifs in mystical imagery are cosmograms in which the buildings and their ground, plants, signify the construction of the cosmos, producing a revelation in the viewer's mind concerning the fabric of reality. Saugny has, however, distinguished such cosmograms from the use of similar architectural motifs in alchemical imagery, since he regards them as being more scenic elements included within a didactic, slowly unfolding alchemical story. For his taxonomy of revelatory and didactic images, Saugny has drawn on Gombrich's definition of symbolic types of imagery. According to this argument, Kunrath's 1,595 illustrations would be revelatory, since they are visually structured to illuminate the viewer's understanding through an empathetic engagement. In contrast, Kunrath's 1602 engravings are more narrative, both in their formal construction and in their semiotic mode, though elements within these images continue to operate with a revelatory intention. On the other hand, many other 17th century alchemical images, such as those of Meyer in the Atlantafugiens, are primarily didactic in their intention. Amphitritrum Sapientiae Aeternae, the edition of 1604, 127. Another of the 1602 illustrations in the Amphitritrum, as discussed earlier, is both a revelatory and a didactic exposition of Reuchlin's Sephirothic ladder. Recalling Reuchlin's frequent references to the Kabbalistic Porte Lucis, Kunrath's cave is similarly entitled Porta Amphitheatri Sapientiae Aeternae, figure 31. The wording on the rays of light emanating from the cave is discussed in the fourth. Isagoge, later in the treatise, Konrath, 1609, 208, initiates into the Kabbalistic mysteries, proceed up a sequence of 7 steps, each of which is related to a cryptic aphorism appearing in the rays of light, alluding to the need for obedience on the spiritual path, since the great mystery is not available to the profane. 35. The text below the image states that the path to Jehovah is narrow, known only to the Christian Kabbalist and also to those philosophers who profess orthodox doctrines. The incarnation of Christ was a gift from God given to his friends that they might rejoice. Thus, they will not die from sophistry, but will live in theosophical wisdom. There is a reference to the enthusiasm of Kunrath's theological position and to the falsehoods told against him. This text suggests that Kunrath's beliefs were similar to those of Weigel and Arndt in subscribing to the possibility of the soul's direct union with God through the Holy Spirit. Like Weigel and Arndt, Kunrath did not discard the historical role of the incarnated Christ, nor of the Lutheran sacraments. For Weigel, the historic Christ was primarily an exemplar of a holy life, rather than an automatic guarantee of salvation to the baptized, irrespective of how they lived. The Eucharist also contained the living Christ, according to Weigel, but his interpretation of this was not a Lutheran one, since he also believed in the possibility of an eternal Eucharistic union with Christ within the human soul. This is likely to be the sense of Kunrath's references to the role of Christ as the philosopher's stone. In addition, Kunrath's frequent references to the resurrection of Christ after the crucifixion were also more a reflection of Weigel's teachings of Christ as the role, model for pious life, than of the doctrine taught by the Lutheran Church, that the crucifixion, once and for all, atoned for the sins of the baptized. Arndt's spiritual teachings on these issues were also taken directly from Weigel. Hence the wording on the garment of the rebus in the engraving of the archetypos, led by Christ and imitating him, while the reference in the same image to the resurrected ex poetu crucifixus, who leads the soul to truth, alludes to the inner, spiritual rebirth of the soul, on which is already inscribed the word of Christ. Konrath, like Weigel and Arndt, was thus promoting the spiritual experience of an individual, revelatory insight which is the effect of the unio mystica with God through the Holy Spirit. This is the topic of the 1595 engraving of the archetypos, figure 33. Nevertheless, although Konrath was continually attacking the doctrinaire Lutheran theologians, he clearly regarded himself as still belonging to the Lutheran community. He was attempting, like Arndt, to clear a middle ground between a pietism based on Kabbalistic theosophy and the dictates of the Church. As in the case of many other mediators, the result was that Konrath, to his great pain and indignation, was attacked by both sides and viewed as objectionable on all counts. The saving element for a public figure such as Arndt may have been political influence, and it may have been that this is precisely what Konrath lacked. In comparison with the labored textual rhetoric of the 1602 engravings, a more subtle Christological discourse was developed by primarily visual devices in De Vries' illustration of the oratory, laboratory of 1595, frontispiece. In fact, the four circular engravings of 1595 are far more elegant in both their visual design and the semiotic delivery of their theoretical program than those of 1602, which, by comparison, seem dark in their atmosphere and diffuse and rambling in their discursive structure, while the 1595 images are focused on the concept of the Amphitheatrum Sapientia Aeterna, the edition of 1604, 129th Chemical Azoth. As Christ and its spiritual and alchemical significance. In contrast, the 1602 series of pictures are concerned with the political status of the illuminated magus and his struggle to defend his sacred knowledge from perversion by the ignorant and himself from political attack. Drawing on Gombrich's distinction between revelatory and didactic images, as in Sony. Useful argument. 98. The 1595 engravings could be defined as being revelatory cosmograms, while the 1602 imagery are primarily didactic narratives, although they also have a revelatory aspect in their mystical intensity. Furthermore, the aerial view of the landscape in many of the 1602 scenes, particularly in that of the Porta Amphitheatri Sapientiae, not only produces a narrative, didactic sequence, it also creates an imaginative space into which the viewer seems to be absorbed. Hence, the panoramic aspect of some of the 1,602 images in the amphitheatrum is an indexical device capturing the spectator within their discourse. Figs 29, 31, although the picture of the calumniatorus is a purely didactic image, since this was indeed its sole purpose. Figure 35, the discourse of the enlightened mage, however, commences earlier than the 1602 series, appearing first in the 1595 engraving of the oratory, laboratory. Its main thesis, nonetheless, is still that of the divine light of Christ as the Kabbalistic and alchemical Azoth. The artist, Jan Vredeman de Vries, 1527 to 1604, trained as a painter in Antwerp, but he fled the Netherlands with his son, Pavels, at the time of the Duke of Alba's decree against the Protestants, working instead as an architect for Rudolf II in Prague. He eventually returned to Holland, and from 1568 he issued a series of architectural model books depicting classical buildings set in deep perspective settings. He also published instructions for the construction of single point perspective. None of his treatises are concerned with Hermeticism, nor have any records survived which would explain the history of the illustration in the amphitheatrum and De Vries' relationship with Konrath. The picture of the oratory, laboratory, belongs to the emblematic tradition of melancholia, introspective contemplation on the nature of the world, which originated in Dürer's engraving of that name in 1514. The image had become a generic type by the late 16th century, incorporating motifs drawn from perspectival geometry, architecture, Pythagorean mathematics, and alchemy, arts which were said to be astrologically governed by the planet Saturn. This emblematic iconography conventionally included spatial constructions based on Pythagorean geometry and mathematical ratios. Hence, it is the exaggerated perspectival structure of De Vries' image with its sweeping pavimentum diminutionis and emphatic architectural design which contextualizes it within the iconographic tradition of melancholia, as do the musical instruments on the table, designating the Pythagorean musical structure of the cosmos. In addition, the books on the altar within the tabernacle, tent depict geometrical forms. De Vries, however, employs the devices of geometricized space with a more radical intention than that of Saturnian symbology. The spatial structure is a means whereby he can establish an indexical relationship between the viewer's physical world and that of the picture, enabling the viewer to enter the alchemist's laboratory and to participate in his work. In the illustration, the hall is divided from a bedroom at the far end by a screen with a open door, above which appears a maxim stating dormens vigila, while sleeping, be vigilant. The hall is lit by windows in the right hand wall with flasks and glass vessels standing on the window sills, while a fire, placed against the wall on the right, is loaded with yet more flasks and other alchemical apparatus. Almost every surface in the room is inscribed with a brief axiom or aphorism, referring to the need for circumspect action and the grace of God. For example, the inscription on the fireplace reads, Sapienter retentatum succedet aliquando, while on the pedestals of its two supporting pillars are written the words ratio and experientia. On the wall above the fireplace hangs a coat of arms, above which is the maxima chimere nec timide, and beneath it, laboratorium. The bottles on the chimney piece are labeled a qua spritus, T era, Roselli, Azoth, sulphurubeus, fit, M, Heil, sanguis, aurum potabial, ire, sign of a cross, and mercury. The small furnace, athanor, and oven at the front right are inscribed spiritus, anima, festina lente, and maturandum. Even the coal, scuttle, carries an aphorism, of which only a few words are legible, thus pudet and arbor. The table in the middle of the room is covered with musical instruments, sheet, music, and more alchemical apparatus. A small hand mirror is carefully placed on the Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae. The edition of 1604, 131, near right hand edge of its surface. Underneath the table appears the axiom Dice Bene Mori, while on the front edge of the table, cloth, there is a statement concerning the power of sacred music to deter spirits and evil doers, musica sancta spirituumque malignorum fuga. The devotional theme is elaborated on the left of the picture, where a kneeling figure, perhaps Kunrath, himself prays before a richly decorated Turkish tent inscribed with the Tetragrammaton. Within this enclosure stands an altar on which have been placed two books, replacing the customary missals and service, books of the Christian Church. A quote from Psalm 149 is inscribed on the book on the right, while the other displays geometrical symbols. With an upright pentacle and a circle on the left page, and opposite it, an image of the squaring of the circle on which appears the word time and the Tetragrammaton. The appearance of the pentacle is somewhat puzzling in view of Kunrath's diatribe in the 1595 Amphitheatrum against black magicians who used this sign instead of the truly Christian annulus of the archetypos +2. This is explained by examining Agrippa's description of theurgical sigils in De Occulta Philosophia. Agrippa used the geometrical form of the pentacle in his account of the harmonic relations between the macrocosm and the human body. This image, nonetheless, was not the only pentacle described by Agrippa, who also published the work of Peter of Abano on magical sigils and the rituals associated with them. In the fourth book of this treatise, Abano describes the rites associated with the pentacle. Agrippa illustrates this device, which, it turns out, does not have the form of a geometrical pentacle, but a six-sided star composed of two interlocking equilateral triangles, commonly known as the Seal of Solomon. This image is lavishly decorated with crosses at the points, and the rituals are inaugurated with a mass being said over the sigil. Abano takes frequent recourse to the name of Christ and other pious Christian allusions, but he also uses signs associated with the magical text of the Arabic Picatrix, and the rationale for his rituals is not Christian at all, but intended to satisfy materialistic personal aims. Hence, among the first words spoken in the rite of the pentacle are, "Give me what I want." Moreover, the rite of the Mass is misused to sanctify the sigil and to protect from demons, rather than to reconcile God with humankind. There is no evidence at all that Konrath ever used Abano's treatise, and it is probable that he was extremely suspicious of those who did. He approved of Agrippa wholeheartedly, never associating him with the black magicians, but in his diatribes against those who practice with the sign of the pentacle, he is likely to be alluding to those who are using Abano's rituals and entering the grounds of superstition and demonology. The critical factor for Kunrath would always have been the presence or absence of Christ in a theurgy whose purpose was to intensify the Christian experience of the Holy Spirit, thus healing both the soul and the body. For his own pentacle, or annulus, Kunrath was using the form of Agrippa's cosmically harmonized man, which Kunrath expanded into the image of cosmic anthropos, or Christ as the anima mundi, the soul pervading the universe. The pentacle in this case would refer by its numerology to the alchemical Azoth, which in Kunrath's Weigelian Theosophy is also Christ. The pentacle is placed opposite another geometrical image expressing the same pietistic Christology, that of the squaring of the circle. since the resolution of this Pythagorean problem could only be a superhuman feat. Hence, in the context of Hunroth's theosophy, it becomes an icon of the incarnation of Christ, in whom were reconciled spirit, the circle, and matter, the square. The nature of Christ was the quintessential union of the macro and microcosms, of God and the individual soul. The motif of the circle and the square in this picture also explains the symbol of the geometrical dividers. In the later portrait of Conrath, 1604, with which he is inscribing a circle and the words Deo Duce, led by God, another Weigelian reference to Christ as the typos for a pious life, and to the guiding words of God written on the human soul, figure 27, since this preliminary drawing of the circle may involve the same Euclidean conundrum. Thereby, Conrath is pictured contemplating Christ's incarnation within the individual soul for the geometrical cipher of the square, and the circle represents the unio mystica of the Weigelians. On the dividers in the portrait is written the word hieroglyphica, signifying that the squaring of the circle, like the upright pentacle, is also an annulus, a hieroglyphic sigil. In the 1595 engraving of the oratory, Conrath's name is inscribed on the tabernacle, tent in the context of those who are enlightened, since the main text appearing within the tent admonishes the viewer not to speak about God without the light of illumination, nay, loquari de Deo absque lumine, while another axiom declares that no man can be great. Amphititrum sapientiae aeternae, the edition of 1604, 133. Without divine inspiration, sine flatu divino nemo unquam vir magnus. Yet another statement proclaims that God himself will come to our aid. Hoc hoc agentibus nobis aderit ipsi Deus. The oratory laboratory is, thus, meant to be read as a sacred temenos in which God is present in his essence, as in the sanctum of a Christian church, or in the Holy of Holies in the temple at Jerusalem. The Zohar laid great stress on the rituals to be performed in worship, before the tabernacle, engaging music, song, and the burning of incense. Similar elements in De Vries' picture recall the Zohar's descriptions, such as the prominently displayed musical instruments and the incense burner, the perspectival construction and architecture of De Vries' picture even recall certain paintings and carved reliefs on the doors of Eucharistic tabernacles in Italian churches, which displayed a similar view of an empty hallway, with a pavimentum diminutionis running into a vanishing point in an open door. The empty space beyond it represented the sacred presence of God. Tabernacle doors of this type were first designed by Desiderio da Settignano for the main altar of the Church of S. Lorenzo in Florence, installed in circa 1461. By the early 16th century, this design had spread beyond Italy, for example, to Hungary, where comparable scenes were made for tabernacles by George Sathmary in Pécs and by Andrew Nagarevi in Pest. In 16th century Netherlandish painting, there appeared the related motif of an altar, space with a classical colonnade constructed in single point perspective, located at the center of the picture. Examples of this pictorial device include those of Hans Holbein Elder's Fountain of Life, 1519, and Bernard von Orly's Job Altar, 1521-46. De Vries' picture belongs to this iconographic tradition in which classical architecture and perspectival geometry signify an elevated spiritual domain. Hence, De Vries' spatial geometry indicates the sacramental presence of Christ in Conrath's alchemical theosophy. This image may be compared with Michael Meyer's depiction of the Eucharist in his Symbola, Aurea, in which a priest, also with his arms raised, stands in prayer before an altar. Behind him, there appears a vision of the apocalyptic Virgin, a woman crowned with the sun and seated on the horns of the moon, suckling a child in her arms. This is one of Meyer's few direct references to Christ. De Vries' engraving could even be a direct reference to Luther's original doctrine of the Eucharistic presence of Christ, in which Christ is truly and consubstantially present in the bread and wine. Darum wird im Sakrament unter dem Brot und Wein sein Leib und Blut wahrhaftig und wesentlich dargereicht und empfangen. Weeks has argued that Luther's use of the word Wesen was reinterpreted by Boehme to describe the indwelling presence of God in the world, and it may be that Conrath and Meyer were also reusing Luther's doctrine to describe the indwelling presence of Christ in the human soul. Luther had also discussed the symbology of the Ark of the Covenant, naming its three compartments, the atrium signifying the body, the sanctum, the soul, and the sanctum sanctorum, the indwelling hidden presence of God within the soul. This symbology accords well with the spatial structure of De Vries' engraving, in which the hallway would refer to Luther's atrium, the tent to his sanctum, and the altar with its Christological ciphers would be the Weigelian and Kabbalistic version of Luther's sanctum sanctorum. These interpretations of Conrath's symbological program by no means exhaust the layers of visual discourse embodied by this engraving, since there exists a yet more subtle Christological reference in De Vries' picture, similarly related to the doctrine of the incarnation of Christ. For the pavimentum diminutionis was used as a symbolic motif in early Renaissance paintings to express this very same point of Christian dogma. For example, in The Well, known Fitzwilliam Annunciation by Domenico Veneziano, the subject matter of the painting is denoted by the perspective of the architecture itself, figure 36. The vanishing point runs into the hortus conclusus. The enclosed garden, which was an emblem of Mary's continued virginity subsequent to her conception of Christ, thereby attributing him with a superhuman paternity. In Veneziano's painting, the garden is seen through a doorway at the back of a pillared portico, and the main centric axis of the perspective system enters it at the Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae, the edition of 1604, 135 middle, point 50. De Vries had traveled in Italy, and he would have seen exemplars of this common Annunciation iconography. The indirect reference to this theme in his engraving is intended to reinforce Conrad's concept of Christ as the alchemical azoth and the philosopher's stone, uniting the opposites of spirit and matter. This symbology also affirms the real presence of Christ in both the Lutheran Eucharist and, eternally, in the soul of his pious follower. Moreover, the perspectival system of De Vries' engraving is conceptually related to the theurgy of John Dee in the Propaedeomata, Aphoristica, and in the Monas Hieroglyphica, in which optical devices were used to trap the generative rays of the stars. It will be recalled that Dee had interpreted the geometry of the single-point perspective system as being a similar theurgic device, since it was based on Euclidean optical models and on Pythagorean mystic geometry, relating the proportional ratios underlying geometrical drawing to the mystical numerology of Pythagoras. December had implied that this type of drawing, zoography, produced a theurgic mirror, which, catoptrically, reflected the divine qualities of the heavens to the viewer. In addition, Dee had stressed the intellectual and spiritual values of Vitruvian architecture, such as the classical elements and spatial proportions which are shown in De Vries' picture. The whole hallway, in fact, symbolizes a cone of light, rays whose apex lies in the eye of God. The picture is thus a reflection of God's divine vision, becoming a theurgic mirror of enormous power which, rightly used, could affect spiritual and material transmutations. This optical aspect of the illustration may be signified by its circular frame, whose significance was originally more pronounced in the Hamburg 1595 version, as is evidenced by the Basel copy of the treatise in which De Vries' illustration is surrounded by the text of the 1602 Isagoge, radiating outwards like the spokes of a wheel. This design has the appearance of an eye, the text forming the iris, with the picture itself as the pupil. Such an interpretation would not be fanciful, since there existed proto-types for this Eye of God format in Netherlandish painting of the early 16th century, such as Hieronymus Bosch's circular image of the seven deadly sins, in which a text warns the viewer, "Beware, beware, God sees." These refined allusions to optical theory are almost lost in 136, chapter 9, Jung's 1602 copy of the engraving in the Copenhagen manuscript, in which he has retained only the distant perspective view. Although this argues for the conceptual importance of the spatial construction of De Vries' picture, however, Jung has transformed the original image into a conventional 17th century Dutch interior with a box-like foreground space in which the alchemists praise and adore, way in the right background displaying a view of succeeding rooms, domestically arranged. Jung's copy, nevertheless, serves to emphasize the extremely unusual nature of De Vries' original perspectival construction, underlining more clearly the fact that De Vries intended his spatial geometry to act as a visual discourse in its own right. In his version of the design, Jung also brought forward the fireplace and located it on the left-hand side of the scene, placing the alchemist on the right, while the table is pushed against the back wall of the dark, narrow room. The circular text is replaced by two large boards hanging on the back wall which explain the image in similar terms. In some respects, Jung has produced a mirror image of the 1595 oratory, laboratory, and supported by some refined aspects of the original design. This is suggestive evidence that the engraving was in fact meant to be viewed by means of mirrors and lenses, as may also be inferred by the hand glass lying on the table, as well as by the magnifying glass in Hunroth's portrait. First, it should be noted that the geometrical construction of the space has been exaggerated by De Vries, especially in the drawing of the pavimentum diminutionis, which is quite sharply raked. Next, the vertical lines of the walls slope inwards to meet in a second perspective, point above the roof of the hall, since the sides of the upper windows incline slightly towards each other. Hence, the geometrical construction of the space in the hall is similar to that of a fish eye lens, an almost spherical three-dimensional space which is commensurate with the circular frame of the picture. The pronounced chiaroscuro of the drawing, in particular, the deep shadows near the table and the fire place also promote the spatial illusionism. Consequently, these various graphic devices seem to indicate that the image should be viewed with the aid of an optical lens, such as a magnifying glass, or by means of a double reflection in two mirrors, or by a combination of mirrors and lenses. When it is viewed through a convex lens, the graphic exaggerations drop back and cease to intrude on the visual logic of the scene, for the depth of the hall diminishes and the floor appears less raked. In particular, the Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeternae, the edition of 1604, 137 space around the table, and the fireplace becomes real and the furniture stands up away from the background. By the 18th century, there existed an apparatus known as the view, d'optique, consisting of an arrangement of mirrors and lenses used to reflect the image of an engraving to a viewer, usually of an architectural scene whose three-dimensional quality was thereby greatly enhanced. Engravings intended to be viewed by means of the vue d'optique depict a long depth of field, as well as strong contrasts of light and shadow in the foreground. Thus, by means of catoptrics, de Vries could have been attempting to produce an unbroken, spatial, indexical continuum between the physical world and the illustration. For that very purpose, Alberti, in his De Pictura, 1435, had originally introduced the device of single point space into painting in order to blur the division between imagination and reality. Alberti's spatial geometry was primarily a rhetorical device designed to slip a message effortlessly past the viewer's objective judgment. According to Obrist, the medieval alchemists had provided visual depictions of their ideas with the same intention of confusing the viewer's sense of reality. Plus, Paracelsus had also considered the human imagination to be an astral force capable of theurgically manipulating the world of time and space. Hence, the prime function of de Vries' engraving was to validate Conrath's Kabbalistic Christological alchemy. There are two other pictures in Conrath's iconographic repertoire, which similarly provide a rhetorical defense of his position as a spiritual alchemist against the rising tide of objections to his theosophical Christology. These are the Magdeburg emblem of an owl and the 1602 image of the Calumniatores. Chapter 10. Epicureans, blasphemers, sophists, and black magicians. The persecution of Heinrich Konrad. The engraving of the Calumniatores belonging to the 1602 series depicts Konrad's hostile detractors, the black magicians and sophists whose animosity induced him to extend his illustrative program in order to justify himself publicly through a campaign of visual polemics, figure 35. Slightly earlier, he had expressed a more subtle criticism of these antagonistic forces by emblematic means, devising an image of an owl, accompanied by a mournful poem to express his regret at the human inability to accept truth, even when guided by the light of superior wisdom. This owl, an impressive, bespectacled personage, first appeared in the Magnesia Catholica, Magdeburg, 1599, but it is also occasionally encountered in the 1609 Amphitheatrum, figure 28. The first lines of his castigatory poem read, was Helfen Fackeln, Licht und Brillen.
Weil jeder Mann nicht sehen will, in der Kümia Angstlicht sucht, dass ihm das Herz im Leibe puche.
In comparison to the mournful tone of this poetic rebuke, the 1602 engraving of the calumniators is bitter and extremely defensive, demonstrating the fact that Conrad's enemies subsequently became much more vindictive towards him, their attacks leading, perhaps, to the suppression of the proposed 1602 and 1604 editions of the Amphitheatrum. It may even be the case, as his editors, Wolfart and Figulus, imply, that Conrad's premature death in 1605 was connected with political harassment. The 1602 engraving is dense with symbolic references, providing a more specific identification of his enemies, though without naming names, thus requiring more extensive analysis than the present context permits. Its central characters are two men, one dressed as an academic and the other as a traveler, speaking to two groups of masqueraders wearing either court or theatrical costume. These constitute a motley rabble, since their heads have been replaced by those of beasts, such as rabbits, pigs, and sundry creatures comparable to the demons painted by Hieronymus Bosch, Jan Bruegel, and other iconographers of hell. Above these disreputable revelers, their surfaces a flight of winged devils with inhuman features, the largest heir born Peston, the left representing the calumniators, while huge wasp-like half-human on the right signifies the blasphemers. The wasp creature states, blasphemat sit anathema maranatha, and is labeled praefectum diabologorum, probably thereby alluding to the Roman Catholic hierarchy, since this insect's head gear is that of a cardinal or Jesuit, and it carries a sprinkler for holy water, as used in Catholic ritual. Behind him appears a dragon on whose body is written, Linge veneno, sick, in a venomous tongue, while below the creature, one of the carousers bears a fire extinguisher, which squirts out a text referring to the disgraceful and lying, thievish, swindling tavern songs of this honorable company. Although this scenario is related to the Protestant convention of anti-Catholic caricature, this does not necessarily indicate that Conrad's main enemies were the Roman Catholics, for they were more likely to have been members of the German Reformed Church or of no church at all. It is probable, in fact, that at one level, the anti-Catholic iconography of this particular image is being used as a secondary signifier, in Barth terms, in which the political discourse has itself become a unified sign, in this case, referring to the superstitious practices, materialism, and atheistic tendencies within the Lutheran community. This is made clear by other details in the illustration, where in the group on the left there appears a Lutheran cleric, labeled on his garment as being a corrupt priest, as well as Antichristus. Above his head hovers a bat, aiming a pair of bellows at the cleric, as if to transform him into an anti-philosopher's stone, that is, one who turns the gold of Scripture into dross. At his left, there stands a richly dressed alchemist, with a rabbit's or donkey's head, carrying a pair of bellows, as well as Epicureans, blasphemers, sophists, and black magicians 141, mortar and pestle. He signifies the materialism of the misguided puffers, while a similar breed of creature looming up behind the pastor shoulders an axe. Above this group of Lutherans and false alchemists, the flying calumniator is labeled Anihilimus and Beelzebub Princeps. He is shown declaring to the chosen faithful, those who are justified by faith in Lutheran doctrine, "Let us lie boldly, always adhering rigidly to some issue, but abstaining from seeking the truth." It becomes apparent from the evidence of these motifs that Honrath was defending himself against Lutheran theologians whose rigid definitions of Christian dogma led them to accuse the reformists of heresy. In Conrad's opinion, they were on a par with his other enemies, the materialistic alchemists, demonic magicians, and Epicurean atheists. It is tempting to interpret Conrad's citations of black magicians and false alchemists as being solely metaphors alluding to Lutheran scholastics, since, at one level, he is certainly making this analogy. Other evidence, though, indicates that these terms were also used to refer expressly to groups and individuals who practice magical rituals of which he disapproved. More specifically, the group on the left of this engraving, almost certainly, represents those Lutherans who adhered to the religious principles codified in the Book of Concord of 1580, devised by Augustus, Elector of Saxony, as a compromise with the Philippist and Calvinist reformers in his state. All Lutheran pastors had been required to sign their assent to this agreement, and, in consequence, the period was marked by repression of dissident pietist groups. Weigel at Chemnitz had also signed the Book of Concord, although secretly expressing his objections to it. On the death of Augustus, the new elector, Christian I, had temporarily brought the Calvinists to power in a relaxed regime of reformist policies. Christian, however, died in 1591, and his successor reverted to the Book of Concord, dogmatically applying institutionalized Lutheran principles, specifically those connected with the sacraments of baptism, absolution, and the Eucharist. The theological position of conservative theologians was that adherence with faith to these doctrinal principles, no matter how poorly understood, was an automatic guarantee of salvation, rather than pious living on the model of Christ. As a result, through to the early years of the 17th century, the Calvinists in Saxony were severely treated, and their pastors were expelled or even sentenced to death. The University of Wittenberg had been a center of Philippist, pro-Melanchthonist activity, as was the Gymnasium, which could explain Andreas Riccius' support for Conrath in 1604, since he is described by Arnold as a school rector of Saxony. The suppression of the dissidents intensified around the year 1600, spreading into Lusatia, Bochme's homeland, and leading to the execution of Nicolaus Krell, the former Calvinist advisor to Christian. The first Conrad's engraving may even be referring to this event in the detail of the double axe of the rabbit, like alchemist. At Krell's execution, doctrinaire Lutheran theologians had shouted abuse at him for his reform of the rites of baptism, in which he had omitted the words of exorcism, thus condemning infants to the care of demons. For much of this period, Konrad would have been in Prague, and it is noteworthy that he did not return to his birthplace in Leipzig, in the lands of the Saxon dynasty, but went first to Hamburg, then on to Magdeburg, where some of his books were published. His departure from Prague may have been due to the fact that from 1591, the emperor was colluding with the Saxon authorities in enforcing the Book of Concord. In December of the same year, Konrad joined the court of Count Rosenberg at Trebona. These events may also be reflected in the 1602 engraving by two particular figures among the group of Catholic wastrels on the right hand side of the picture. One of these, nearest the center, could be Major Domo of a court, since he carries a scepter over his shoulder. The bespectacled figure to his right, lavishly dressed in furs, has a book and a pen in his hands, perhaps a reference to the Book of Concord. Could this be Rudolf II himself? On his return to Germany, Konrad sustained his involvement in the religious politics of Saxony, as is evidenced from his friendships with Riccius, and most especially with Saucius, who, from the evidence of his poem in the Amphitheatrum, seems to have represented his case before the elector in 1604. Konrad would not have been in direct contact with Weigel, who had died in 1588. Moreover, although Konrad's theosophy was modeled on Weigel's ideas, it did not appear in a developed form until circa 1595. For his earliest works, the Athenor and Magnesia Catholica were low, key, conventional Paracelsian treatises. Konrath, nonetheless, probably already sympathized with the reformist ideals of the Philippists and Calvinists before he fell completely under Weigel's spell. In addition, even though Weigel concealed his manuscripts during his life, appearing in print only from 1616, the radical concepts that he 143 Epicureans, blasphemers, sophists, and black magicians preached to his congregation at Chemnitz were wide, spread public knowledge. Weigel had stated his case against those who subscribed to the Book of Concord in the Dialogus de Christianismo, composed in 1584, but not published till 1616 in Neuenstadt by Johann Knuber. In his dialogue with the conciliator, Weigel continued to defend the validity of the Eucharist as enshrining the physical presence of Christ, but he argued that the real union with Christ took place through an inner revelation of the Word of God, which was perpetually inscribed on the human soul. Hence, the crucifixion and resurrection of Christ enacted in the sacrificial rites of the Eucharist signified not the redemptive authority of the Church as his apostolic successor, but an inward conversion of the sinner, thereby sacrificing his old self and espousing instead the immanent Christ. Hence, in Konrad's engraving, the scholarly figure on the lower level of the illustration takes recourse to the inner consolation of his Christly gnosis, informing the monstrous group of Lutherans and demonic black magicians that no matter whether they esteem or disparage him, he will simply continue to pray. He carries a pair of geometrical dividers, such as those which appear in the later portrait of Konrad in 1604, with which he is drawing the diagrammatic icon of Christ. In the 1602 engraving, therefore, the scholar may also be Konrad, his dividers signifying the sacred geometry of his theosophical system. With these he pins a serpent to the ground, demonstrating that the wisdom inspired by the Holy Spirit conquers sophistry, symbolized by the snake with its lingua venona, whose spurious reasoning in the Garden of Eden had originally distanced humanity from God's grace. Meanwhile, the other character on the right pays no attention at all to his stressful companions, for he is gazing into the cave in the center of the picture, which is yet another depiction of Abraham's mountain of the covenant and Konrad's pietism, signifying the permanent bond of God with humanity through Christ in the individual soul. A band of text around the wayfarer states that his help comes from God, who made heaven and earth. The upper level of the cave contains a three-pointed star representing the Holy Trinity, as well as the three Paracelsian principles, while in the lower level there appear a lion and a dragon, the latter being the alchemical Ouroboros, ego Draco sapientum. The text on his heraldic shield explains his significance as a hieroglyph of the spirit, of the most wise and secret world by which the cosmos is animated and conserved. The lion also bears a shield which explains that he is the salt of wisdom and the alchemical magnesia. A stream of water issues from the cave across a text on the ground, which pronounces Konrad's philosophical convictions to be of the highest natural and moral rectitude, testified by the conscience born of sane reasoning according to Christian doctrine. The texts around the cave, as well as those on the left and right hand sides of the engraving, cite Seneca, Gratus, Hieronymus Oceanus, among others, insisting on the veracity and probity of Konrad's ideas. Seneca was one of Weigel's most important sources. Similarly, the poem around the edge of the inner frame comments on Konrad's labor and the injustice shown him. At the top of the engraving appears the tetragrammaton, below which is inscribed Konrad, his name and a text urging him not to retreat before the evil onslaught, but to advance towards it. The tetragrammaton radiates its light onto a star in the shape of an upright pentacle, which is Konrad's annulus, signifying the Azoth, that is, Christ. It stands in a radiant double aureole within a text explaining that this is the enduring star of truth illuminating and indicating the way. The viewer is instructed that he should place this image as a seal on his heart. In the center of the star, there is a cross with the letter S wound around it, representing the Hebrew letter Shin, the sign for fire, while the Hebrew letter itself appears at its head. The other arms of the star bear the letters of the tetragrammaton, thereby forming the Kabbalistic name of Epicureans, blasphemers, sophists, and black magicians 145. Jesus. With these ciphers, Konrad is proclaiming Christ as the ardent center of his spiritual alchemy. The lengthy text at the foot of the picture explains that the current version of the amphitheatrum was produced as a defensive measure against Konrad's enemies who were abusing his ideas in a debauched and bacchantic, unchristian spirit of lies and venom, partly from idiotic ignorance, partly from diabolical envy, partly from lewd accusations, without philosophy, still less Christian feeling. With obscene revels, maliciously prosecuting him with a venomous tongue, cruelly setting upon him and abominably humiliating him. In contrast to these horrible attacks, Konrad's pictures were not intended to be an aggressive act, but only a justification. Of his own probity, non-offensive sed defensive, in a responsionem Catholicam, et in scriptura et in pictura. There is no doubt that Hunroth's chief enemies were the sophists, academic theologians, whose lust for power was the source of the grave, disruption of the Saxon states in the 1590s and early 1600s, which may even have been threatening Hunroth's own life. André castigated a similar range of miscreants, both the pagan Epicureans, and the sophists in his Mythologiae Christianae, 1619. Since, therefore, Hunroth in 1602 and Andreac by 1619 appeared to be fighting on the same pietistic front against the same types of enemies, both aligned with the revered figure of Johannes Arndt, who especially favored Hunroth's theosophy, then how is it possible to explain André's attack on Hunroth in the Mythologiae Christianae, 15? To understand André's apparently contradictory position in relation to Hunroth, it is necessary, 146, chapter 10, to review briefly his role in the history of the Rosicrucians. André's antagonism to Hunroth illustrates the differing affiliations in Hermetic circles, displaying a more complicated picture than Yeats' image of a unified anti-Habsburg front. Yeats had also commented on the intense piety expressed in the Fama Fraternitatis, Cassel, 1614, and Confessio, Cassel, 1615, whose pious axiom was Jesus mihi omnia, while the Fama in particular described the followers of Christian Rosenkreuz as being members of the Lutheran community. Likewise, the manifestos expressed the Brotherhood's foremost regard for the Bible, although it was closely matched by an undisclosed book of secret wisdom, which they claimed to have recovered from the tomb of their founder. Despite these apparent Lutheran loyalties, Montgomery, nevertheless, contended against Yeats that the manifestos were fundamentally anti-Christian, since they had discarded the redemptive role of Christ, favoring both private contemplation on the Neoplatonic model as well as privileged initiation into a path of spiritual knowledge unrelated to Christian doctrine. Yeats, in fact, had emphasized the community character of the Rosicrucian brotherhood, in contrast to the self-inspired magus. Both scholars associated the manifestos with the circles of Simon Studian, whose Naometria had been circulating in manuscript since the late 1580s or early 1590s. Influenced by the Chiliasm of Joachim of Fiore, Studian predicted that the Third Age of the Holy Spirit would be inaugurated by a major political and social change in the European order, commencing in 1604. He even delayed the completion of his treatise until 1604, intending its public appearance to coincide with the inception of the new era. Montgomery has commented on the fact that, in the manifestos, the tomb of Christian Rosenkreuz was said to have been opened in December 18, 1604. In addition, he has argued that the Fama and Confessio were already circulating in manuscript in 1593. To 1604, the same period in which Studian was preparing his Neometria. Now, Montgomery thus would have it appear that the manifestos emerged from a non-Christian, Chiliastic context, from those circles which were anticipating a second reformation to fulfill Luther's original program. This would no longer be founded on Christian doctrine, but on Kabbalistic theosophy. 20. These Chiliastic activities, in circa 1593 to 1604, coincided with the public appearance of Hunroth's alchemical and Kabbalistic Christology, but the pietistic atmospheric of Hunroth's treatises could not be more different from the obsessive manipulations of Studian's Kabbalistic cryptography. In fact, Studian's graphic structures, as well as those of Tobias Hess, are related to the theurgic emblems of Peter of Abano and other medieval necromancers publicized by Agrippa. These may, in fact, have been the pentacles denounced by Hunroth in the 1595 Amphitheatrum for their anti-Christian connotations, while pronouncing his own annulus of Christ as the Azoth to be the true Kabbalistic insignia. Such differences in the interpretation of Kabbalism and Paracelsian theosophy by different German philosophers raise the question, discussed by Stoffler, concerning the exact role of Hermeticism in the history of religious reformism. Certainly, the ideological position of Studian and his collaborator, Tobias Hess, in their jointly authored Prophetica is of a different order from that of Weigel, Arndt, or Hunroth. Studian and Hess seem to have favored the idea of reform almost as an end in itself, fascinated with Kabbalistic techniques of prognostication and the image of the all-powerful Magus, whereas the three pietists were using Kabbalism and Paracelsian alchemy for the sake of a reformed Protestant Christianity. Consequently, although Hunroth's work should be placed within the history of German pietism in contrast that of Studian, and Hess belongs to the broader intellectual currents diverting Central European culture away from the Christian tradition, it is clear that Hunroth was deeply troubled and aggravated by such tendencies and, at the time that Studian and Hess were evolving their system, he may have turned to Weigel's theosophy as a basis for recentering Christ at the heart of Hermetic concerns. Hunroth's view of the role of Christ is far more specific than that of the subsequent Rosicrucian manifestos. For example, in the 1595 Amphitheatrum, he states that God was reconciled with humanity through the blood of the cross, which is identified with the Paracelsian. Salt, Ms. Alnwick, 571, Parr, 237, while in the chaos of 1597, he equates the Ruah, Elohim with Christ, on the model of Reuchlin, Chaos, 1616 ed. 85. He also describes Christ as the 148 chapter 10, second Adam, the Logos, who redeemed the world through the sacrifice of his blood, Chaos, 1616 ed. 86. Throughout his work, he constantly reiterates that Christ is the union of soul and flesh, God and humanity, as the philosopher's stone and the universal panacea. Finally, in the calumniator's image of 1602, the center of the picture is occupied by the annulus of the Kabbalistic Christ. If these statements are compared to the references to Christ in the manifestos, it becomes apparent that their use of Christian doctrine is slight. In the period 1595 to circa 1620, Conrath placed an unusual emphasis on the structural role of Christ in his theosophy, the nearest resemblance to his alchemical system being found in the mystical writings of Jacob Boehme, 1575 to 1624. It is probable, in fact, that from the date of the 1595 amphitheatrum, Conrath was removing himself from the Kuphoric, intellectual experimentation of chiliastic circles, such as those at Tübingen, which were relatively politically secure. Increasingly, he grew more concerned with the encouragement of reformist pietism in the devastated religious community of the Eastern Lutheran states. Thus, Conrath in the late 1590s had more pressing issues at stake than those of the academic Hermeticism of Tübingen, his unsatisfactory relations with members of that coterie being evidenced by an indirect reference to his work in the Confessio. Eco has suggested that its author's pejorative citation of the strange figures and dark words of certain illustrations may refer to the 1602 series of engravings in the amphitheatrum. Hence, the chronology of Conrath's ideological development within this reformist context seems to be as follows. In 1595, Conrath adopted a determined Christocentric position, abandoning the calm tone and relatively prosaic theory of the Athanor and Magnesia Catholica. In the course of composing the first version of the Amphitheatrum, 1595, in this treatise, he introduced Paracelsian alchemy and Christian Kabbalism into his alchemical theory, mentioning his opponents, the black magicians, for the first time. It was then that he initiated the concept of Christ as the philosopher, is stone based on the Kabbalistic theories of Agrippa and Reuchlin, equating the concept of the Azoth with the Ruah, Elohim, the second person of the Holy Trinity, and the Creator, God. This concept was integrated with Paracelsus' theosophical system and also with his chemical theory of the aerial virtue. In Conrath's alchemical theology, Christ became the light of eternal wisdom, pitted against materialism and paganism in contemporary philosophical circles, as well as against hypocritical Lutheran scholasticism. In the succeeding alchemical treatises of circa 1597 to 1604, especially in De Ignea Magorum and the second version of the Amphitheatrum, Conrath produced an even more sophisticated theosophy, in which Christ became the ethereal fire of the Oriental Magi. In addition, he gave his theories an added touch of mystical glamour and visionary appeal in 1602 by the production of the 5 rectangular engravings as a defensive mechanism against the unchristian strategies of both Bacchantic Hermeticists and arid sophists. The publication of the 1602 edition of the Amphitheatrum may have been suppressed by Conrath, his enemies, who were likely to have been the Lutheran subscribers to the Saxon Book of Concord. This version, from the evidence of Miss Alnwick 501, had retained the original brief text of 1595. The expanded text, which was eventually published in Hanover in 1609, would therefore have been composed between 1602 to 1604, and Conrath may have intended this to appear in 1604 in order to counter the effects of Studian's Naometria, which was due to be published in the same year, 24. Regardless of his conflicts with some of its forefathers, Conrath's alchemical theosophy was subsequently adopted into the Rosicrucian discourse, while, paradoxically, André, in the Mythologiae Christianae, produced a scathing public criticism of the movement that he had helped to initiate, castigating instead Conrath, among others, for instigating its program. The seemingly embittered relations of André with the Rosicrucians by 1619 have puzzled many scholars, especially Yates, who attempted to prove that he had, in fact, retained his original beliefs in the possibility of an ideal brotherhood of teachers and healers who would promote the Reformed religion. Dixon has made a slightly different case for André's attitude, arguing that the public disreputability of the occultist currents within Rosicrucianism threatened his position as a Lutheran pastor, necessitating a public rejection of them. But in his Christianopolis, also published in 1619, there are statements indicating his continued sympathy with the original goals of the Brotherhood. Other scholars, such as Gilly, have not found reason to question André's fidelity to his youthful ideals and Hermetic companions. In the foreword to the Mythologiae Christianae, André urged submission to the rule of Christ, attacking much the same range of heretics as Conrath namely tyrants, heretics, Epicureans, sophists. Ranged on the other side, against these evil doers, were a group of reformist theologians, several of whom, such as Arndt and his own father Jacob André, had been influenced by Weigel's Paracelsian theosophy. André also expressed his regard for Erasmus, Melanchthon, and Johann Brentius, all of whom had displayed unconventional traits in their ideas with respect to the established church of their time. He also praised Luther himself. All of these figures were described as being heroes of the Reformed Christian faith, with special applause being awarded to Arndt for his conversion of groups of heretics, André 1619 BK 1, 5-6. In the Mythologiae Christianae, André also expressed, in very clear terms, the fact that he had serious doubts concerning the use of Kabbalism in uncovering spiritual or intellectual knowledge. Andrak 1619 BK 1, 26-27. He considered the use of this system to be an affectation, which was deliberately obscurant, tist, and quite inappropriate for Christian use. This lingua damcarica, Kabbalism, originated in the work of Jakob Brocard, Julius Sperber, Valentin Weigel, Egidius Gutmann, Sebastian Frank, as well as the Catholic French Kabbalist Guillaume Postel. André also named Simon Studian in this context. Some of these had been an influence on Arndt himself, although André chose to disregard this fact. Furthermore, he included Conrath in this list: Epicureans, blasphemers, sophists, and black magicians 151. In contrast, André presented a supportive, if very subtle, account of Tobias Hess, vindicating him of all doctrinal irregularity, probably due to the fact that he continued to associate with Hess even at the time when he was accusing other Rosicrucians of heretical ideas. The scenario in the Mythologiae Christianae involves the fictional dissection of Hess' body by the most illustrious anatomists of the Renaissance, including Vesalius. Each of his vital organs is found to be in perfect condition, red with the blood of Christ. His brain is white as snow, since he had freed himself from all the excrement of his curiosity. By this allegory, André was implying that Hess had undergone a conversion in the direction of sound orthodox Christian doctrine, abandoning his earlier occultist proclivities. André 1619 BK 1, 22-23. Whether this assertion is to be accepted is another matter, since there is no other evidence to support André's contention. Thus, either André's disparaging account of the lingua damcarica and its originators in the Mythologiae Christianae is simply a political contingency to be disregarded in any serious analysis of his real position, or he is attempting to rescue the name of one specific friend while condemning Hess' original mentors out of genuine mistrust. Hence, if Conrath was on poor terms with Hess, this would partly explain his consignment to the tip of unsatisfactory theosophists, regardless of the fact that his theological and political ideals had much in common with those of Arndt and André. André was fearful for his own position in a war-torn Germany, and it is difficult to establish his true motives in his later writings, but it is clear that he was trying to distance himself from the most notorious claims of the Rosicrucian texts, especially ridiculing their self-image as healers of the sick using Paracelsian alchemical remedies, the azoth. It is also possible that André, although he may have remained privately loyal to the idea of a brotherhood of moral reformists, in his need to disassociate himself publicly from the most publicized extremists, felt compelled to reject Conrath's work, specifically the Amphitheatrum, whose presence in the political arena was far from subtle. Whatever his misgivings concerning black magic, Conrath had not diminished his admiration for the mystical and magical systems of Agrippa, Paracelsus, and the Kabbalah. In a precarious public context, Conrath's careful distinction between his own type of Christian Kabbalism and that of chiliastic figures, such as Studian, was likely to be ignored. Thus, by 1619, he was being promoted as a proto-Rosicrucian, which may have forced André to turn against him. Furthermore, if Conrath had earned the animosity of the scholastic Lutherans, as well as that of the court of Dresden, under Christian II, and of his imperial ally, then it may also have served André's political purpose to be seen publicly denouncing him. By 1619, these events were in the past, and it is possible that André had simply tired of Conrath's labored and often hysterical verbosity, finding it ridiculous, in the same way that he described Kabbalism itself as a useless game. In fact, one of André's most brilliant satires in the Mythologiae Christianae is that on Conrath, in the disguise of a peddler, selling quack medicines in the market-place and intimidating the public with his pretentious bomba tarantarantia. He offers for sale holy pictures with specious titles drawn from his various treatises.
Besides cum speciesum Mystitulis, Christiano, Cabellicum, Divino, Magicum, Fic Alchemicum, Tertrinum, Catholicum, Hallelujah, la, Chaos Magnesi, Pyramus Triumphalis, Bonum Macrocosmicum, et similia orbim peri, potendi ficuncta. Undico quoversum bombitaranta tarantia. Verbosinatoria and C, Andrea, 1619, Biko. 3, 231.
Nonetheless, apart from the sonorous monotony of his symbolic language, André's major objection to Hunrath seems to have been that his alchemical medicines did not work, and therefore he was of no value to André's most sacred concern, that of the public good. Hence, in this satire, he was accusing Hunrath not of heresy, but of stupidity. In short, Hunrath had failed to redirect the impacted conceptual signifiers of Hermeticism into an unequivocal pietistic context like that of Arndt. As a result, his alchemical system had collapsed into the common pool of popular occultism. Despite André's lack of enthusiasm for Hunrath's theosophical alchemy, it provided the inspiration for two of the earliest and most enthusiastic advocates of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, Michael Meyer and Robert Flood. The influence on Meyer was restricted to specific motifs chosen mostly from Hunrath's graphic repertoire, since Meyer's pietism was muted and indirectly expressed, and he did not make extensive use of Kabbalism. In contrast, Flood's discovery of Reuchlin's Kabbalism and Hunrath's pietistic discourse revolutionized the Paracelsian system of his Utriusque Cosmi, Historia, in its last volume, The Microcosm, 1621, its fervent Kabbalistic Christology, and its transposition into a medical context, recalls Hunrath's embattled polemic 20 years earlier. Chapter 11. Michael Mayer's Alchemical Geometry of the Sun. The classical erudition of Michael Mayer's alchemical treatises are a world, apart from the passionate intensity of Hunrath's embattled theosophy. Mayer's main source for his alchemical symbolism was classical legend, while his impeccable literary style is modeled on the best ancient authorities. His work, in fact, emerges from the context of courtly humanism rather than out of the academic discourses of the Protestant universities. In contrast, Hunrath's work was written primarily for a pietistic local German community, while Flood addressed a learned international audience of natural philosophers and theologians. Michael Meyer, 1568 to 1622, as a Palatine count, moved among a leisured group of educated aristocrats, accustomed to the visual spectacle and musical entertainments of the court. These determined the style in which he presented his ideas, since he modeled his work on the aristocratic pastimes of his age, including the private theater of the court. For example, the Atalanta Fusions takes the form of a masque with stage sets, displaying scenes from classical mythology accompanied by a musical score. His other treatises are also intended to instruct by means of entertaining devices, such as the anecdotal accounts of important alchemists in the Symbola Aureat Mensae, while the Cantilene Intellectualis employs an expressive, lyrical mode. Meyer structured his alchemical theory mainly in the form of stories for a courtly audience. Although Meyer was himself a member of the Central European aristocracy, he had trained as a physician and was employed at the court of Rudolf II in Prague. He subsequently traveled around Germany and Holland, arriving in England in early 1612, where he was similarly attached to the highest court circles, until his departure for Bohemia in 1618. There exists a Christmas card addressed to James I and to Henry, Prince of Wales, in which the greeting has been constructed by Meyer in the shape of a rose. It has been cited by Adam MacLean as evidence of Meyer's Rosicrucian convictions. He was, in fact, among the first to publish a supportive commentary on the Rosicrucian manifestos in his Themis Aurea, 1618. The internal evidence of Meyer's treatises indicates that, during his stay in England, he had been influenced by the Paracelsian alchemy of Robert Flood. Although there exists no documented evidence of their direct connection, they could have encountered each other in the same court circles. Yates has even suggested that Meyer, in 1616, transported the manuscripts of Flood's Utriusque Cosmi, Historia, to the publisher Johann Theodor de Brie in Oppenheim. Moreover, the meteorological theory and imagery of Meyer's Septimana Philosophica, Frankfurt, Lucca, Genus, 1620, is related to that of Flood in his Microcosm, Uch, 1619. Plus, in contrast to D., Hunrath, and Flood, Meyer infrequently referred to the Kabbalah, occasionally employing some general concepts, but never applying the system methodically. Instead, he based his alchemical program on geometry, which was itself the subject of one of his earliest treatises on the Euclidean problem of squaring the circle, De Circulo Physico, Quadrato, Oppenheim, Lucca Genus, 1616. Meyer, like Hunrath, used the image of the squared circle as a liturgical sigil, representing the spiritual and alchemical union of opposites in the Azoth. A circle appears on the title page of his treatise, bearing the names of the four universal qualities, calidum, siccum, frigidum, humidum, while a rectangle lists the four elements. The main subject of this essay is the Paracelsian theory of the universal panacea, the potable gold, which ensured both physical and spiritual health due to its concordance of the macro and microcosms. These were signified by the sun, the human heart, and gold, the sun being an image of God himself. According to Meyer, the universal panacea resolved the problem of the squaring of the circle. Meyer, 1616, 4. Meyer explained that, according to Plato, the perfect form of eternal being was the circle, and this was also the essential form of gold, the most perfect. Substance in the physical world, Meyer, 1616-11, since the circle is the form of nature when she has been quieted from her compulsive motion, Meyer, 1616-12. In this idea, he was following the well-known Michael Meyer's alchemical geometry of the sun 155 argument of Aristotle in De Generatione, et corruption, that anything which moves is by nature imperfect, since it is prone to corrupting changes. Consequently, the static circle is nature perfected, manifesting in the physical form of red, coagulated sulfur, or gold. Meyer referred to the alchemical theories of the pseudo-Lolian Testament, in particular to their concept of the rotation of the chemicals, stating that in order to purify sulfur, the soul of gold, the alchemist needed to apply the perfect form of the circle. In other words, he needed to use the rotational forces of distillation. He also quotes from the Rosarium concerning the geometrical figures of the circle, square, and triangle, which represent the masculine and feminine qualities. Meyer, 1616-11, an illustration of this geometrical relationship appears in his later compendium of alchemical treatises, the Tripos Aureus, Frankfurt, 1618, in which the emblem accompanying the seventh key of Basil Valentine's De Lapide Sapientum depicts a circle, squared internally with a triangle within the square labeled aqua. The circle represents chaos, while the square symbolizes the four seasons. The same relationship of circle, square, and triangle appears in the illustration to emblem XE of the Atalanta. Fusions, where a geometrical diagram incorporates additional male and female figures, figure 38. In his De Circulo Physico, Quadrato Meyer states that the incorrupt nature of gold proves that the circle, as its essential form, is not an abstract mathematical concept, but a physical reality. For the congregation of the sun's rays creates its beautiful circular shapes, and gold is central to human activity, as if it were a sun within the earth. Thus, on the model of the relationship of the center to the circumference of the perfect circle, gold is the center of all things. 5. Moreover, gold as a color is the union of opposites, those of the white female and the red male aspects. Hence, since gold is perfection itself, its essential nature must be spiritual. Meyer, 1616, 28.46. Another of Meyer's fundamental tenets was the traditional idea that both the cosmic order and the human being as its reflection were governed by the musical ratios of the Pythagorean octave. The sun in the midst of the macrocosm corresponding to the heart in a human being, Meyer, 1616, 7. In fact, he appended a lyric verse to De Circulo Physico, Quadrato, a Cantilena Anacreontia, eulogizing the properties of gold. Meyer, 1616, 75-79. Slightly later, he composed another alchemical song set to a musical score. In the Cantilenae Intellectualis, Oppenheim, 1617, in which the philosopher's stone was symbolized by the myth of the phoenix, possibly an allegory of Christ, although this was not specified. Moreover, the 50 alchemical emblems of the Atalanta fusions, 1617-1618, were also accompanied by a musical score of fugues for 3 voices, providing a series of meditations on the spiritual significance of alchemy. Godwin and Strike have analyzed the musical structure of the Atalanta fusions, concluding that Meyer's composition should be regarded as a Michael Meyer's alchemical geometry of the Sun 157 conceptual art work, rather than as a practical score to be used in a real performance. His musical forms were based on those of the cantus firmus of Gregorian chants, although he provided only 3 voice parts rather than 4 or 5 as was customary. 8. The unresolved dissonances in the score could have been an intentional aspect of its design. As program music describing the story of the race between Atalanta and Hippomenes, the mythological story, however, is only depicted once on the title page, although it is described by the analogous construction of the musical score. There is no direct reference to these protagonists within the sequence of illustrations, nor in the textual discourse, the myth standing only as a central trope in which the race for the golden apple signifies the quest for the philosopher's stone, and the union of Atalanta and Hippomenes represents that of the female and male principles of alchemy. According to Strike, the structure of the musical score reflects the alchemical process, with the 3 voice parts referring to the Paracelsian alchemical principles sulfur, mercury, salt, in their essence as spirit, soul, and matter. The voices also represent the 3 mythic characters of Atalanta, Hippomenes, and the golden apple. Most significantly, Strike has noted that the sequence for the apple voice wanders from the higher to the lower pitch, as if it were describing the process of distillation. The fugue also runs as a mirror canon, or canon by inversion, in respect to the voices of Atalanta and Hippomenes. Since music in the Renaissance represented the intellectual and spiritual spheres of the cosmos, its presence in Meyer's alchemical treatise metaphorized the nature of alchemy as a process unifying the micro and the macrocosm 23. As in De Vries' engraving for the Amphitheatrum, The musical motif alludes to Boethian musicology, in which Pythagorean geometric ratios regulated the cosmic structure. The tonal sequence of Mayer's composition was based on the Pythagorean octave, in which the third and sixth intervals were not considered to be consonant. Godwin and Streich have not discussed the philosophical implications of Mayer's Pythagorean score, although Streich made an important point in her brief mention of the fact that in certain parts of the fugues, the fifth interval defines the structure of the composition and that it represents the sun, the golden apple. The effect of adding Pythagorean musical ratios to Mayer's alchemical imagery was that it transformed them into theurgical talismans. Just as Dies and Conrad's use of Pythagorean geometry was a means of capturing the astral forces in their theurgic sigils, in the same way, Mayer's Pythagorean music attracted the celestial powers into his emblems, turning them into magical instruments. In particular, the fifth interval, representing the solar rays in the Philosopher's Stone, magnetically, attracted the sun, introducing a potent theurgic charge into the alchemical procedure. This motif may have even been a reference to the process of distillation by the heat of the sun. Reinforced by the music, Mayer's emblems were intended to become transmutatory instruments of the same type as the captricle, mirrors described by John Dee in the Monas Hieroglyphica and the annuli pictured by Conrad in the Amphitheatrum. In these ideas, Mayer could have been influenced by a reference in the Propaedumata, Aphoristica, 1568, where Dee had compared the harmonic structure of the world to that of the chords of a lyre, alluding, thus, to the Pythagorean tonal sequence and its cosmological function. Dee may have encountered this concept in the 18th discourse of the Corpus Hermeticum, whose theological system describes the divine forces of the stars, the planets, and the sun in their effect on the human intellect. In the 18th discourse, Asclepius directs King Ammon to tune the inward lyre and adjust it to the divine musician. Moreover, Ficino had referred to the theurgic force of the fifth interval, the diapente, whose relationship of 3, 2, he stated to be the ratio of the distance from the earth to the sun, compared with that from the sun to the fixed stars. Hence, the perfect fifth in Ficino's astral magic was a musical signifier of the sun. Flood had already produced an illustration of the cosmic lyre in the macrocosm, a sequence of Pythagorean octaves relating the physical world to God. Uch 1, 1617, Tract I, 92. In his musicology, he ignored the modifications gradually introduced into the Pythagorean harmonic scheme by Renaissance polyphony, which, in 1599 to 1607, had forced Kepler to admit an empirically consonant third and sixth into the Pythago. Michael Mayer's alchemical geometry of the sun, 159th, Rien tonal mode, to enable him to rationalize his astronomical system. Flood, however, defended his own musicology against Kepler and other opponents by stating firmly that the monochord was not simply a theoretical concept, since his friends were using it for practical music making. In his argument, Flood may have been alluding to Mayer's alchemical music as a justification for his ideas, but this connection has yet to be investigated by historians of music. Yeats discussed only certain aspects of the relationship between Mayer's Atalanta, Fusions, 1617, 1618, and Flood's Utrius Cosmi, Historia, 1617-21, and the musical connection was not her main interest. Neither has any musicologist provided a detailed analysis of the specific relationship between Mayer's music and the visual imagery of the Atalanta Fusions. Thus, despite the pioneering work of Godwin, Streich, and de Jong, Mayer's illustrations still await a definitive critical study since de Jong. His investigation of the textual sources of the Atalanta Fusions did not involve detailed examination of the illustrations themselves. For the present purpose, only one image from this sequence will be considered, that of emblem V8, since this is most closely related to de Vries, theurgic annulus in Conrad's Amphitheatrum. Yeats has shown that there existed a close historical relationship between the Atalanta Fusions and Flood's macrocosm, Uch, 1617-1618, which were published almost simultaneously by Johann Theodor de Brie in Oppenheim. The artists who produced the illustrations for Mayer have not been securely identified, though it is possible to discern 2 or 3 different persons at work, one of whom was probably Mathieu Merian. Flood's artists, on the whole, are recognizable by their signatures, which indicate that Johann Theodor de Brie engraved the first part of the Macrocosm, 1617, the work being completed by Merian, who also signed the portrait of Flood in the Philosophia Sacra, 8. When the artistic styles of the 2 treatises are compared, it appears that in the Atalanta Fusions, the artist was inclined to depict classical architecture, whereas in Flood's illustrations, the scenes are those of medieval northern towns. The technical style is also more confident in the Atalanta Fusions. Nonetheless, in contrast to the Italianate architecture of the Atalanta Fusions, the landscape backgrounds are archaic, belonging to the conventions of Dutch painting of the late 15th and early 16th centuries. In this tradition of 2 generations earlier, the background was depicted as if it were rising up the page rather than running into the distance at eye level. Another striking aspect of these early landscapes was the portrayal of mountains as large rocks, isolated in space. In the early 17th century, a new type of landscape had been developed by Rubens in Flanders, with a lower horizon and a broad atmospheric effect in which the elevated landmarks were integrated coherently into the sweep of the landscape. In spite of these changes in pictorial style, they do not seem to have affected the artists who worked for printing. Houses such as Debris, Salomon Trismosin's Splendor Solis, Rorschach, 1598-30, may have provided some visual prototypes. For the architecture and landscape in Mayer's engravings, for example, the illustration to the seventh parable shows an ancient king in an alchemical bath standing over a furnace on a pavimentum diminutionis. The architectural setting of this image, set in the open air, may have influenced the outdoor setting of Mayer's emblem 8th. The central concepts of the Splendor Solis originated in the Rosarium Philosophorum, which, according to de Jong, was the major source for the Atalanta fusions. MacLean emphasized the important influence of Trismosin's work on later alchemical ideas, commenting that the Splendor Solis acts as a bridge between the Rosarium and the Rosicrucian period. The alchemical theory of the Atalanta fusions draws most of its detailed references from medieval sources, although these are contextualized within a Paracelsian framework centered on the quintessence. Mayer often takes recourse to the pseudo-Lullians, specifically to the earliest texts in the corpus, such as the Testament, which emphasize the process of transmutation, rather than the making of the universal panacea. He is also more inclined to use the medieval Aristotelian theory of the four elements instead of the three Paracelsian principles. On the other hand, the theoretical program of the Atalanta fusions also exhibits more contemporary astrological interests, signified by the stars of the zodiac, which appear in emblem 16th, Mayer, 1618, 118 to 119, and Mayer frequently recalls the theurgic powers of the solar rays, as in emblem XLV, which depicts the eclipse of the moon. Mayer, 1618, 190 to 191, figure 39. This, Michael Mayer's Alchemical Geometry of the Sun, 161st. Particular image was taken from the Rosarium, in which the analogy of the sun and its shadow appears in its account of the illumination of the alchemical substance by the sun. The use of catoptrical mirrors as a source of heat is described in emblem 23rd, where Mayer explains the manner in which celestial influences are transmitted to the earth by the sun's rays, figure 40. The illustration shows the alchemist, clad in the martial robes of Mars, splitting the head of Saturn to release the form of Pallas Athena. In the background appears a statue of the Apollo of Rhodes, whose head is encircled by an aureole of light. Meanwhile, on the right of the picture, the sun, God engages in sexual dalliance with Venus, while storm clouds shower rays of coins. The conjunction of the sun and Venus is a catoptrical hieroglyph in which the sun's rays are caught by a mirror, the emblem of Venus. Mayer's commentary explains the meaning of the image as being related to the use of catoptrics. With plants and animals, reproduction takes place by means of seed, but with simple bodies or bodies of a simple composition, this takes place by introducing force and by means of assimilation. Thus, the sun, the celestial luminary, sends its beams to the earth, and when these beams are bundled in a sun, glass shapes are seen, which are, as it were, form projections of the sun. On these grounds, it is established that sunbeams are nothing but flames of fire, which are spread out over a wide space. When, however, they are focused, they burn everything that comes within the point of focus 3. Mayer frequently refers to the secret fire of alchemy, the quintessence, as in emblem XXXISN, Mayer, 1618, 158 to 59. The quintessential fire is the theme also of emblem 8, which alludes to alchemical geometry and catoptrics, figure 41, on the model of De Vries engraving for Conrath's Amphitheatrum. The illustration displays an armed warrior, Mars, standing in front of a roaring fire in the process of shattering the alchemical egg with his sword. In the immediate background, there is a battlemented wall, pierced by a curious tunnel, drawn in a diagrammatic form according to the rules of single-point perspective. It should be noted that its excessive depth does not correspond with the actual thickness of the wall. Another important feature of this image is its box-like spatial construction, which does not recur in any of the other illustrations in the Atalanta fusions, which customarily depict only one wall, with a vanishing point set at the edge of the picture, rather than in the center as in emblem 8. The subject of this illustration is the impregnation of base matter by the seed of gold carried in the sun's rays, as explained in the commentary, Mayer 1618, 42 to 43. In the picture, these solar forces are signified by the perspectival structure of the tunnel. De Jong has compared the egg in emblem 8 to the illustration of the microcosmic egg in Dex Monas Hieroglyphica. In the practical process, the chemicals were sealed inside an alchemical vessel known as the egg, within which they were distilled, the process being said to generate a new, more spiritual form. In the original base materials, Meyer, 1618, 41-42, the warrior in picture represents Mars, and the reader is told to add Mars to Vulcan, the furnace, in order to gain the victory. Like that of Conrath's De Igni Magorum, the theme of Emblem VIII is the Paracelsian inner and outer fire, that is, the innate astral virtue and the celestial quintessence. The picture, thus, depicts the fiery virtue carried in the sun's rays of light, which is the essence of earthly fire. The text continues with references to the Paracelsian alchemy of Basil Valentine, specifically to his use of the symbols of Mercury, Vulcan, and Mars. The reader is instructed to add Mars only when the whole matter is putrefied in the heat, since Mars animates the material, perfecting it and granting it eternal life, a process comparable to the growth of the fetus in the womb. Michael Meyer's Alchemical Geometry of the Sun, 163, the spurious Basil Valentine, was one of the earliest alchemists to record the use of light, rays in practical chemistry. Meyer himself had knowingly, or otherwise, promoted the myth of this, supposedly, 14th century monk, although, in fact, the tenor of Valentine's work is Paracelsian. The text known as the 12 Keys of Basil Valentine was first published in Germany in Eilenben in 1599, edited by Johann Thold, who was probably its real author. Meyer published a Latin version of Valentine's treatise in his Tripus Aureus, 1618, which he provided with visual imagery by Marian. In another work by Valentine, Der Triumph, Wegen Antimonii, Leipzig, 1604, there is a specific reference to the practical use of light in alchemy. The aim of the work is the purification of antimony in order to make a potable medicine. The recipe instructs the reader to pound the pure glass of antimony and place it in a cucurbit, pouring some rectified vinegar over it. It should be subjected to a digestive fire, or in the summer exposed to the rays of the sun. Eventually, the material will acquire a reddish color, like, well, purified gold, at which point the liquid should be poured off until no more of the color remains. Light is employed again in the process of digestion later in the work. The reddish color of the liquid, supposedly, indicated that the virtue of the sun had entered the materials, but in reality, according to Principe, the redness of color was produced by the accidental inclusion of iron in the antimony, resulting in the production of ferric acetate. An important aspect of Emblem 8 is the fact that it is a theater set, which has not been remarked by scholars such as Yates or de Jong. The background setting of Meyer's Emblem 8, in fact, resembles Flood's Theatrum, Orbi in his microcosm, Uch, 1619, figure 42. This similarity connects Meyer's Pythagorean theurgy indirectly with that of John Dee. Yates considered that Flood's design could have been a copy of 164, chapter 11, the stage of Shakespeare's Globe Theatre. She argued that, influenced by Dee's Vitruvianism in his mathematical preface, the stage of the public theatre in England was subsequently designed to represent the form of the unified cosmos, the Theatrum Orbi. The ceilings above the stage were painted with astrological motifs, while the human actors below represented the microcosm. Moreover, the stage of Flood's Theatrum Orbi concurred with Vitruvian design in having a crenellated rear wall with two openings. This back wall was a permanent fixture, although the two side wings were movable. Meyer's stage set has the same fundamental structure as Flood's Theatrum Orbi, but it resembles, even more closely, the secondary stages of his theater of memory, figure 43. In Meyer's illustration, the building on the right has an upper story, as in Flood's Theatrum Orbi, but it has been displaced from center, stage. In addition, the two rear openings of Flood's theater have been replaced by the diagrammatic tunnel. If one of the sources for Meyer's image was the Vitruvianism of Dee's mathematical preface filtered through Flood's work, then Meyer would also have known Dee's theory of zoography, that is, his theurgical Pythagorean geometry, which is described in the same treatise. The perspectival structure of Meyer's Emblem 8 suggests, in fact, that this was the case. Moreover, the spatial design is comparable to Conrath's gateway in the Alchemical Fortress, 1602, figure 30, as well as De Vries Hall in the Oratory Laboratory, frontispiece. In Emblem 8, the perspectival cone, the diagrammatic tunnel, points heavenwards with its base above the egg, although not in a symmetrical relationship, since the vanishing point of the cone's orthogonal lines is located to the right. Nevertheless, it is not accidental that the only perpendicular line in the whole pavimentum diminutionis passes directly underneath the egg and points immediately towards the opening at the far end of the tunnel. The doorway and the egg are perfectly in line, explaining why the vanishing point of the picture is so strangely skewed to the right. The central perpendicular line of the pavimentum diminutionis is known as the centric axis, indicating the vanishing point which Alberti had always located in the middle of a painting. The perspectival centric axis is, in fact, identical with the centric ray of medieval optics, which was the strongest and shortest ray in a cone of light. In the Propedumata Aphoristica, Dee had emphasized the theurgic power of the centric, rays emitted by the celestial spheres, which could be Michael Meyer's alchemical geometry of the Sun 165, deployed by the astronomer using catoptrical apparatus. Hence, in Meyer's emblem, the centric axis passing through the egg to the vanishing point symbolizes the transmutatory effects of the celestial influences, and it alludes to the use of catoptrics. Meyer states in his commentary on the emblem that the aim of human life is to pass from a vegetable existence in the womb to the more perfect light of the macrocosm, just as when an egg is killed, it attains the higher form of a bird. This imagery also refers to sexual impregnation, which generates new life. The alchemical male and female principles may die in their old forms, but, purified by fire, they will arise in the perfected form of the philosopher's stone. Hence, in emblem 8, the perspectival grid signifies the divine light of the heavens, the alchemical quintessence which carries the seed of gold from the sun. It is placed directly above the egg to denote the potential evolution of prime matter to a higher spiritual condition. Therefore, the theurgic meaning of emblem V8 lies within a set of associations relating Vitruvian, architecture, perspectival geometry, and catoptrics, in short, the same themes explored by Dee. Consequently, Meyer's emblem, like that of Hunrath, explains the theory of an alchemy of light. The diagrammatic tunnel of orthogonal lines, like de Vries' hallway, refers to Paracelsian astral influences and Dee's astrological catoptrics. This geometrical structure, with its base on the earth and its apex in heaven, signified by the vanishing point, represents the quest for the philosopher's stone by means of celestial alchemy. Even more significantly, Meyer's emblem, like that of de Vries in the amphitheatrum, is an alchemical sigil, a catoptrical mirror reflecting the light of the quintessence. It is, in itself, a theurgical instrument whose potency is amplified by Meyer's Pythagorean musical score, whose motif of the diapentic interval as the golden apple of Atalanta introduces the power of the solar rays into the process of alchemical transmutation. Chapter 12. Robert Fludd. The Divine Alchemy of the Eye of God. In the Kabbalistic theogony of Robert Fludd, 1574 to 1630. 7. The sun was far more than a power, house for theurgical sigils, as in Dee's system, or an aid to routine alchemical processes, since he considered it to be no less than the altar of Christ the Messiah in his form as the angel Metatron. Fludd's Christology in the 1620s is as intense and deeply felt as that of Hunrath, but it is expressed in relatively sober academic prose, and Fludd is more absorbed than Hunrath in the minute specifics of Reuchlin's Kabbalism. Basing his alchemical theory on that of Paracelsus, Fludd devised not only a new version of Kabbalistic theosophy of the previous century, but also a novel system of practical medicine, whose claims for efficacy were due to its reliance on the sacred light emanating from the Creator, God, Christ, through the sun's rays. Scholars are fortunate in being able to draw on Debus' extensive studies of Fludd's Paracelsian and Kabbalistic theology, although he has not analyzed Fludd's alchemical diagrams in detail. These have been interpreted mostly from the point of view of 20th century theosophy and Jungian psychology by Godwin. Other important work on Fludd includes Aman's musicological study, in which he related Fludd as musical ideas to his illustrations, though he omitted a lengthy discussion of the imagery itself. Fludd's engravings also frequently appear in popularized accounts of alchemy, though Klosowski de Rolla did not include them in his account of 17th century alchemical engravings. The most extensive discussion of Fludd's intellectual development has been provided by Huffman, though he also disregarded Fludd's visual work. It is regrettable that these authorities have largely neglected Fludd's engravings, for even Godwin. His admirable interpretation is directed more at an audience of 20th century alchemical adepts. This disregard for the intellectual significance of the illustrations could lead to misinterpretations of Fludd's ideas, since, according to Yeats, his visual imagery was integral to his theoretical concepts. Their importance is indicated by the fact that Fludd himself designed his pictures, determining, moreover, their specific location within the text. Fludd was a respected English physician, working for the royal court, as well as a prolific encyclopedist of hermetic and mechanical knowledge. Although his Anglican loyalties were never questioned, he achieved a certain notoriety in his own time for his early support of the Rosicrucian manifestos in his Apologia, 1616, expanded into the Tractatus Apologeticus, 1618. In the development of his ideas, Fludd claimed a precocious intellectual ability, stating that he had already composed the greater part of his macrocosm, Ush 1, 1617, during his undergraduate days at Oxford, prior to commencing a tour of the continent in 1598 to 1604 fifths. In the course of his travels, he spent a winter with some Jesuits who tutored him on theurgic matters in the mountains on the borders of Spain and France. Robert Fludd, The Divine Alchemy of the Eye of God, 169 in his first work, The Macrocosm, Ush 1, 1617, Fludd devised a cosmology, in which God manifested the universe through his own act of viewing, deriving this concept from the Pymander in which the physical creation was a mirror of God. Datas quasi in speculo conspicitur, Flood, 1617, 167. In the second volume of the Utrius Cosmi, Historia, the Microcosm, 2, 1619, 25 to 26, he subsequently elaborated his initial concept of God's creative vision by comparing the Holy Trinity to an eye, which he accordingly depicted in an engraving, figure 47. Thus, in Flood's system, it was the optical rays of light emanating from God's divine vision which created, sustained, and reabsorbed the universe. These concepts were integrated by Flood into a lavishly illustrated Paracelsian cosmology in which the materials of the universe were separated by the alchemist God out of prime matter. In the Macrocosm, 1617, however, Flood did not refer directly to the Kabbalah, employing instead the discourse of Pythagorean geometry, thereby displaying an immediate conceptual kinship with Mayer's De Circulo Fisico Quadrato, 1616, as well as with his Atalanta fusions, 1617, 1618. Nonetheless, by the time the Microcosm, 1621, was composed, Flood had become preoccupied with the Kabbalistic system, which remained as his overwhelming interest throughout his subsequent writings. In these, he also referred to Dee's Kabbalistic mathematical theories and optical geometry, although without mentioning him by name, using only his term, mathesis, from the mathematical preface and interpreting the monas Kabbalistically in the same section. There were more direct lines of contact between Flood and Dee, since one of his most important English patrons was John Selden, who had purchased items from Dee's library, while another was Sir Robert Bruce Cotton, who had received Dee at his home. In Flood's medical theories, the divine force of light was related to the Paracelsian aerial nitre, or quintessence, stating, for example, in the Tractatus Theologo, Philosophicus 1617, that the tabernacle of the aerial spirit was the sun. All living creatures, he explained, required air since this contained the ethereal spirit whose essence was the celestial light. It was breathed in by the lungs and carried to the heart, where it was separated from the air and dispersed as the vital spirit throughout the body. Moreover, Flood used the rays of the sun in his own practical alchemical work, as is recorded in the manuscript version of his treatise on wheat, the Tractatus de Tritico, which appeared in the Anatomia Amphite Atrum, Frankfurt, J.T. de Brie, 1623, and also in the Philosophia. Mosaica, Guda, Petrus, Ramazenius, 1638. In this text, Flood described the distillation of the spirit, of wheat, whose virtues corresponded to those of the sun and gold. He noted that the first substance produced in the course of distillation was a white liquid, which, placed in the open air, turned red in the rays of the sun. Flood claimed that due to the fiery nitre in the solar rays, his chemicals had become the universal panacea, whose generative, celestial fire had been drawn out of the sun and concentrated by his prepared spirit, the white liquid. Flood's concepts of the creative forces of light were illustrated by diagrams, whose forms originated in medieval optics, Figs, 2:11, the principles of light and darkness being represented by two intersecting cones, or pyramids. The base of the pyramidus formalis was placed in the empyreum of God, signifying the emanating rays of divine light, while the base of the pyramidus materialis was located on the Karth with its apex in God, depicting the aspiration of the universe to its divine source, figure 44. Consequently, the optical genealogy of Flood's intersecting cones produced an image of God and his created universe as being perpetually locked in a mutual gaze. Within the lozenge shape created by the intersection of the emanatory and reversionary cones, Flood placed the sun, since the nature of this sphere balanced the oppositions of spirit and matter, male and female, sulfur and mercury. Robert Flood, The Divine Alchemy of the Eye of God, VLV. Flood described these diagrammatic forms as pyramids lucis, cones of light, claiming that he had invented the reversed cone of light, the pyramidus materialis, an assertion not entirely justified since these intersecting diagrammatic structures already existed in optical treatises. Although this was their first use in the context of a pictorial cosmogenesis, Dee had produced a set of comparable diagrams in De Speculis. Comburentibus, British Library, Emis Cotton Vitellius C7, Figs, 12-15. Moreover, the optical radial cone, with its base in the eye of the viewer, had already been adapted by Alberti to a pictorial context in his Perspectiva Artificialis. Thus, Flood's cones of emanation and reversion shared the same conceptual source with Alberti's perspective. In the Macrocosm, Ush, 1617, Flood's cosmogony was additionally based on the three Paracelsian generative principles, those of light, darkness, and water, from which emerged the three primary elements: salt from darkness as the prima materia, sulfur from light as the soul, and mercury from water as the spirit. These, in turn, produced the four qualities of hot, cold, dry, and moist. Flood's chemical cosmogenesis was explained by a series of geometrical diagrams in which the principles of light and darkness operated in a mutually antagonistic duality. Yet, although Flood's text and visual imagery described cosmic processes of an indescribable magnitude and grandeur, he proved the validity of his account by means of some very simple and practical chemical processes. For example, in one engraving, the sun is shown radiating its light onto a vessel from which a pipe runs into a spherical container, Ush 1, 1617, 31. Figure 45. The vessel contains a mix of oil and water, which are distilled by the solar rays. Flood uses this chemical experiment to reinforce his point that, in the absence of light, the universe would revert to the primal darkness of Hyle, since it is light which gives form to prime matter. He compared his experiment to God's work on the fourth day of the creation, Ush 1, 1617, 30, 23, to his chemical account of Genesis 1. Also belongs the illustration of the dove of the Holy Spirit emerging from the Word of God, Fiat, the second person of the Trinity, to blaze a trail of light around chaos, Uk 1, 1617, 49. Later in the treatise, Flood describes the rays of the word Fiat as carrying God's form and image to the very center of the cosmos. In the third book of the Macrocosm, Flood offered another interpretation of the cosmic structure, complementing his earlier chemical visualizations, but expressed musically in his analysis of the Musica Mundana, the macrocosmic Pythagorean tonal ratios Uk 1, 1617, 79 to 81, 25. His musical universe was still a Paracelsian construct nonetheless, since the imperial heaven was stated to be composed of ethereal fire, whose light generated the material forms in accordance with the mathematical ratios of the Pythagorean monochord. Since the light of the anima mundi pervaded the cosmic monochord, hence it was the equivalent of the formal and material pyramids of light. The fifth chapter of the Musica Mundana included an illustration of the cosmic lyre, probably modeled on Dee's reference to this idea in the Propediumata Aphoristica. 1, 1617, Tract 1, 92, 28. Kabbalism is engaged by Flood for the first time in the microcosm. 2, 1619 to 21, although this treatise is less directly related to alchemy. Reuchlin, in De Arte Kabbalistica, had discussed the similarities between Robert Flood, The Divine Alchemy of the Eye of God, 173, the Pythagorean and the Kabbalistic systems, calling Pythagoras the father of Kabbalism. Hence, this aspect may have been implicit in Flood's Carlier Pythagorean discourse, although it is more likely that during his continental travels in 1598 to 1604 fifths, he had encountered the Kabbalistic alchemy of Hunrath, by which time the macrocosm had already been written. In the microcosm, from the outset, Flood takes up the theme of the generative vision of God, providing an illustration of the qualities of the Holy Trinity, figure 47, in which the eye of God appears in the hierarchical position while the central space is occupied by sun. 30. The various constituents of the eye represent the three persons of the Holy Trinity. The lower level of this picture shows dramatic clouds shooting a thunder bolt at the earth, thereby representing God the Father in the form of consuming fire, Uksh 2, 1619, 26 to 27. This, Flood explains, is the manner in which Moses and the Israelites saw the face of God while they heard his word like the sound of thunder. He diversifies his account of the Trinity by employing Pythagorean musical ratios to demonstrate the harmony within its essential nature, returning also to his earlier discourse on the formal and material pyramids of light, 2, 1619, 41 to 45. A new illustration relates these diagrams to the cosmic body of Anthropos, figure 44, stating that the pyramidus formalis is nothing less than the efflux of light from God to the natural world. Divine light is the primary root of the Musica Mundana, since nature acquires its forms from the divine emanation of number and ratio according to the structure of the Pythagorean monochord. Flood analyzes the Pythagorean harmonies within the proportional relations of soul, spirit, and body, comparing the physical body to the Pythagorean quaternary, which is illustrated in the form of a cube, figure 48. When folded or unfolded as if made of paper, the cube represents the evolution and involution of the universe according to its governance by divine number and ratio. Within its structural relations of volume, plane, and line, the cube contains the modes whereby the four elements are generated and transmuted. 2, 1619, Tract 1, Sect I, 250 to 51. In the second volume of the Microcosm, Frankfurt J. T. Debris, 1621, Flood introduces the Kabbalistic system, basing most of his argument on Reuchlin, but occasionally revealing the additional influence of Kunrath. The frontispiece to this volume was clearly inspired by de Vries, praying alchemist in the amphitheatrum since flood. Asmagus also prays before an emblem of the tetragrammaton, born within the divine eye of God and bedecked with wings. It is enveloped by a cloud, forming an enclosure conceptually related to de Vries' depiction of the tabernacle tent. Flood seemed to empathize with this image, since he returned to the motif of the praying alchemist on several other occasions. A motto, ostensibly attributed to Psalm 63, is inscribed on Flood's frontispiece, referring to the protective wings of God in alarum tuarum umbra carum, recalling the concluding line of the Rosicrucian Fama Fraternitatis, sub umbra alarum tuarum Jehovah. It is well known that a similar axiom was used in the heraldic emblem of the Andre family, derived from Psalm 17:8, sub umbra alarum tuarum protegemi. The family insignia consisted of a cross and a rose, which had also been one of Luther's emblems. While Hunrath never used such a symbol in his illustrations, Meyer employed the image of the rose on at least one occasion, and Flood, similarly, depicted a rose with honey, bees on the title page of his Clavis Philosophiae, 1633, which was his response to Mersenne. Thus, it seems that by 1621, Hunrath's amphitheatrum was thoroughly established within the Rosicrucian canon, with de Vries' image of the praying alchemist being used as a common Rosicrucian emblem. For example, there are references to the original picture in Johann Daniel Milius' Opus Medico, Chemicum, Frankfurt, Lucca, Genus, 1618, in an image representing Oswald Groll, as well as in one depicting Milius himself, both shown kneeling before the light of God in their studies. These tiny images also contain a table and a musical instrument, as well as alchemical vessels and shelves of books, as in de Vries' engraving. A less obvious reference to the original picture occurs on the frontispiece of Theophilus Schweikart's Speculum Sophicum Roto Storo Icum, 1618, in which both an alchemist and a forge smith kneel before the winged tetragrammaton, above whom is placed the motto Sub umbra alarum tuarum, 38. Flood explains the descent of the tetragrammaton in the form of divine light to create the material light of nature in a Kabbalistic exegesis. Of the Book of Genesis, 2, 1621, 2-74. Although the discourse is not immediately related to alchemy, this is implicit. In his subsequent discussion of medical issues and meteorology, Flood commences his Kabbalistic account with an examination of the principles of gematria, mentioning Reuchlin in this context. Now, he also begins to employ the name of Christ as the second person of the Trinity, 2:1621, 2-5, relating him to the angel Metatron, who is stated to be the anima mundi, or anthropos, 21,621, track 2, sect I, 8-9. Flood equates the first person, God the Father, with the first Hebrew letter of the Tetragrammaton, Jod, 2:16. 21:8. The different levels of creation arising from the constituent letters of the Tetragrammaton, Jod, He, Vau, He. Flood associates the New Testament word, as in the Gospel account of John, the evangelist, with the Son of God, who is both the Messiah and the Archangel Metatron, an identification said to be proved by Flood's analysis of the name of Jesus, which appears as JHUH in his transcription of the Tetragrammaton. According to Flood, the face of Metatron is composed of the rays of the sun, 2:1621, 36-47, 42. Flood states that Chokmah, wisdom, is the verbum, word, who is the second person of the Trinity, Christ, and also the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph. In his statement that the Messiah is the most potent medicine for all human ills, both spiritual and corporeal, Flood may be relying on Conrad's account of Christ as the universal panacea, the magnesia. In fact, much of Flood's theosophy recalls Kunrath's identification of Chokmah with Christ, based on Reuchlin's account. The verbum, or Metatron, is the first emanation of God, descending sequentially through the letters comprising the Tetragrammaton, to reside in the middle sphere of the heavens, that of the sun. Flood, like Kunrath in De Inimagorum, compares Chokmah with the light and fire of the Zoroastrians and also with that of Hermes, Trismegistus, and other Prisca theologians. Quoting from the scriptures, he explains that God has placed his tabernacle in the sun. +7. Through the rays of the angel Metatron, the spirit of wisdom created prior to all others, the world is illuminated. Therefore, the Word is the purest fire and most beautiful light, the source of all generation, without qualities, but mixing with the elements to provide them with their different qualities. This highest light is moreover also associated with the Archangel Michael, Sacerdote Magno Michele, and the Primal Word. Robert Flood, The Divine Alchemy of the Eye of God, 177 of Creation, Fiat, is yet another form of Metatron. The word, Christ, Flood concludes, is Vau, the third letter of the Tetragrammaton, who is the clearest and most lucid spirit, Spiritus Limpidissimus, AC Lucidissimus. Ush, 2 1621, 26, 18. On this Kabbalistic foundation, Flood accounts for the qualities of the Sun, which is unique in being the Father of light, the Tabernacle of Christ, the Word, and Apollo. It takes care of the mortal sphere and heals all earthly sorrows and ills, although the ultimate. Medicine is God himself, the Prince of Physicians, who can heal solely through the Word. Flood, thus, fervently accepts the visible sun as being the mystic body of Christ. 50. He also provides an analysis of the Hebrew letter Shin, signifying fire, the Azoth, as well as the Holy Spirit, 2 1621, 28 to 33. This had been the central trope in Reichlin's transposition of the Kabbalah into a Christian context. In the second book of the treatise, Flood specifically mentions Reichlin in his account of the incarnation of Christ as the second Adam, stating that the regeneration of the inner man is through Christ. Hominis interni per Christum regeneratio, 2 1621, 46 to 50. His account may be drawn from Conrath's Pictism, since he uses the image of the resurrection of Christ as a metaphor of individual spiritual rebirth. Flood also explores the Kabbalah in another treatise, the Philosophia Sacra et Ver Christiana so Meteorologica Cosmica, Frankfurt, J. T. de Bry, 1626, whose frontispiece displays the Archangel Michael in the act of slaying a dragon. The angel's head takes the form of the glowing orb of the sun, while another three suns, the Paracelsian principles, and a rainbow, God's covenant with mankind, are illustrated in the background. The treatise employs Paracelsian elemental theory and Pythagorean geometry, as well as the Kabbalistic thesis of Christ as Metatron. One of the new images is a somewhat novel and ungainly captrical conceit incorporating a radiant sun, drawn with a face whose nose consists of the equilateral triangle of the Holy Trinity. It directs the rays of its solar virtues onto a star, which reflects them to a wind, God, who in turn blows them down to the earth. Flood, 1626, 189, figure 49. This picture may have originated in Balthasar Schwann's engraving from Meyer's Septimana Philosophica, in which the rays of the sun are catoptrically reflected by the mirror of the moon, figure 37. Flood also employed the Kabbalah extensively in his Philosophia Moisa, ICA 1638, whose complete title states that Christ is the philosopher's stone. Since this treatise was a reply to Mersenn's attacks on his scientific ideas, Flood may have been taking recourse to a more developed Christology on the model of Conrath as a way of placing his ideas in a religious context out of the reach of such empiricist objections. The equating of Christ with the philosopher's stone had first appeared in Flood. Is Clavis Philosophiae, Frankfurt, William Fitzer, 1633, in which he explained, in Rosicrucian terminology, that the rose holds the secret to the philosopher's stone, which is Christ, a work located between the composition of the Utrius Cosmi. Historia and the late, more Christological treatises are the two volumes of the Medicina Catholica, 1629 to 31, which translate Flood, its Kabbalistic alchemy of light into a practical medical context. Flood's ontology in this treatise hovers on the edge of heresy, very nearly transgressing the Augustinian doctrine of God as the absolute good. 3. One of Flood's engravings, appearing in both volumes of the Medicina Catholica, depicts God in the aspects of both light and darkness, good and evil, figure 50. Initially, Flood mitigates the irregularity of this concept by recourse to classical mythology, referring to the Apollonian and Dionysian aspects of God, but then he proceeds to reinforce his unconventional position by stating that since volunty and nullity, will and negation are both in God, therefore both must be good. Nonetheless, Flood wisely reduces the impact of this statement by citing the biblical texts of Job and Deuteronomy in which God is described as the giver of both health and sickness. Flood explains that God has Robert Flood, The Divine Alchemy of the Eye of God, 179. Single nature, which is able to mutate into the dispositions of both light and darkness. 5. Plus, in the Zohar, there is a similar account of the manner in which the principles of light and darkness emerge from the left and right branches of the tree of life, entwined together in a mutually generative act. One came out of the other, for from goodness evil emerged, and from mercy judgment emerged, and one was entirely contained in the other, the good inclination and the evil inclination, right and left, white and black. 55. Moreover, in an earlier section, Flood had already explained the nature of the divine monad, Flood, 1629, 1-2, 2, as being the most sacrosanct light, God in his purest nature prior to manifestation, in whom there was no trace of darkness. The monad cannot be grasped by human consciousness, he states, since it is non, ends when its rays are folded around itself. Kabbalists identify the primal monas with the darkness of Aleph, but when it opens its rays, it becomes Aleph lucidum, the excellentius sol luculentius. Both Meyer and Flood generated a succession of disciples, but their closest follower was a contemporary, Johann Daniel Milius, who appropriated the design of Flood's illustrations in the Macrocosm, 1617, for his Opus Medico, Chemicum, 1618, while in his Philosophia Reformata, Frankfurt, Luca Genus, 1622, he produced almost exact reproductions of Meyer's emblems in the Atalanta fusions. An extraordinary development of Flood's cosmology of the divine eye of God was produced by the illustrator to Jacob Boehme's collected works in the Amsterdam edition of 1682, published by Gichtel nearly 60 years after his death. The date of these images falls outside the limits of the present study, but they cannot entirely be omitted since their original qualities merit due recognition on the part of the scholar. In Boehme's Pietism, the Kabbalistic Christ was a metaphor for his own spiritual experience, and he adapted alchemical motifs to his deeply individual monistic gnosis. 57. His maxim was adopted from the Paracelsian precept, solve e coagula, and, like Flood, he considered light and darkness to be two aspects of the one God. Both theosophists probably drew on the original account of this concept in the Zohar, but Boehme's account was also influenced by Lurianic Kabbalism. For him, the purpose of cosmic and human existence was to balance the oppositions within internal and external nature and to unite them with the eternal light. Gichtel's mystical emblems signify the spiritual alchemy initiated by the inner inspiration of the Word, Christ, and the dawning of the light brought by his incarnation within the individual soul. A frequent symbol in these images is that of the eye of God, sometimes profusely inscribed on the wheels of the Ezekiel. His chariot, the Kabbalistic Merkaba, Gichtel Inter, related Ezekiel's symbols into those of Christian iconography, such as the dove of the Holy Spirit, the sacred name and form of Christ, the emblem of the Sacred Heart, the equilateral triangle of the Holy Trinity, and a profusion of the eyes of God, often containing the Tetragrammaton. These are set within the aurora of the divine light of the Son of God, who, in Boehme's Aurora, 1612, replenished the world after its corruption by the fall of Lucifer from grace. The emblems take the significatory form of hieroglyphs, similar to the devices employed in Renaissance emblem books of the 16th century, which were a visual translation of a literary maxim. Gichtel, however, went beyond the succinct models of the previous century by engaging a broader topographic spread in his design, as well as a more dramatic and expressionistic style of drawing, according to Geismar, who has invested Robert Flood, The Divine Alchemy of the Eye of God, 181. Gated the sources of these illustrations. Some of Flood's cosmological diagrams had a significant import for the development of these illustrations, but Geismar has not analyzed the reasons for the formal differences between the 1,682 emblems and their historical predecessors. 2. Gichtel's cycle of imagery, in fact, for all its powerful emotional impact, is more like a catalogue of icons, rather than a theatrical scene in the manner of Kunrath's, Mikkelsbacher's, or Meyer's illustrations. In several respects, the 1682 illustrations are moving away from their original sources in the pietistic alchemical imagery of the late 16th and early 17th centuries, anticipating instead the far less sophisticated Masonic tracing boards of the 18th century. 63. These Masonic pictures were used for training a group of initiates in the principles of the craft, being designed for communal use rather than for private contemplation. In Sony's terms, they were didactic rather than revelatory images. Consequently, the individual items in the picture needed to be clearly delineated in order to facilitate the process of instruction by the teacher, who would provide an accompanying oral explanation. Gichtel's engravings have the sum of the same quality of devices intended to facilitate public instruction. It is misleading, however, to discuss alchemical illustration without contextualizing it within the relevant social and political media, and since this is not possible within the scope of the present study, these issues will not be pursued at any length. It is relevant, however, to make one further point arising from this brief visual analysis of the semiotic function of Gichtel's engravings, which is that they demonstrate the popularization within a generation of alchemical imagery previously associated with German pietism. In this process, Flood's illustrations had played a large role due to his voluminous output in very large print, runs reusing many of the same cosmological diagrams throughout his series of works, as well as seeing them copied by other artists. Moreover, Flood's pictures lent themselves to public instruction, as was his intention, since they could operate at several different semiotic levels, not only as revelatory icons, but also as succinct metaphors which could be subjected to oral discussion. In contrast, Kunrath's 1595 visionary imagery almost whelms the viewer, being intended to, by pass the discursive intellect in order, to project him directly into the spiritual presence of God within his own soul. Although Kunrath's subsequent engravings in 1602 were intended to be a public polemic, they employed the rhetorical devices of the theater, which similarly aimed to clue the discriminating faculties of the mind. In comparison with Kunrath's visual strategies, those of the Masonic teaching, boards were a list of the constituent parts of a creed that had to be memorized in order to gain acceptance into a social elite, rather than being a visual account of a deeply intuited spiritual experience. In these historical developments of the use of pictistic imagery, Gichtels have reached a mid to point in which, although he is describing a personal, spiritual evolution under Bochme's influence, his pictorial symbols by this date already belonged to a public stock of theosophical emblems. Conclusion. In the 16th and early 17th centuries, the alchemical references to the celestial spheres and the light of the sun as the agents of God's will involved one fundamental issue. Where was divinity located, within or without the human soul, and in what manner could the alchemist align himself with that infinite source of power in order to command human affairs? Paracelsus had offered what appeared to be the surest resolution to the conflict between an authoritarian external deity and the individual impulses of its subject by positing a cosmic order in which cash unit formed a part of the astral body of the demi, urge anthropos. In this theosophical model, the alchemist, through his empathetic understanding of the heavenly spheres, could, simultaneously, affect the course of the physical world. Paracelsian alchemy, thus, muted the distinction between physical and psychic chemistry, amplified by the luministic cosmogenesis of the Kabbalah. In Dee's theories in the 1560s, an image of the Magus began to emerge whose intellectual light mirrored not only that of the stars and the sun, but of God's own radiance. In a separate development, Weigel appropriated Paracelsian theosophy to make the same point, phrased in Christian terms, in which Christ became the essential light of the soul, the real nature of each human being, with the consequence that spiritual wisdom became an innate human faculty, rather than the gift of the Lutheran sacraments. Kunrath merged Dee's image of the illuminated Magus with Weigel's alchemical Christ to create an alchemy of light which, henceforward, prioritized the inner transformation of the alchemist above that of his chemicals. In the history of alchemy, perhaps the most important change in its central concepts occurs in the period from the late 1550s to the early 1600s, in which appeared Dee's and Kunrath's Paracelsian treatises on the use of astral magic and light, rays in the alchemical process. The interesting aspect of their work is that they were still advocating practical work, as well as contemplative practices involving visual imagery. This is an important point, which modern scholarship, influenced by 19th century theosophy and Jungian psychology, tends to underestimate. Most of the authors who have written popularized interpretations of Renaissance alchemical illustration have rarely bothered to read the dense accompanying texts, still less have they attempted to place the visual images in any historical context. Whereas it is true, as previously D. 184 conclusion scribed, that the pictures were becoming transmuting philosophers' stones in their own right. Nevertheless, alchemists such as D., Conrath, Mayer, and Flood still involved themselves in practical work. In this, they were admittedly seeking a short-cut setting up their mirrors and lenses in order to trap God's own divine virtues in their chemicals through the rays from the stars, a task more suited to their refined image of themselves as philosophers than the grimy baking and boiling of the medieval alchemists. Even so, their texts reveal that they knew their chemistry and that each specific symbol and phrase represented, as in Flood's writings, not only a spiritual process, but usually a practical equivalent. Historians of chemistry are well aware of the continuation of practical alchemy into the 18th century, the example of Newton's work being only the most famous, but, on the other hand, they have tended to disregard the visual imagery as if this were mere decoration. Hence, between the extremes of the 20th century theosophists, who will not read the texts, and the historians of science, who will not read the visual imagery, the alchemy of light has diminished in significance, since only the study of both the visual and the literary documentation, as well as knowledge of its political context, can reveal the considerable importance of this alchemical concept in the late Renaissance. The present work has taken an extended historical view of the evolution of Paracelsian astral and solar theurgy and its deployment by German theosophists in the late 16th century, as well as by some of their Rosicrucian followers. Such a lengthy overview has necessitated too brief a mention of much important contextual history, nor has it been possible to provide an extensive analysis of specific theories. Further study is required to validate many of the suggestions concerning cross influences and contradictions between the circles of the 16th century Pietists and Emeriticists. Some of this will be possible only when the substantial writings of alchemists, such as Conrath and Flood, are provided with a definitive study, followed by modern editions of their works. Moreover, there remains archival work to be undertaken in the hope that manuscript sources will emerge, supplying more conclusive evidence about the political affiliations of these alchemists. Above all, it is hoped that future scholars will be prepared to undertake a detailed analysis of the visual illustrations which merit considerably more scrutiny than has been possible in the present study. 204 illustrations. Illustrations 205. Figure 1. Diagram of the construction of single point perspective. Graphics by Charles Holroyd. Entas. Y. Figure 2. Diagram of optical rays of light. Graphics by Charles Holroyd. Air, moist and hot fire, hot and dry. Water. Cold and moist earth, dry and cold. Figure 3. Diagram of Aristotle's square of the four elements. Graphics by Halina Sulaka. Figure 4. Lulian Figura Anime A. Florence Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale MS2 227 F 113R. By permission of the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale Figu Belan. Acme. Radius. BCD FGB KLM. OP. AMSMC. Copline. Illustrations. BEP. PA 1818. 1514 and first. Figure 5. Pseudo Lulian Figura Anime S. Florence Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale MS2 3rd 27th F 229 Phi CO ordinated by quadrangles. By permission of the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale. Figure 7. Pseudo Lalian Figura T. Florence Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale MS2 27th F 230R. By permission of the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale. Fin. Lu. Honte di la Jean. Bed. +8. Me. 1316. A. Figure 6. Pseudo Lalian Figura Anime S. Florence Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale MS2 I 27th F 247 V. Co-ordinated by triangles. By permission of the Biblioteca Nazionale Centrale. Figure 8. Joannes Pantheus. Artis Metallicae Schema from his Vorca Dumia in Theatrum Chemicum. Strasbourg, Zetzner, 1659-61, p. 460. By permission of the Bodleian Library Shelf Vel D3, 2-5, 7, 208 illustrations. Abelv Tio Vel. Mundificatio, Figure 9. Ablutio vel Mundificatio, Rosarium Philosophorum, Frankfurt, 1550. By permission of the British Library, Illuminatio, Ugner, Stachyligramer Levanca Spoglinat, Figure 10. Illuminatio, Rosarium Philosophorum, Frankfurt, 1550. By permission of the British Library, Figure 11. Alhazen, Diagram of the Eye, De Aspectibus, Edinburgh Royal Observatory, Crawford Library, MSCR, 3.5, F, 4V, 1269. By permission of the Crawford Library, TQIM, Eta D, in a 01 HB, P, 14 billions. Mebe, HW, Saint, Ingley Hodge, Org, Busperp, ABC, Com, Riesdef, Conselesms, Ad, Axis, 7 latas cum cien, con resti, est resta, men avertisse com ad circumferentiam basis extensa et superficies comica, est subficies com CMDA of circunductor latest comici feria basis, 1 termino cam vertis quilt, 4 GME, 7 decrypta, Topman coxoplanica diameter basis cum duobus alis limes, ab eftem. Diametri termins enset advertis cum o eter phoebus comprehendai 10. Basis trianguli comsi est ende houses diameter k. Com. ABC. Triangles cum C. BC. Bali's Trigoland. Sins tria. Grando 13. Coms rectus obtufiangulus. Est quado ob fuert angulus praeditus. Fig. 12. John D. London, British Library. M is Cotton. Vitellius C7. Art 5. De Speculis Comburentibur. F282R. By permission of the British Library. Fig. 13. John D. London, British Library. M's Cotton Vitellius C7th. Art. 5. De Speculis Comburentibus. F284V. By permission of the British Library. Ma. Novat. B and D. Of the past. Is at. And. Zweit. Fig. 14. John D. London, British Library. MS Cotton Vitellius C7. Art 5. De Speculis Comburentibus. F. 306 v. By permission of the British Library, Fig. 15. John D. London British Library, Ams Cotton Vitellius 7. Art 5. De Speculis Comburentibus, F. 309. By permission of the British Library, Figura Quinta. 3 plus 0, 0, 0. Figure 17. John D. Monas Hieroglyphica in Theatrum Chemicum. 2. Strasbourg. Zetzner, 1609, p. 192. By permission of the Bodleian Library Schiff. N.K. Vet. D3E 2-5, 7, 408 Hoc. Sequitur Figura Fexta. Figure 18. John D. Reversal of the Monas in Theatrum Chemicum. 2. Strasbourg, Zetzner. 1609, p. 203. By permission of the Bodleian Library Schiff. M.K. Vet. D3E 2-5, 7. Figure 16. Andreas Orthelius, commentator in Novum Lumen Chemicum Sendivogi in Theatrum Chemicum. 6. Strasbourg, Zetzner, 1656. Figura Quinta, p. 413. Figura Sexta, p. 415. By permission of the Bodleian Library Shelf M.K. Vet. D3E 2-5, 7. Figure 19. Giambattista della Porta, solar distillation in Magia Naturalis, Naples, Horatius, Salvianus, 1589, BKX, CH4, p. 183. By permission of the Wellcome Trust Medical Photographic Library, London, 215. 216 illustrations. Illustrations 217. Fig. Athanasius Kircher, solar distillation in Mandas Subterraneous, Amsterdam, 1665. By permission of the Wellcome Institute Library, London, Faust ad fame medipenimenti triangle.com, fine tong. I am at top, fine free D 10/12 not, it 2D spituli, Tana, Menta, den Natten Empler Hinge, hang her figmen quiler service at, as shh, aliek is there man 5 ale, figure 21, John D, perspectival diagram, London British Library, MS, Cotton, Vitellius, C7, F18V. By permission of the British Library, 218 illustrations. Weston at Finiftrum Larmus, Yong, Sigerian Fum, and is why Plasma Evica Fam. Promlapides at Lot Strafe, Baber Elcations Lair Fufui Lapides exame frequent. A in im Jim. Casona Cufions Angule Landersen and Stembir Limiai. Fox, Ming, illustrations. And MV multiplication. VWV, Dare, figure 22. John D. London British Library, MS Cotton Vitellius C7 F19R. By permission of the British Library, figure 23. Stefan Mikkelsbacher, The Fountain of Life, 4th engraving in Kabbalah, Augsburg, Andreas Erfurt, 1654. By permission of the Wellcome Institute Library, London, MCA. Gracia Doctrina Effigies. Enriti. KH MDC.alatats SVA Daxili. Erwatore. Matoris, figure 26. Heinrich Kunrath, portrait Amphitetron Sapientiae Aeternae, Hanover, 1609. By permission of the Bodleian Library, Schiff MK Med. R19. S. Illustrations, 223. Figure 27. Heinrich Konrath, detail of portrait, Amphitetrum Sapientiae Aeternae, Hanover, 1609. By permission of the Bodleian Library, SHLF MK Med. R19. S. Was helfen Fakel nicht, oder Brillen,
so die lebt nicht sehen wollen.
Figure 28. Heinrich Kunrath, emblem of an owl, Magnesia Catholica, Magdeburg, 1599. By permission of the Bodleian Library, Schiff MK Med. R19. S. Ade. Anded. 29. Heinrich Konrath. Permission of the Bodleian Library. 1602. Amphitetrum. S. Of Castle with D. Monas. 1602. Bodleian Library. SHLFMK. Med. R. L. Ad prim. Precious. Duyulu. Indus abagaloi. HVT. Sach traktat give gil clay. T. Jonas sot vons. By permission of the Bodleian Library. M. Fig. 31. Heinrich Konrath. Cave. Med. R 225, Rifades CTVM, figure 32. Heinrich Conrath, Anthropos, Christ in a Kabbalistic Universe, 1590. 5. Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeterni, Hanover, 1609. By permission of the Bodleian Library, Schiff Mike Med, RI 9, S. Similit Vido Haus. Linea Corit, Wanvol, de rarely, Rater. Anima. 5th. Sabbathim, Omnia, Additiontir, Uobis. Signau, F. San Fivio Ori Rui Onti, Olivebo, Boni. 3. D. Ternarives, figure 33. Heinrich Kunrath, The Archetypos and Lalian Circles, 1595, Amphitheatrum Sapientiae, Aternay, Hanover, 1609, by permission of the Bodleian Library, Schiff, M.K., Med, 1.9 rands. S. VSVM Finamre Cathalis, Trivnim, Bonim Mar. Illustrations 229. Fensid Malm, Entra, Antior 2, Snage, Ami, O-File Show KN. XLVS, Sevnoi on Imnosana. Fig, 34. Heinrich Conrath, Ribis, 1595, Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeterni, Hanover, 1609, by permission of the Bodleian Library, SH Elf MK, Med, R1, 9, S. Figure 35. Heinrich Conrath, The Calumniators, 1602, Amphitheatrum Sapientiae Aeterni, Hanover, 1609, by permission of the Bodleian Library, Shelf K, Med, RI 9, S. 230 illustrations. Figure 36. Domenico Veneziano, Annunciation, Cambridge Fitzwilliam Museum, mid-15th to C. Florentine, by permission of the Fitzwilliam Museum. Prima dis, Decoro et elim, Sol, VNAN. Illustrations 231. Fig. 38. Michael Mayer, Atalanta Fagans, Oppenheim, J.T. de Bry, 1619, Emblem Chixi, by permission of the Bodleian Library Shelf MK, Vet, D 2.18, Efferens Kapft, Etikavdan, figure 37. Michael Meyer, Catoptrical Reflection of the Sun in the Mirror of the Moon, Septimana, Philosophica, Frankfurt, Lucagenis, 1620, p. 31. By permission of the Wellcome, Institute Library, London, figure 39. Michael Meyer, Atalanta Fugans, Emblem XLV, by permission of the Bodleian Library Shelf.mk, Vet, D2, E18, 232 illustrations. Illustrations 233. Figure 40. Michael Meyer, Atalanta Fusions, Emblem 23rd, by permission of the Bodleian Library Schiff, MK, Vet, D2 degrees Celsius, 18. Figure 41. Michael Meyer, Atalanta Fusions, Emblem the 8th, by permission of the Bodleian Library Sylph, MK, Vet, D218. Figure 42. Robert Flood, Theatrum Orbi, Utrius Cosmi, Historia, 2, Microcosm, Oppenheim, J.T. de Bry, 1619, Tract, First T, 55. By permission of the Bodleian Library, SHLF MKL 1.112 ART. Fig. 43. Robert Flood, Secondary. Stages. Utriusc Carmi. Historia, 2, Microcosm, Oppenheim, J. T. de Bry, 1619. Tract, 1, pp. 58, 64, by permission of the Bodleian Library, Schiff, MK, in 1,2 Art, Macrocolmus nuisu radioregionale Ethereum, cal stellatum orbis. Vita quinta cashen, Microcosmus mens hominis, intellectu ratio, talis anima. By Sphera arim spiritus file, Mentories, Naturalis corpus, Creatio, Fig. 44. Robert Flood, Formal, and Material, Cones, of Light, Otriusc, Cosmi, Hysteria, 2, Microcosm, Oppenheim, J. T. Debris, 1619, Tract, Ersta, p. 81, and 1, Macrocosm, Oppenheim, J. T. de Bry, 1617. Tract 1, p. 84. By permission of the Bodleian Library. Sylph, M.K. Erste. 1. Dos Arts. Illustrations. 236 illustrations. Illustrations. Figure 45. Robert Flood. Paracelsian chemical separation by the solar rays. Utriusque Cosmi Historia. 1. Macrocosm, Oppenheim. J.T. Debray, 1617. Tract. I. p. 31. By permission of the Bodleian Library, Schiff, MKL 1, L 1, 2, Art, Fiat. Figure 46. Robert Flood. The Holy Spirit creates the world by means of light. Utriusque Cosmi Historia. 1. Macrocosm, Oppenheim, J.T. Debray, 1617. Tract 1. p. 49. By permission of the Bodleian Library, Schiff WKL 1, 1, 1, 2, ART 237. Figure 47. Robert Flood. God is the eye, the sun, and the thunder. Utriusque Cosmi Historia. 2. Microcosm, Oppenheim, J.T. Debray, 1619. Tract. I. p. 27. By permission of the Wellcome Trust Medical Photographic Library, London. Mundi Spiritualis. Civ. Ma. Corpus. Teneber. Luce increte. Lucis create cubis ex quo mens jac tuus et ratio. Osum. Mandi formalis sextion. Consideratarum. Delimba. Materia. Luci create quadratum ex quo anima media. Litu. Linea. Sea. Radix. Figure 48. Robert Flood. Comparison of the geometrical harmonic proportions of the soul, spirit, and body. Utriusque Cosmi. Historia. 2. Microcosm, Oppenheim, J.T. Debray, 1619. Tract. I. p. 251. By permission of the Wellcome Trust Medical Photographic Library, London. Illustrations 239. Figure 49. Robert Flood. Catoptrical Conceit. Philosophia Sacra 1. Frankfurt. J.T. Debray, 1626. p. 189. By permission of the Wellcome Trust Medical Photographic Library, London. 240 illustrations. Index. B. E. Patris. Lethalin. 41. Medeus. Taman. W.W. Active. 2. Fig. 50. Robert Flood. God as Voluntas and Voluntas. Medicina Catholica. 2. Frankfurt. William Fitzer. 1631. p. 23. By permission of the Wellcome Trust Medical Photographic Library, London. Abeno. Peter of 56. 131 to 32, 147. Adamic language, 45 to 46, 49, 56 to 58, 61 to 60. 2, 64 to 65. See Sogni Ariel Saltpetre, 46 to 470, 5152. See Kroll Duchesne, Conrath, Paracelsus, Sandivogius. Vigenera Agrippa, Cornelius, Exive, 20.49, 50, 55.56, 70. 2, 73, 76, 88, 95.96, 100, and 9, 113, 124, 126, 100, and 31 to 32, 147 to 48, Alaeanus 26, Alberti, Leone Battista, XV, 72 to 75,137, 164,010, 171, Alciatus, Andrea 64. Al-Hazan, Ibn al-Haytham, 29,303,600 and 37 Al, Kindi 29, 30, 36, Allen, Michael, 33, Aman, Peter, J, 167 to 68, Andre, Jacob, 150, Andre, Johann, Valentin, Shix, XXI, 81 to 82, 84,104,000, 115, 145 to 46, 149 to 52, 174, Relations with Hess, XX, 151, Mythologiae Christianae, XX, 81.85, 145, 100, and 49 to 52, Anthemius of Thralis, 35, Antimony, 44, 50, 2 to 53,163, Antonio Guglielmo, 105, Arabic translations, 16 Archimedes, Aretino Pietro, 76 Aristotle. 13.1. 7. 18 to 19 million, 232,000. 644, 155,160 Arnauld of Villanova, 13, 44, 488,893. Arnold, Gottfried, 83 to 86, 142 Arndt. Johannes, She, Exi, 8, 80 to 818,380. 6, 105, 121 to 21, 120. 7 to 27, 145, 147, 100. And 50 to 52, Asclepius, 32 Astral Virtues. Astral Virtues, Astrology. Xwal, 15 to 16, 22, 27, 33 to 34, 37. To 40, 160, Augustine. Chwai, 31,170. 8 Augustus, Elector of Saxony. 141 to 42 Aurum Potabial. See Universal Panacea, Avicenna. 29, 30, 44 Azoth. See Paracelsus. Mikkelspacher Konrath. Bacon Roger. 22 trillion. 293 billion. 536 million. 300. And 95,684 Baker George. 48 Bolton's Raphael. 99. Barbarus Hermolaus. 99. Bart Roland Extident. 1, 10,001. 140. Barna Peter. 5.4. 8. Bercorius Petrus. Besold Christoph. Extinct. 82. Jacob Xn. 20. 346,983. 108 N. 14,117. 142,148 Gichtel. Is illustrations. 179 to 82 Boethius. 17. 22,157. Book of Concord. 141 to 42. 149 Bosch Hieronymus. 100. And 35. 140 Bostocker Richard. 48 Bredling Friedrich. 8485 Brentius Johann. 150 Brocard Jacob. 150 Bruegel Peter. 140 Brown Robert. 115 Brunswick Hieronymus. 4868 Burgravius Joannes Bartholomeus. 99. Kabbalah She Exinth 3, 13, 55 to 59, 100. And 80 C. Pico della Mirandola, Reuchlin, Zohar Kabbalistic Alchemists. 1. Trike 7, 20 to 21. C. Deck, Flood, Konrath, Mikkelspacher, Calvinism. Chwai, Xi, XXI, 141 to 42. Cambridge Platonists. She Campanella, Tommaso, 33 Campanensis. Johannes, 100. And 8 Campus. Julianus de, 84 Cathars, 31, Chiliasm, 6, 1. 146 to 48, see Joachim of Fiore. Rosicrucians Christ as Anthropos. Shui, 106, 109, 126. 132, as Pure Light, 31, as Sol Invictus. 32, as the Sun, 32, in Alchemy, see Flood. Konrath, Mikkelspacher, in Pietism. Confessi, see Rosicrucians. Constantinus, 17, Commutus, 32 Cotton. Sir Robert Bruce, 1691 Cremona, Gerald, of 56 Kroll. Oswald, 20.40, 50 to 51, Cyprian, 109. De Auditu Kabbalistico 60. Debris, Johann Theodor, 154, 159 to 60 Dabasalangi, 2443, 480. 4,966, 167 D. John, 12th, Exiv, 91, 154. Alchemy, 30, 8 to 40, 49, 51 to 53, 61, 62 to 63, 65. Archimastery, XV, 71. Architecture, 74 to 75, 126, 100. And 35, 164. Astronomy and Astrology, 12, 5, 37 to 40, 56. Kabbalism, Extan, 21, 38 to 39, 49, 50. 5 to 66. De Speculis Compirentibus, 37, 171. Experimenta in Speculo. 37. Ficino's Influence, 61 to 62, 65, 158. Mathematical. Preface, XV, 71 to 78. Medicine, 49 to 53, 126, 164, 169. Monas Hieroglyphica, Ixhual, Ixviat 4, 692,129, 33, 40, 48 to 49, 60 to 66, 76 to 78, 97, 100, and 25 to 25, 135, 162, optics and catoptrics, XEV, XV, 29 to 30, 35 to 4,050, 60. 5 to 66, 7,172, 76, 78, 164 to 65, 171 Paracelsian influences. 6.24, 38.43, 45 to 46, 49 to 53, 56, 60 to 61, 66 to 67. Perspective drawing. 73 to 74, 75 to 76, 125 to 20. 5, 135. Propandumata aphoristica. Twi, Xev, 6.29, 35, 37 to 4,043, 49, 60, 76, 126, 135, 158, 164, 172. Semiotics of emblems. 1, 4, 6, 9, 60 to 65, 67.77. Sisoni, 30, 5, 33, 30. 7 to 39, 45 to 464,950. 3, 55 to 56, 60, 61 to 62, 71.76. 111, 126, 158, 183. See Clucas Cluli, Sony, Zography, XV, 71, 76 to 78, 126. 135,164. De Jong, Helena M.E., 159.160, 162 della Francesca. Piero 72 della Porta, Giambattista, 67-68, 99, 101, 119. Derbling George, 89, Derrida Jacques, XV, 1 Dixon Donald R, XX, 82, 8 million, 384,149, Diggs Thomas, 36. Distillation. 15 to 164,448, 50. 2 to 53, 68 to 69, 155 Dobbs, Betty Joe. Teeter, 98 to 99, Dor D'Anversa, Paul Vander, 100 and 5 Dorn, Gerhard, 24, 66 to 67, Dream of Polifilo. 64 Duchesne, Jean, Crescetanis, 24, 45 to 47, 90. 3 Durer, Albrecht, 72.73, 129. Earl of Leicester's Men, 115 Eckhart Meister, 57 Eco Umberto 1, 103 to 4 million, 121,148. Emerald Table, 15, 9. 6 Empedocles, Erasmus, Desiderio, 109, 150, Erastus, Thomas, 41 Eucharist. G, 83, 100, 127 to 27, 133 to 35,141. 143 Euclid, 29 to 3,062, 63.6. 7, 71.72, 135,154. Fama Fraternitatis, see Rosicrucians Feingold, Mordecai, 351, Fibure Nicasius. Lee, 69 Ficino, Marsilio, 12th, Exeve, 33 to 35, 300. And 84,956, 60, 61 to 600. And 26,572,158. Figulus, Benedictus, 81 to 82, 93 to 94, 140. Flood Robert, Jai, XV, 167 to 81, Anatomia Amphitetrum, 170, Kabbalism, 31, 34 point. 59, 152, 154, 167, 169, 170. 2, 173 to 79, Christology, 100, and 75 to 78, Clavis Philosophiae, 100, and 74, 178, D's influence, 30. 9 to 40, 164, 169, Fortunatus of Padua, 67, Foucault, Michel, 145 to 4006, 157, Frank, Sebastian, 150, Frederick Elector, Palatine, 115, Freemasonry, 181, French, Peter, 35, Frick, Carl R. H., 6, 83, Fulgentius, 33, Galen, 41.4, Vicendi, Pierre, Goricus, Pomponius, 72, 76, Geber, 27.9, 6, Geismar, Christoph, 100, and 80 to 81, Gematria, 5,862,175. Gesner, Conrad, 48.6, 8, Gilly Carlos, XX, 82, 104, 106, 150, Giorgio Martini. Francesco D., 72, Gnosticism, 1431. C. Conrath, Paracelsianism, Paracelsus. Theosophy, Godwin Jocelyn, 156 to 57, 159, 100, and 67 to 68. Goldberg Jonathan, XV, 1. Gombrich Ernst, 3, 126. Grethius, Teen. Gratus, 144. Grosseteste, Robert, 34.35. Gutmann, Aegidius, 85, 150. Harriet, Thomas, 36 to 37. Henry, Prince of Wales, 100. And 53, Hermes Trismegistus, Alf, 15, 110, 1. 176, Hermeticism, Ekpalf, Ide, 14, 32, 60. 147 to 48, 158. Hess, Tobias, Extingas, XX, 82, 147. C. Andrea, Kunrath, Rosicrucians. Hayden John, 84, Hill Nicholas, 67, Hill Thomas, 48, Hosel. Abraham, 821. Holbein, Hans Elder, 133. Horapollo Nihilus, 64 to 65. Huffman, William H., 1. 168, Huser, John, 5.48, Hyginus, 32. Lamblicus, Illumination by Sun's Rays, Alchemical, 27, 40.47. 65 to 66, 67 to 69, 95 to 99,100, and 160 to 65, 170 to 71. See Flood, Conrath, Meyer, Optics, Isaac the Blind, Rabbi, 57, Isidore of Seville, 32. James the First of England, 153 Jesuits, G. XE, 40,001, 140. 168 Joachim of Fiore, 6, 146. Jones, Inigo, 74 Jung, Carl Gustav, 2.10, Jung, Friedrich, 104,136. Kelly Edward, 521,405,000. And 53 Kepler Johannes, 58, 158 2. 59 Kunrath, Heinrich, G. XV, 79 to 130. 7. Ms. Almwick, 571, 106 to 10. 1,131, 149, 161. Amphitritrum sapientiae aeternae, X. Exfiein, 5, 9, 20. 25, 31, 68, 77 to 7,900. And 81, 84 to 86, 89 to 91, 98, 103 to 37, 139 to 40, 142, 145, 147 to 49, 151,173,100, and 74, and Andre, XX, 85, 145, 243, XX, 147 to 48, 151, illustrations, XVI, XCI, XXII, 4, 5 to 9,200, and 2,500, and 77, 86, 90 to 91, 103 to 5, 117, 121 to 37, 140 to 45, 159, 170, 4, 181 to 82, 183 to 84, Magnaria. Catholica, 88 to 90, 139, 142, 100, and 48, opponents, magicians and Lutherans, 108 to 7, 100 and 24 to 24, 128, 131 to 33. Krell, Nikolaus, 142. Lasky Albert, Palatine of Sirads, 50. Last Judgment, 16. C. Chiliasm, Lyman, Jersey, 115. Lull Ramon, 18, 500. And 76,093, 110, 100, and 23. Ari Compendiosa, 19. Ars Inventiva Veritatis, 20, 123. C. Pseudo, Lulian Alchemy Lusatia, 142. Lutheranism, G. Exvinth, XXI, XV, X6, XXI 80, 83.84, 127 to 20. 7, 134, 140 to 41, 149, 150, 152. Macrobius 32. Meyer, Michael, J, XV 50, 153 to 65. Atalanta fusions 2, 19, 25, 26, 77 to 78, 126, 153, 155 to 60. 5, 169, 179. Cantilmus intellectual is 21,153, 150. 6,159 de circulo physico quadrate. 19, 154 to 56, 100. 69, D's influence, 39 to 40, 77, 154, 158, 100, and 62 to 65, Flood's influence, 154, 163 to 64, 169, Conrad's influence, 161 to 62, 164 to 65, music, 15,600, and 59, 165, optics and catoptrics, 160 to 65, 178, 184, Paracelsian influence, 154, 160, 161, 162, 165, Rosicrucians, extetheth, 84, 152, 153, 255, 174, Semiotics of Illis, Tracians, 158, 164 to 65, 181, Septimana, Philosophica, 100 and 1,154, 178, Symbola Aurea Mensar, 133 to 34, 153, Themis Aurea, 154, Tribus Aureus, 20, 155, 163, Viatorium, 21, Manichaeans, Manutius, Aldus, 64, Masaccio, XV, Mattioli, Pierandria, 68, Maclean, Adam, 153, 1601, Meteorus, David, 84. Medieval alchemical illustration, 17 to 18. See Obris Melanchthon, Chouave, 150, Marianne Mathieu, 159, 163.1, Mersenne Martin, 58, 100, and 74,178, Michel Spacher Stefan, E. 5, 7,400, and 6,976, 99 to 101, 181. Mithras, 31 to 32. Moffat, Thomas, 48. Moeller, Johannes, 89. Montgomery, John Warwick, Sheiks 2XX, 8082, 84, 146. Moon, 14.25, 62 to 6,366. 160, 178 Morhoff, Georg, 83. Morianus, 96 Music, Alchemical, 21 to 22, 130, 130. 3, 156 to 59, 165, 172, 100, and 73, 174 C. Boethius, Pythagoreani Malleus, Joham, 2,069,174,179. Mythologiae Christianae, C. Andre, Nagarevi, Andrew, 133, Naumetria, C. Studian, Neoplatonism, G. Chuolf, Save, 16,313,233, C. Ficino, Newton, Isaac, 69, 98 to 99, 184, Niter, Salpeter, 46 to 47, 51 to 53, C. Kroll, Duchesne, Conrath, Paracelsus, Sendivogius, Visionaire, Nolius Heinrich, 841, Notaricon, 58.6, 2. Norton Thomas, 21 to 2,227, Obris Barbara, 10, 17 to 18, 137, Occam, 29 Optics, see Scholastic Optical Theory Orley, Bernard von, 133, Orphix, 14, 33, 96, Orthelius Andreas, 47, Oceanus, Hieronymus, 1441, Ouroboros, 14, Ovid, 32, Ovid Moralizer, 32, Pacioli, Luca, 72, Pagel, Walter, Panofsky, Irwin, 3, Pantheus, Joannes, X-Fa, 4, 20 to 215,600, and 62 Paracelsians, 48 Paracelsus, 5, 40, 41 to 52, 80, 4, Alchemy, 13, 41.43, 47 to 48, 52, Archidao, 47, 48.50, 98, Astrology, 15, 42 to 43, 44 to 45, Astral Body, 7 to 8, 42 to 43, 61, 77, Astral, Virtue, Shi, Exiv, 7 to 8, 23 to 24, 42 to 4,546, 48, Astronomia Magna, 43, Azoth, Quintessence, XVD, 23 to 2,000, 444, 46 to 47, 61, Kabbalism, 55, 58, Cosmogony, 41 to 42, Depestillate, 42, Doc, Trine of Signatures, Exive, 45 to 46, Expositio Magicarum Figurarum, 45, Imagination, 7 to 8, 61.77, 114, Light of Nature, 8.43, Cal Theory, 15, 42 to 45, 51 to 53, 95, Niter, Saltpeter, 24, 46 to 400, and 85,293, Paragranum, 42, 98, Philosophia ad Athenienses, 41, Philosophia Magna, 43, Theosophy, Zix, 78,400,000, and 14,355, 77, 83, 84, 183, Theurgy, 38, 42, 40, 5 to 46, 49, 55, 77, 97, volume. Medicinar, Paracelsian influences on alchemical illus. Trajan, 5 to 96,000, 177, C. Flood. Conrath. Illustrations, Peckham, John, 2,935,300, and 61 Pierce, Charles Sanders, XV, XT, 1 to 3, 4, Penotus, 99, Percy, Henry, Earl of Northumberland, 36, 37.67, 106, Pernity, Dom, 10, Perspective Drawing, C. Single, Point per, Spective, Puckert, Will, Erich, G, 81.8, Philippism, XI, 141 to 42, Piaget, Jean, 1, 1, 1, Picatrix, 5, 6, 131. Pico della Mirandola, Giovanni, Shiv, 33.55, 58.60, 84, 91, 101 Pietism. XV8, XXI, 80, 83, 85, 120. 7 to 27, 14,748. 180 to 81, C. Arndt, Arnold, Conrath, Weigel. Pistorius, Johannes, 55, 58 Plato, 29.34, 61, 154. Plotinus, with 13th, Exene, 30th. Pontanus, Joannes, 99 Porphyry, 33. Postel, Guillaume, 555,860,150. Prague, Imperial Court, 50.79, 100, and 15, 142, 153. Principe, Lawrence, 163. Proclus, 72. Prophetica, C. Hess, Studium Paelis, 33. Pseudo, Dionysos, Thurend, 32. Pseudo, Lillian Alchemy, 4, 13, 15, 18 to 22, 240. 2,748, 155, 160. Pythagoreanism, Toile, XV, 13, 16 to 1,722, 33, 30. 4, 63, 71 to 72, 76, 77, 110, 100, and 30, 135, 156, 157 to 59, 169, 172 to 74, 177. Quercetinus, C. Jean Duchesne Quintessence, 9, 13, 22, 24, 27, 44, C. Rupacisa, Pseudolalians, Paracelsus. Azoth, Conrath, Azoth, Quintilian, 2nd. Ramus, Petrus, 119. Reductorizon Morale, 32. Reformation, G. C. Lutheranism. Reuchlin, Johannes, X7th, 58, 59, 60, 84. 100 and 1,113, 147, 100, and 67, 175 to 177, De Arte Cab. Ballistica, Xfein 55, 116 to 16, 122, 126,148, 172 to 74. De Verbo Mirifico, XVI 55, 174. Ricus Andreas of Saxony, 84 to 85, 142. Ripley, George, 19, 21 to 222,750. Roberts Julian and Watson Andrew G., 35, 49 to 5,066. Rosarius and Philosoph, 24 to 27, 96, 99, 155, 160 to 61. Rose Coeli, 24 to 27. Rosenberg, Willem, Count of Bohemia, 79. 142. Rosenkreutz, Christian, 146. Rosicrucians, XV8 to XXI, 82 to 86, 116, 145 to 52. Rubens, Peter Paul, 160. Rudolph II of Habsburg, Holy Roman Emperor, 87, 90, 115. 1129, 142, 153. Rupesissa, John of, 13, 22 to 240. 2544, 111. Sackville Thomas, 115. Saxony, 114, 100, and 15, 141 to 43, 148 to 40. 9, 152. Scaligerus Julius Caesar, 110. Schmid Johann. Scholastic Optical Theory, Squalt, Xwalth, 13, 29 to 30. 34 to 36. Optical Diagrams, XE Schwann, Balthasar, 178. Schweigart Theophilus, 84, 175. Scleos, Bartholomeo, 85. Selden, John, 169. 245. Semiotics, Alchemical and Theurgic, XV, XE, 1 to 11, 18 to 20, 45 to 40. 6, 57 to 58, 60 to 6,567, 7,006. 178, 126, 128 to 29, 1. 140, 152, 158, 165, 181 to 82. Sendivogius Michael, 40, 46 to 4,750. Seneca. 144. Sefer Jazira, 57.60. Settignano, Desiderio de, 133. Susius Joannes of Dresden, 84 to 85, 114, 115 to 15,142. Severinus, Peter, 24, 46 to 47. Sherman, William H., XV8 to X6, 46, 56. Schumacher, Wayne, 37 single. Point Perspective, XVI, 29, 70, 3 to 74, 7,576, 100. And 25 to 25, 100, and 29 to 30, 100. And 33 to 37, 161 to 62, 164 to 65. See Alberti Smith Pamela, 10. Sperber Julius, Extigent, 84,150. Squaring the Circle, 18 to 19,000. 131, 132, 154 to 56. Steganographia, 56. Stoffler. F. Ernest, She, 147. Streich, Hildemer, 156 to 59. Studian, Simon, Exient, XX, 82, 146 to 47, 149, 150 to 51. Sun, X, Schwalf, Exschalf, 14, 25 to 27, 32 to 3,440, 47 to 48, 50 to 51, 62, 65 to 66, 93, 2, 94, 96, 108, 111, 117 to 17, 154, 156, 158, 160, 162, 163, 167, 170 to 71, 175 to 78. Sathmary George, 133.3, Sony Georgi, 1, 3.33. 35, 45 to 464,956, 616,677, 100, and 26,129. Sidlo Zbigniew, 47. Talismanic Theurgy, 33 to 34, 37 to 38, 42, 49, 55 to 56, 61 to 6,000, 597, 126, 131 to 32, 144 to 45, 147, 154, 158, 150, 9, 164 to 65, see Abano, Agrippa, Clucas, Cluli, D, Studian, Sony, Theater, Renaissance, 113 to 15, 140, 163 to 64, Tholde, Johannes Basil Valentine, 53, 79, 155, 162 to 63, Thurneser, Leonhard, 48.50, Trevisanus, Bernardus, 8993, Trismosin, Salomon, 6700160, Trithemius, Joannes, 56.8899, Tübingen, University of XX, XXI, 82, 148, Turba Philosophorum, 88.9, Dine 6 Timmy, Thomas, 48th, Universal Panacea, Potable Gold, 511,300, and 93, 154,160, 170, 175 to 77 Unpartisch, Kirchen, und Ketzer History, 83 to 86, C. Arnold, Valentine Basil, C. Tholde Vasari, Giorgio, 76 Veneziano, Domenico, XV, 134 to 35 Vesalius, 151 Vestal Virgins, 94 Vickers Brian, Vigenère, Blaise Day, 24 46 Villinginus, Georgius Pictorius, 56, Vitruvius, 72.7, 4 126, 135, 100, and 64 Vredeman de Vries, January, 4 107, 116, 12,837, 159,100, and 61, 164 to 65,174. View D, Optique, 137. Walton, Michael, 62. Weigel, Valentine, Schix, XXI, 880 to 8,184. 85, 100 to 101, 120, 2, 127 to 27, 130, 2, 141 to 44, 140, 7,150, 183. Westman, Robert S., XV 8th, to Schix. Witelo, 293,435. Wittenberg, University of 141 to 42. Wolfart, Erasmus, 86, 105, 113, 140. Yates, Francis A., ex-Fifan, XX 46, 55.71, 7470. 7 to 78, 82, 83. 114 to 14, 146, 149, 100, and 59, 163,168. Zetzner Eberhard, 47. Zetzner Lazarus, 68. Zography, C.D. Zohar, XV N, 15. 30 to 315,560, 130. 3, 179 to 80 Zoroastrians, 31.94. 176 Zosimos, 14. 15 Zambok Johannes Sambucus, 64. Symbola et Emblemata, Studies in Renaissance and Baroque Symbolism. ISN 0923 minus 9073. 1. Hippisley A. ed. In Naximovich, Ambudik. Imolami, the first Sincoli, 1788. The first Russian emblem book, with translation and introduction, 1989. ISBN 90040 8992 6. 2. Schultz, B.F., M. Bath, and D. Weston, eds. The European Emblem. Selected papers from the Glasgow Conference, 11 to August 14, 1987. 1990. ISBN 90040 924473. Adams A. and A.J. Harper, eds. The Emblem in Renaissance and Baroque Europe, Tradition and Variety. Selected papers of the Glasgow International Emblem Conference, 13 to August 17, 1990. 1992. ISBN 90040 9500 and 88-8. 4. Lescombes, A. ed. Spectacle and Image in Renaissance Europe, dans l'Europe de la Renaissance, selected. Papers of the ICHI Int Conference at the Centre d'études supérieures de la
Renaissance de Tours, 29 juin à 8 juillet 1989, choix de communication du 22 colloque du Centre d'études supérieures de la Renaissance de Tours, 29 juin à 8e juillet 1989.
1993. ISBN 9040-9774-0. 5. Elders, W. Symbolic Scores. Studies in the Music of the Renaissance. 1994. ISBN 9040-9970-6. Plett, H.F. English Renaissance Rhetoric and Poetics. A Systematic Bibliography of Primary and Secondary Sources. 1995. ISBN 9004-10343-0. 7. Sony G. ed. European Iconography East and West. Selected Papers of the SIGDID International Conference, June 9 to 12, 1993-1996. ISBN 9004-10442-8. Westereel B. ed. Anglo, Dutch Relations in the Field of the Emblem. 1997. ISBN 90-400-108,688. 9. Oosterreich Pell and Sloan II. eds. Rhetorica Movet. Studies in Historical and Modern Rhetoric in honor of Heinrich F. Plett. 1999. ISBN 90-40113,398-10. Shulikowska, U. ed. The Alchemy of Light. Geometry and Optics in Late Renaissance Alchemical Illustration.